I should probably start by saying that I didn't end up in this freezing bedsit by accident. I've been wearing 2 jumpers most evenings just to take the edge off the cold, sitting here in this cramped little room, while I tried to make sense of how things went the way they did. I had a proper flat in Norwich not long ago, decent heating, a bit of space, a view over the park. But I walked away from all of that once I realized what I'd actually been part of these past 8 months. Most nights now, I sit with my laptop balanced on my knees, not typing, just staring at the screen, as I think back over the messages I read and the content I reviewed, all the tiny decisions I made without really understanding who was watching. I used to tell people I worked in content moderation, the harmless kind that keeps things neat and polite. Then I lost that job when the company replaced half of us with automation, and I took on something else that paid far better for what sounded like the same sort of work. It wasn't. And that's the story I'm trying to tell here. How a job I thought I understood ended with me hiding out in a cold room, wondering if the people behind it are going to come looking. I'd been moderating content for a social media platform for about 4 years, before the company decided artificial intelligence could do most of what I did for a fraction of the cost. One day I was reviewing flagged posts and comments. The next I was being told my position was being eliminated, along with 60% of the moderation team. I was 39 years old with a very specific skill set that turned out to be increasingly obsolete. The redundancy package was adequate but not generous, and I spent the better part of 2 months applying for similar roles. Most companies were moving toward automation or outsourcing to countries where labor was cheaper. The few positions I found wanted people with technical qualifications I didn't possess. That's when I saw the job posting on a remote work website. Someone was looking for experienced content moderators to help manage discussion spaces on privacy-focused platforms. The pay was exceptional, nearly £3,000 per month for what they estimated would be about 30 hours of work per week. They emphasized that they needed people who could work independently, make consistent judgment calls, and maintain strict confidentiality about the platforms they'd be moderating. I should have questioned why anyone would pay such generous rates for content moderation work when most companies were desperately trying to reduce those costs. Should have wondered what kind of privacy-focused platforms needed human moderators rather than automated systems. But I was getting desperate, watching my savings diminish while I sent out application after application with no responses. The application process was straightforward. I submitted my CV along with examples of moderation decisions I'd made in my previous role, explaining my reasoning and approach to balancing free expression with community safety. Within 2 days, I had a response requesting a video interview. The interviewer called himself David, though I suspected that wasn't his real name. He explained that their platforms operated in spaces where mainstream social media companies had limited reach, serving communities that valued privacy and unrestricted discussion. They needed moderators who could maintain order without being overly restrictive. People who understood the difference between genuine safety concerns and content that was simply controversial or unpopular. He was careful to emphasize that the work would involve reviewing material that might be disturbing or offensive. The platforms attracted people with unconventional views, and moderators needed to have thick skin and good judgment about what actually constituted a rule violation versus what was just unpleasant but legal expression. That all sounded reasonable to me. I'd spent years reviewing flagged content on mainstream platforms and was accustomed to seeing unpleasant material. I understood that content moderation required balancing competing values, and I was confident in my ability to make consistent judgments based on clear guidelines. David offered me the position at the end of the interview, pending completion of a brief training period where I'd shadow experienced moderators and learn the specific rules and expectations for their platforms. The pay would start immediately, and I'd be working entirely remotely using secure communication systems they'd provide. The training materials arrived via encrypted file transfer, along with login credentials for the platforms I'd be moderating. David explained that the platforms use special browser technology to protect user privacy, which was why they couldn't be accessed through normal internet connections. He provided step-by-step instructions for setting up the necessary software. When I finally accessed the platforms, my first impression was how basic they looked compared to mainstream social media. Simple layouts, minimal graphics, text-based discussions organized into topic categories. The interface reminded me of internet communities from the late 90s, before companies had invested millions in sophisticated user experiences. The content itself was immediately concerning. I'd been expecting controversial political discussions or conspiracy theories, the sort of material that mainstream platforms restricted, but that wasn't necessarily illegal. Instead, I found discussions about topics that were clearly criminal in nature. Detailed guides for exploiting various systems, conversations about targeting specific individuals, even exchanges about coordinating illegal activities. When I raised concerns during my training, the senior moderator explained that their role wasn't to judge the legality or morality of what users discussed. The platforms existed to facilitate free expression in spaces where government surveillance and corporate censorship couldn't reach. Our job was simply to enforce the specific rules the platforms had established, not to act as moral arbiters or law enforcement. The rules themselves were surprisingly specific. No spam or commercial advertising, no revealing personal information about other users without permission, no coordinating attacks against the platforms themselves or their administrators. But almost everything else was permitted, including discussions of criminal activity, as long as they remained theoretical rather than active coordination. I was deeply uncomfortable with the distinction they were drawing, but the senior moderator emphasized that moderators who couldn't maintain professional distance from disturbing content wouldn't last long in the role. This work required accepting that facilitating free expression sometimes meant allowing discussions we personally found abhorrent. I convinced myself this was no different from the principle that defending free speech sometimes means protecting speech we disagree with. I wasn't endorsing what users discussed, just maintaining spaces where they could express themselves without censorship. My role was technical and professional, not moral or legal. The first few weeks of actual moderation work tested that rationalization severely. I reviewed hundreds of flagged posts and comments every day, making decisions about whether they violated the platform's specific rules. Most of the time, the violations were clear: spam, personal information being shared, direct threats against platform administrators. But I was also seeing content that was deeply disturbing. Detailed discussions about exploiting vulnerable people, guides for circumventing security measures and accessing systems without authorization, conversations about targeting specific individuals for harassment or worse, all technically within the platform's rules because they remain theoretical discussions rather than active coordination. I found myself removing spam and commercial advertising while allowing posts that discuss criminal activity in disturbingly specific detail. The cognitive dissonance was overwhelming, but I kept telling myself I was just following the rules I'd been hired to enforce. I wasn't responsible for what users chose to discuss within those parameters. The breakthrough came about 3 months into the work when I recognized specific details in a discussion thread. Users were discussing a harassment campaign against a teacher in Norfolk, sharing her work address, her daily routine, even photographs of her home and car. The posts technically didn't violate platform rules because they weren't coordinating attacks, just sharing information and discussing theoretical approaches. But I recognized the school mentioned in the discussion. It was where my sister's children attended, in a small town outside King's Lynn. The teacher being discussed was someone I'd met at school events, a kind woman who taught primary school children and had never done anything to warrant the obsessive documentation these users were compiling. I realized I was moderating platforms that facilitated systematic harassment and stalking of real people, including people I knew personally. The theoretical discussions I was allowing weren't abstract debates about controversial topics. They were planning and intelligence gathering for criminal activity against identifiable individuals. I tried reporting the harassment campaign to David, explaining that users were clearly coordinating activity that would result in real harm to a specific person. He thanked me for the report, but explained that unless users explicitly coordinated illegal actions in their posts, the discussions fell within allowed parameters. The platforms existed to facilitate free expression, even when that expression involved sharing information about people who hadn't consented to being discussed. That response made me understand I wasn't moderating online communities to protect users from harm. I was maintaining spaces where people planned and coordinated criminal activity against vulnerable targets. The free expression we were facilitating was actually systematic intelligence gathering and harassment that destroyed real people's lives. I started paying closer attention to the platforms I was moderating, looking beyond individual rule violations to understand the broader context of what users were discussing. What I found was horrifying in its scope and organization. The platforms hosted extensive discussions about identifying vulnerable targets for various types of exploitation. Users shared techniques for surveillance, advice on circumventing security measures, even guides for psychologically manipulating specific types of victims. They coordinated activities without explicitly stating their criminal nature, using coded language and theoretical framing that technically didn't violate platform rules. One category of discussions focused on identifying and exploiting elderly people living alone. Users shared information about specific individuals, photographs of their homes, details about their daily routines. They discussed theoretical approaches for gaining access to properties, theoretical techniques for convincing people to provide financial information or access to their accounts. Another section dealt with targeting children through online spaces. Users shared information about children's social media accounts, their schools, their after-school activities. They discussed theoretical approaches for establishing contact, theoretical techniques for building trust with young people who might be isolated or vulnerable. I was looking at what amounted to criminal planning being conducted in plain sight, shielded by the pretense that these were merely theoretical discussions protected by principles of free expression. And I was the one ensuring these discussions could continue by removing spam and obvious rule violations, while allowing the substantive criminal content to remain. The teacher my sister knew was just one of hundreds of people being systematically targeted through discussions on the platforms I moderated. Each day, I reviewed posts documenting surveillance of specific individuals, sharing their personal information, discussing approaches for exploiting their vulnerabilities. But what made it unbearable was understanding that my moderation work was essential to the platform's operation. The constant spam, scams, and obvious rule violations would have made the platforms unusable if moderators like me weren't filtering them out. By removing the noise, I was making it easier for users to conduct their targeted harassment and criminal planning without distraction. I tried to refuse further work, but David made it clear that wasn't an option I could simply choose. I'd been working for the platforms for months, seeing everything users discussed, making decisions about what content should remain visible. I knew too much about how they operated and what they facilitated. Walking away would mean explaining to potential future employers why I'd left such well-paid work, and it would mean losing the substantial income I'd become dependent on. I was trapped by my own complicity. I couldn't report the platforms to authorities without admitting I'd been enabling criminal activity for months. I couldn't continue moderating without accepting that I was facilitating serious harm to real people. And I couldn't simply walk away without consequences from people who had extensive documentation of my involvement in maintaining these spaces. That's when I started documenting everything I saw on the platforms, taking screenshots and keeping detailed records of the criminal discussions I was being required to allow. I told myself I was preserving evidence for eventual reporting to authorities, but really I was just trying to feel less guilty about the harm I was enabling every day. The teacher in Norfolk ended up leaving her job after the harassment became unbearable. Users on the platform celebrated their successful campaign, discussing techniques they'd used and sharing lessons learned for future targeting. I read those celebration posts and knew I'd played a role in destroying a good person's career and sense of safety. I found other cases where people I'd allowed to be discussed on the platforms had subsequently been victimized. An elderly man in Somerset, whose information had been shared in those targeting discussions, was burgled shortly afterwards. A young mother in Wales, who'd been identified as vulnerable on the platforms, experienced systematic harassment that drove her from her home. Each case made it clearer that my moderation work wasn't just facilitating abstract discussions. It was enabling real criminal activity that destroyed real lives. The theoretical framing users employed to avoid explicit rule violations was just a linguistic shield that let them coordinate actual crimes, while I helpfully removed the spam and obvious violations that might have interfered with their planning. I tried contacting the police about what I'd discovered, but explaining my role proved impossible without admitting extensive complicity. I'd been moderating platforms for months, carefully removing content that violated specific rules while allowing criminal planning to continue unimpeded. My screenshots and documentation showed my intimate involvement in maintaining spaces where serious crimes were coordinated. The officer I spoke to was professional but frank about my position. I'd knowingly worked for platforms facilitating criminal activity. Accepting substantial payment for work I must have understood was enabling harm. Cooperation might be valuable for their investigation, but I shouldn't expect immunity from prosecution for my role in the operation. I was advised to stop moderating immediately and refuse further contact with the platform administrators. But David had already anticipated that possibility. I received messages explaining that moderators who caused problems for the platforms faced serious consequences. They had extensive records of my moderation decisions, including content I'd allowed to remain that had subsequently enabled criminal activity. If I tried to report them, they'd ensure authorities understood my active role in facilitating that activity. I realized I was being blackmailed with documentation of my own moderation work. Even though I'd been following the rules I'd been hired to enforce, the records showed me making decisions that allowed criminal planning to continue. They could present me as an active facilitator of the harm these platforms enabled. That's when the harassment started in earnest. I began finding my own personal information appearing on the platforms I'd been moderating. Users discussed my work history, my address, my daily routines. They shared photographs of my flat taken from outside, discussed theoretical approaches for accessing my home, even speculated about vulnerabilities that could be exploited. I was now being subjected to the same treatment I'd been enabling for months through my moderation work. Users were documenting my life with the same methodical precision they'd applied to all their previous targets, discussing approaches for ensuring my silence about what I'd seen on their platforms. The cognitive dissonance of seeing my own information being shared in spaces I was supposed to be moderating was overwhelming. I was expected to continue removing spam and obvious rule violations from discussions about targeting me, maintaining the platform's functionality, even as it facilitated my own harassment. I stopped logging into the moderation systems entirely, knowing that refusing to work would trigger the consequences David had warned about, but unable to continue enabling discussions that now directly threaten my own safety. Within days, I started receiving packages containing printed screenshots of moderation decisions I'd made, with annotations showing how those decisions had enabled specific criminal activities. The message was clear. They had comprehensive documentation of my complicity, and they'd use it to destroy my life if I caused them problems by reporting to authorities or refusing to remain silent about what I'd seen. That's when I left Norwich entirely, packing essential belongings and driving to Stoke-on-Trent, where I had no previous connections. I've been staying in this inadequate bedsit, avoiding digital traces and hoping I can disappear long enough to work out what to do next. But I know the platforms are still operating, still facilitating criminal planning and coordination, still enabling systematic targeting of vulnerable people. Other moderators have probably been recruited to replace me. People who make the same rationalizations I did about just enforcing rules and maintaining free expression. I think about that teacher in Norfolk, about the elderly man who was burgled, about all the other people whose lives were destroyed through discussions I allowed to remain visible. They trusted that online platforms had some responsibility to prevent coordination of criminal activity, that moderators would remove content that enabled serious harm. But I proved them wrong by carefully maintaining the platform's functionality, while allowing criminal planning to continue unimpeded. Every spam post I removed, every obvious violation I caught, it all made the platforms more effective at facilitating the criminal discussions I was required to ignore. The platforms taught me that moderation itself can be weaponized, that enforcing narrow technical rules while ignoring broader criminal context makes you complicit in whatever harm those platforms enable, that free expression principles can be exploited to shield criminal activity behind theoretical framing and coded language, and that once you've spent months moderating platforms you know are facilitating criminal activity, you become complicit enough that reporting them means destroying your own life along with exposing their operations. I suppose that's why I'm still sitting here in this freezing bedsit, rather than going back to police with all the evidence I preserved. Because I know that documentation implicates me as much as it exposes the platforms, and I'm not brave enough to face consequences for choices I made when I convinced myself I was just following the rules I'd been hired to enforce. All I can do is hope that someone else will eventually expose these platforms, that other moderators will find the courage I lack to report what they're enabling, despite the personal consequences, and hope that the people being targeted through discussions on those platforms find some way to protect themselves from criminal activity being coordinated in spaces that present themselves as merely facilitating controversial free expression. Because the platforms are still operating, still recruiting moderators, still facilitating systematic targeting of vulnerable people. And I helped maintain them for months, carefully removing spam and obvious violations, while allowing criminal planning to flourish unchecked. The damp chill of the Manchester evening always found its way inside, even with the windows sealed tight. It clung to the threadbare carpet, seeped into the plaster, and settled deep in my bones. Another Tuesday bled into another Wednesday, marked only by the shifting glow of the monitor. My flat, a rented box of beige and off-white, offered little resistance to the creeping greyness of my existence. The low hum of the fridge, the distant wail of a siren, the rhythmic tap of rain against the glass. These were the symphonies of my solitude. Tonight, the internet offered its usual shallow distractions. My fingers, accustomed to the familiar dance across the keyboard, navigated the labyrinthine corridors of obscure forums. I sought something, anything, to puncture the dull throb of predictability that defined my days. It wasn't a search for connection, not really. More a morbid curiosity, a desire to peer into the cracks of the world, to feel the brief tremor of something real. That's how I found it. A whispered link on a thread dedicated to forgotten corners of the darknet. The Eye of Chronos, it claimed. A private auction site, a marketplace for experiences. The description was deliberately vague, tantalizing in its ambiguity, unfiltered, live, beyond the veil. My initial reaction was a scoff, a dismissive flick of the wrist. Another scam, another digital ghost story. But the seed was planted. I bookmarked the link. It sat there, a tiny, innocuous icon amidst a sea of banality, yet it hummed with an unseen energy. The next day, the bookmark beckoned. My lunch break dissolved into a hypnotic scroll through the site's landing page. The interface was stark, almost brutally minimalist. Black text on a charcoal background. No flashy graphics, no pop-ups. Just a single rotating banner. The unseen, the unheard, the unlived. A login portal shimmered beneath. My curiosity, a passive beast until now, stirred. I created an account, a throwaway email and a password plucked from the ether. The confirmation email arrived instantly, a clinical, unadorned message. No welcoming prose, no marketing spiel. Just a link to the main auction page. The page itself was a grid of thumbnails, each a static image. They were unsettling, not overtly graphic, but imbued with a disquieting stillness. A cracked porcelain doll's face. A single bloodied feather on a pristine white sheet. A blurred image of what might have been a hand, reaching from shadow. Beneath each thumbnail, a countdown timer ticked relentlessly, alongside a cryptic title and a current bid in an unknown cryptocurrency. My routine began to warp. The moment I returned from the office, the site became my first port of call. My evenings, once a blur of mindless television and reheated meals, now revolved around these digital auctions. I didn't bid, not at first. I simply watched. The bids climbed, sometimes slowly, sometimes in sudden, frantic surges. The timers expired, and the thumbnails vanished, replaced by an experience completed tag. What happened after that, I couldn't fathom. The mystery only deepened my fixation. The descriptions grew darker, more explicit in their implications, though still cloaked in a chilling poetry. The last breath of a failing star, a symphony of silent screams, the unraveling of the thread. My stomach churned, a mixture of revulsion and an undeniable, sickening fascination. I felt a voyeuristic thrill, a sense of being privy to something forbidden, something the ordinary world kept hidden. One evening, a new listing appeared. Its thumbnail was a close-up of a tarnished brass key, resting on a dark, polished surface. The title, The Door to the Self. The description, brief and stark, read, Witness the unmaking, the ultimate reflection. The countdown began. Something about it, perhaps its deceptive simplicity, lodged itself in my mind. The bid started low, then escalated with unnerving speed. I found myself holding my breath, my gaze glued to the screen. My fingers twitched, hovering over the bid button. A cold sweat slicked my palms. This was different. This felt personal. The sense of dread was palpable, a physical weight in my chest. Yet I couldn't look away. The timer hit 0. Experience completed. The thumbnail vanished. I felt a surge of disappointment, a strange emptiness. A few days later, a new listing appeared. This time marked preview available. It was a grainy, slightly distorted image of a room. My breath hitched. The wallpaper, the faded floral pattern, peeling at the seams near the ceiling, was unmistakably familiar. It was the wallpaper in my own living room. A cold, sharp shock traveled through me. My flat. It couldn't be. My eyes darted around the room, confirming the impossible. The slight scuff mark near the skirting board, the way the light caught the dust motes dancing above the old armchair. It was all there. A tremor ran through me, a primal fear seizing my gut. I clicked the preview button. The image expanded, still grainy, but undeniably my flat. A low, almost imperceptible hum emanated from the speakers. It was the hum of my fridge, the soft, rhythmic click of the old wall clock in the hallway. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. My mind raced, scrambling for an explanation. A prank? A sophisticated hack? But how? There were no cameras, no hidden devices I knew of. I lived alone. My landlord, a stoic man who communicated solely through terse emails, rarely visited. No one had keys but me. The thought of an intruder, a hidden presence, sent a shiver down my spine that had nothing to do with the damp. I stared at the screen, a bizarre mirror reflecting my own reality, twisted and distorted. I searched the image, desperate for a clue, a sign of artifice. Nothing. It was simply my living room, empty, waiting. The anonymity of the internet, once a comforting cloak, now felt like a gaping maw. The listing had a title, The Observer Observed, and a chilling description. A life unfolds, unseen, unjudged, until now. The countdown timer was already running. This wasn't an auction. This was a live stream. My fingers, numb with shock, navigated to the main page. All other listings had vanished. Only The Observer Observed remained, now prominently displayed, a single, horrifying invitation. The preview button had changed to View Stream. I hesitated, my cursor hovering. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to close the browser, to unplug the router, to smash the computer. But the morbid curiosity, the desperate need to understand, held me captive. This was it, the ultimate unfiltered experience, and it was mine. I clicked. The screen flickered, then resolved into a live feed. My living room, in real time. The same muted colors, the familiar clutter. The light from my monitor casting a faint glow on the opposite wall. I could see myself, a shadowy figure reflected in the glass of the screen within the screen. The perspective was static, as if from a fixed point in the corner of the room, high above the bookshelf. A low, guttural gasp escaped me. My own living room, my own life laid bare. I felt a profound violation, a stripping away of all privacy, yet no one was physically here. It was a ghost in the machine, a digital phantom. Then a sound, a faint, almost imperceptible creak from the hallway. My blood ran cold. The flat was silent, save for the hum of my electronics. But the stream, that accursed stream, picked up everything. The creak again, closer this time. My eyes darted to the screen. The door to my flat, usually locked with a deadbolt, was slowly, silently opening. A sliver of darkness appeared, then widened. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't move. My muscles had seized, locked in a tableau of terror. A figure emerged, tall, slender, cloaked in shadow. Its head was tilted, as if observing the room, assessing its emptiness. It moved with an unnerving grace, a predatory stillness. I couldn't make out any features, only the outline of a form, darker than the shadows it cast. It stepped fully into the living room, its presence a palpable weight that pressed down on me, even through the screen. My heart pounded, a frantic drum against my ribs. I wanted to scream, to shout, to run, but I was paralyzed, a voyeur to my own nightmare. The figure paused, its gaze seemingly fixed on the spot where I sat, transfixed. A cold dread seeped into my bones. It knew I was watching. Then it moved, not towards me, but towards the bookshelf, my bookshelf. It ran a gloved hand along the spines of my books, a slow, deliberate caress. My collection of dog-eared paperbacks, the literary companions of my lonely evenings. A profound sense of intimacy, of my inner world being exposed, washed over me. It picked up a framed photograph from the shelf, a faded picture of my parents, taken years ago at the seaside. It held it for a moment, then slowly, deliberately, turned it face down. The small, almost insignificant action felt like a profound act of desecration. My mind screamed, this was real, this was happening. This was not a prank, not a hack. This was an invasion. The figure moved again, gliding across the room towards my armchair. The worn velvet, imprinted with the shape of my body after countless hours of sitting. It reached out, its fingers brushing the fabric, then settling on the remote control, exactly where I usually left it. A low, sibilant whisper emanated from the speakers. It was barely audible, a sound like dry leaves skittering across pavement. You watch. We see. The voice was not human. It was a cacophony of whispers, a chorus of unseen entities, all speaking at once, yet forming a single, chilling utterance. It burrowed into my skull, vibrating through my very being. My eyes darted from the screen to the real-life armchair, then back again. My flat, my sanctuary, had become a stage, and I, the unwitting star. The figure turned its head, its shadowy form now facing the camera directly. I still couldn't discern any features, but I felt its gaze, a cold, unblinking stare that pierced through the screen, through the digital barrier, and into my very soul. It raised a hand, slowly, deliberately. Its fingers, long and skeletal, stretched towards the camera. The gesture was unmistakable, a beckoning, an invitation. My breath hitched. The screen flickered, then went black. The hum of the fridge, the click of the clock, the distant siren. They all returned, amplified in the sudden silence. The monitor, now a dark mirror, reflected my own terrified face. My heart hammered, a frantic drum against my ribs. My body trembled uncontrollably. The cold sweat turned clammy. I was alone in the flat, yet I felt a presence, an unseen weight in the room. I stumbled backwards, knocking my chair over with a clatter. The sound echoed in the sudden, vast emptiness of the room. My eyes darted to the hallway. The door was closed, locked, or was it? My memory, fractured by fear, couldn't confirm. I scrambled to my feet, my legs unsteady. Every shadow seemed to writhe, every creak of the old building a harbinger of doom. My gaze fell on the bookshelf, the photograph of my parents. It was still face down. A whimpering sound escaped my throat. It was my own. I backed away slowly, my eyes fixed on the door. My hand fumbled for my phone, a lifeline in the encroaching darkness. My fingers, slick with sweat, struggled to unlock it. What would I say? Someone is in my flat, but I only saw them on a live stream of my flat, which I found on a dark web auction site. They'd think I was mad. My gaze drifted back to the monitor. The screen remained black, but a faint, almost imperceptible flicker of light emanated from its depths. A single pixel, perhaps, or something else entirely. I felt it then, a cold breath on the back of my neck. My hair stood on end. My skin crawled. I wasn't alone. A low, guttural chuckle resonated through the room. It wasn't from the speakers. It was here, in the air, around me. My eyes widened in terror. I spun around, my heart hammering against my ribs. Nothing. Only the familiar, comforting clutter of my living room. But the feeling persisted, an undeniable, suffocating presence. The chuckle came again, closer this time. A dry, rasping sound. It seemed to emanate from the very walls, from the very air I breathed. "Welcome, Andrew." The voice was singular now, no longer a chorus. It was deep, resonant, and utterly devoid of warmth. It knew my name. My blood ran cold. My mind, already fractured, threatened to shatter completely. How did it know? A cold, spectral hand brushed my cheek. I gasped, stumbling backwards, my legs giving way. I fell to the floor, my eyes wide with terror, scanning the empty space. Nothing. No one. Yet the touch was undeniable, leaving a trail of icy dread in its wake. You sought the unfiltered. You found it. The voice was directly above me now, a whisper that vibrated through my bones. And now, you are the experience. Panic, raw and visceral, seized me. I scrambled backwards, crawling across the floor, desperate to escape. My fingers scrabbled at the carpet, seeking purchase, seeking an exit. A shadow detached itself from the wall, coalescing into the familiar, slender form. It stood before me, its head still tilted, observing. Its presence radiated an ancient, malevolent power. "The ultimate reflection," it repeated, its voice a silken rasp. "The unmaking." My vision blurred, tears of terror streaming down my face. I opened my mouth to scream, but no sound emerged. My throat was constricted, my lungs starved of air. The figure extended its hand again, not towards me, but towards my head. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for a blow, for an end. Instead, I felt a gentle pressure, a subtle shift in the air around me. A profound sense of clarity, cold and sharp, flooded my mind. The terror, the panic, the confusion, they receded, replaced by an unnerving calm. I opened my eyes. The figure was still there, but it seemed to shimmer, its edges indistinct. The room, too, had changed. The colors were more vivid, the shadows deeper. Every detail, every dust mote, every imperfection stood out with startling clarity. "You are free to observe," the voice murmured, now seemingly coming from everywhere and nowhere, from within. I tried to move, to speak, but my body felt distant, unresponsive. It was as if I was watching myself, a silent spectator in my own skin. My arms, my legs, my hands, they were no longer mine to command. The figure receded, melting back into the shadows from which it came. The room returned to its mundane state, the familiar clutter, the muted colors, but I was no longer the same. I stood up, my movements slow, deliberate, as if I were a puppet on invisible strings. I walked to the monitor, my eyes fixed on the black screen. The single flickering pixel was still there, a tiny, defiant pinprick of light in the darkness. I raised my hand, my own hand, and touched the screen. The pixel pulsed, brighter now, then expanded. It bloomed into an image, a new live stream. It was a room, an unfamiliar room filled with strange, archaic objects. A flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows on the walls. A figure sat at a table, hunched over a glowing screen. I leaned closer. The screen within the screen showed a grid of thumbnails. One of them, prominently displayed, was a close-up of a tarnished brass key. The title, The Door to the Self. My mind, now unnervingly calm, understood. The cycle, the endless, horrifying loop. I felt a faint, almost imperceptible smile touch my lips. Not my smile, but a smile nonetheless. The cold, analytical observer within me approved. The man on the screen, hunched over his monitor, was unaware. He was about to click the preview button. It's strange how the most life-changing discoveries can come from the most mundane tasks. 5 months ago, while cleaning up my digital clutter, I found something that has completely destroyed my sense of security and trust. I've moved house twice since then, changed my phone number, and still can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched. I'm writing this down partly as a warning, but mostly because keeping it to myself is driving me insane. I work in IT support for a university in Manchester. Nothing glamorous, just fixing printers, resetting passwords, and explaining to professors why they shouldn't click on suspicious email links. I've always been organized with my physical possessions, but absolutely terrible with digital housekeeping. My desktop was always a mess of random files. My download folder, a digital wasteland of forgotten PDFs and installation packages. My bad habits caught up with me when my laptop started running painfully slow. After putting it off for months, I finally set aside a Sunday afternoon to do a proper digital cleanup. I was living alone in a small flat near the university, having recently broken up with my girlfriend of 3 years. She'd moved to Edinburgh for work, and neither of us wanted the hassle of a long-distance relationship. So there I was, single again, at 32, spending my weekend deleting old files, while rain pelted against my windows. I started with the obvious stuff, emptying the recycle bin, clearing my downloads folder, uninstalling unused programs. Then I moved on to my email accounts, where years of newsletters, promotional offers, and spam had accumulated. I had 3 accounts that needed attention: my work email, my personal Gmail, and an old Hotmail account I'd had since university that I mainly kept for nostalgia and as a backup. The Hotmail account was the worst. Over 15,000 unread messages dating back to 2008. I was about to mass delete everything when I noticed the junk folder had a notification showing 246 items. Curious about what the spam filter had caught, I clicked on it. Most of it was exactly what you'd expect. Penis enlargement offers, fake lottery wins, phishing attempts. But as I scrolled down, I noticed something odd. There were several emails from the same address, just a string of numbers and letters at a domain I didn't recognize. Each had an attachment named with a date, going back about 2 years. The most recent one was from just a week earlier. Now, I know better than to open random attachments, especially from my junk folder. That's literally part of what I teach in the basic IT security workshops for new staff. But something about the systematic naming and regular frequency made me pause. These didn't look like typical spam. They looked almost like scheduled reports. Against my better judgment, I opened the most recent email. There was no message, just a text file attachment. I scanned it with my antivirus before opening it, and it came back clean. When I opened the file, I found what appeared to be login credentials and instructions. There was a long string of characters labeled onion URL, followed by a username and password. Below that were brief instructions. Use Tor browser only. Log in within 24 hours of receipt or credentials will reset. Do not share access. Monthly payment confirmed. I recognized the reference to an onion URL and Tor. This was clearly related to the dark web. But why was someone sending these details to my old email address? And what was this about a monthly payment? I checked the other emails and found they all contained similar text files, each with different credentials but the same instructions. The dates corresponded to the first day of each month, like clockwork. My first thought was that these were meant for someone else. Perhaps the previous owner of my email address, though I'd had this account since I was an undergraduate. My second thought was more unsettling. What if someone was using my forgotten email account for something illegal? I should have deleted everything right then, should have changed my password, set up two-factor authentication, and forgotten all about it. But curiosity is a powerful force, especially when you're bored and alone on a rainy Sunday. I told myself I was just being responsible. If someone was using my email for something illegal, I should know about it, right? So I downloaded the Tor browser, something I'd never used before despite working in IT. I told myself it was just research, that I would take a quick look and then report anything suspicious to the proper authorities. I copied the onion URL from the text file and pasted it into the Tor browser. It directed me to what looked like a login page with a minimalist black background. No site name, no logo, no indication of what this was for. Just username and password fields. Heart racing, I entered the credentials from the text file. The site loaded to what appeared to be a video hosting platform, similar to YouTube but with a much simpler interface. There were about 24 thumbnails organized in a grid, each showing what looked like CCTV footage of different rooms in a house. Some showed living rooms, others bedrooms, kitchens, even bathrooms. Each thumbnail had a date and timestamp from the previous month. I clicked on one that showed a living room. The video played, showing a completely ordinary scene. A woman in her 30s sitting on a sofa watching television while scrolling on her phone. The footage lasted about 5 minutes, during which nothing remarkable happened. She got up at one point to leave the room, came back with a glass of water, and resumed watching TV. I tried another video, this one of a kitchen. A man was cooking dinner while listening to music. Again, completely mundane. I clicked through several more videos, all showing similar everyday moments in people's lives. It was like watching the most boring reality show ever made. Then it hit me. These weren't actors. These weren't people who knew they were being filmed. These were private moments in private homes, recorded without consent. I was looking at footage from hacked security cameras or compromised devices. My stomach churned as the implications sank in. Someone had been using my forgotten email account as a way to distribute access to what amounted to illegal surveillance. And according to the instructions, someone was paying monthly for this access. I immediately closed the browser, feeling sick with guilt and fear. I just watched people who had no idea they were being observed. I'd invaded their privacy, even if unintentionally. And now my IP address was connected to this site, even though I'd used Tor. I spent the next hour changing all my passwords, enabling two-factor authentication on every account I had, and scanning my computer for malware. I debated whether to report what I'd found to the police, but hesitated. How would I explain that I'd accessed the site? Would they believe I had stumbled upon it innocently? Instead, I decided to send an anonymous tip to the cybercrime unit, providing the email address and a general description of what I'd found, but not mentioning my connection to it. I hoped they would investigate and shut down whatever operation this was. For the next week, I jumped at every notification on my phone, half expecting police to show up at my door. Nothing happened. No response to my tip, no suspicious activity on any of my accounts. I started to relax a little, telling myself that I'd done the right thing and could now move on. Then, exactly 1 month after discovering the emails, I received a message on my personal Gmail account, the one I actually used regularly. The subject line was missed payment, and it was from the same string of numbers and letters as the Hotmail emails. The message was brief. Payment interrupted. Service will terminate unless restored within 48 hours. Recent access from unauthorized location has been noted. My blood ran cold. Whoever was behind this knew that someone different had accessed the account. They had connected my old Hotmail to my current Gmail. They knew who I was. That same night, I noticed something strange while watching Netflix on my laptop. The webcam light briefly flickered on, then off. It could have been a glitch, but combined with the email, it sent me into a panic. I covered the camera with tape, but the damage to my peace of mind was done. Over the next few days, I became increasingly paranoid. I was convinced my devices had been compromised, that someone was watching me through my own technology. I started unplugging my router at night, covering all camera lenses, even disconnecting my smart TV. 2 weeks after the missed payment email, I came home from work to find my flat had been broken into. Nothing valuable was taken. Not my laptop, not my TV, not even the cash I kept in my desk drawer. The only thing disturbed was my bedside table, where my diary had been moved. I reported the break-in to the police, but without anything stolen, they didn't seem particularly concerned. I didn't tell them about the emails or the website. It seemed too disconnected, too paranoid. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak in the building, every passing car outside sent my heart racing. Around 3 a.m., I got up to make tea and noticed my laptop was open on the kitchen table, not where I'd left it, and certainly not how I'd left it. On the screen was a text document containing addresses and personal information about the people I'd seen in those videos. Below their information was my own, my full name, address, workplace, parents' address, and the routes I typically took to work. At the bottom was a simple message: witnesses are participants. Participants are responsible. I packed a bag and left that night, staying with a friend while I looked for a new place to live. I told everyone I'd had a plumbing disaster in my flat that made it uninhabitable. I changed my phone number, deleted all my social media, even considered changing jobs. It's been 5 months since then. I've moved twice, switching cities entirely the second time. I live completely offline now. No social media, no cloud storage, no smart devices. I'm writing this on a new laptop that has never been connected to my name in any way. But sometimes, I still see the webcam light flicker when I'm working late. Sometimes, I receive blank emails from addresses I don't recognize. And last week, I found a note on my car windscreen with just an Onion URL written on it. Different from the original one, but unmistakably similar in format. I don't know who these people are or why they chose my forgotten email account for their operation. I don't know if they're still watching those unsuspecting people or if they're now watching me instead. All I know is that somewhere in the vastness of the dark web, there are people who consider me a loose end that needs tying up. So if you ever find something unexpected while clearing out your digital junk, something that doesn't quite make sense, something that perhaps wasn't meant for you, delete it, close it, forget you ever saw it. Because once you've seen something you shouldn't, there's no going back. And in the dark corners of the internet, there are people who will go to extraordinary lengths to protect their secrets. Have you ever left a review online? I used to, occasionally, when something seemed worth commenting on. A restaurant that was particularly good or notably disappointing. A shop that went above and beyond or completely failed to deliver. Nothing elaborate, just a few stars and a couple of sentences. The sort of casual feedback that takes 30 seconds to write and then you forget about it. Last year, I left one review that was slightly more critical than usual. Still perfectly reasonable, I thought. Just honest about a meal that hadn't lived up to expectations. That's it. That one review is the reason I can't use my real name online anymore. Why I've closed all my social media accounts, and why I still receive anonymous messages containing photographs of my house taken from angles I didn't know were possible. I'm a dental hygienist working at a private practice in Cambridge. Been there for about 6 years now. I live in a terraced house on the outskirts of the city with my partner Rachel and our 2 cats. We're both in our early 30s, reasonably settled. The sort of people who have mortgage payments and pension contributions and think about things like garden maintenance. Normal, boring, exactly the kind of life where a restaurant review shouldn't matter at all. The restaurant in question was a new place that opened near the city centre last year, marketed as fine dining with a Mediterranean fusion concept. Rachel had booked us a table for our anniversary, drawn in by the glossy website and the promotional reviews from local food bloggers. The meal cost nearly £200 for the 2 of us. Expensive by our standards, but supposedly worth it for a special occasion. The experience was disappointing from the start. We waited 40 minutes past our booking time to be seated. The food was mediocre at best. Nothing like the elaborate dishes shown in the website photos. My main course arrived barely warm, and when I mentioned it to the waiter, he shrugged and said the kitchen was busy. Rachel's meal had ingredients listed on the menu that simply weren't present on the plate. We left feeling we'd wasted money we couldn't really afford on an evening that was meant to be memorable for better reasons. A few days later, I wrote an honest review on one of the major restaurant review websites. I explained what we'd experienced, noting the long wait, the quality issues, the dismissive service. I wasn't cruel or personal about it, didn't name staff members or use inflammatory language. I just described what had happened and said I wouldn't recommend the restaurant based on our visit. I gave it 2 stars out of 5, which seemed fair given the price and the promises they'd made. The review was posted under my real name, which the platform required for verified reviews. I didn't think anything of it at the time. It was just a restaurant review, the sort of consumer feedback that businesses should expect when they charge premium prices and under-deliver. I'd left dozens of reviews over the years for various businesses, all under my real name, never having any issues. Within days, I started receiving messages. They came through various platforms, the review website itself, my Facebook account, my email address, even my LinkedIn profile, which I barely used. The messages all followed a similar pattern, accusing me of lying about my experience, suggesting I was trying to damage a small business unfairly, demanding I remove my review immediately. Some messages were more aggressive than others. A few contained thinly veiled threats about consequences if I didn't take the review down. Others tried a different approach, claiming the restaurant owner was a single mother struggling to build a business, and my review was personally devastating to her family. The tactics varied, but the goal was always the same. They wanted my review deleted. I initially assumed these messages were from the restaurant owner or staff members, upset about negative feedback. It's not uncommon for businesses to respond defensively to criticism, even if it's legitimate. I reported the more threatening messages to the platforms they came through and otherwise tried to ignore them. My review was honest, and I had no intention of removing it just because someone didn't like what I'd written. Then the messages started including personal information, details about where I worked, which dental practice employed me, what time my shift typically started. One message mentioned my partner by name and described the car she drove. Another referenced our house, giving the street name and mentioning the distinctive blue door we'd painted the previous summer. That's when I started feeling genuinely concerned. These weren't just angry business owners or defensive staff. Someone had researched me extensively, gathering information from various sources to create a detailed picture of my life. The messages made it clear this information wasn't just passively collected. It was intended to intimidate me, to make me feel watched and vulnerable. I reported everything to the police. They took a statement, but explained that unless someone made explicit threats or engaged in sustained harassment that met legal thresholds, there wasn't much they could do. Sending messages that mentioned publicly available information wasn't itself illegal, however unsettling it felt. They advised me to make my social media accounts private and be cautious about my online presence. I did exactly that, locking down all my accounts and removing as much personal information as I could find. I also noticed that my restaurant review had accumulated dozens of comments, all attacking my credibility and character. People I'd never heard of claimed I was a competitor trying to sabotage a legitimate business. Others said they'd seen me behaving badly at the restaurant and that I'd invented my complaints. The comments were clearly coordinated, all posted within a short time frame, all using similar language patterns. What I didn't understand was why a restaurant would go to such lengths over a single negative review. The place had other reviews, some positive and some critical like mine. It wasn't as though my one review could destroy their business, especially since other customers had mentioned similar experiences. The response seemed wildly disproportionate to the perceived offense. Rachel suggested I just delete the review to make the whole situation go away. Part of me wanted to, just to stop the messages and get back to normal life. But another part felt stubborn about not being bullied into removing honest feedback. We compromised by me contacting the review platform to explain what was happening and asking if they could hide my personal information while keeping the review active. The platform support team was sympathetic but limited in what they could do. They removed my last name from the review and disabled comments on it, but they couldn't completely anonymize it without violating their verification policies. They also mentioned that several other reviewers who'd criticized this particular restaurant had reported similar harassment, suggesting this was part of a pattern rather than an isolated incident. That information should have made me feel less alone, but instead it worried me more. If multiple people were being targeted like this, it suggested the restaurant had resources and systems in place for dealing with negative reviews that went far beyond normal business responses. It implied organization and deliberate strategy rather than just emotional reactions to criticism. About 3 weeks after the harassment started, I discovered my home address had been posted on the dark web. A colleague at work who had some technical knowledge helped me access the relevant sites after I explained what had been happening. She showed me how to navigate these hidden spaces, warning me that what I might find wouldn't be pleasant. My My address was listed on a site that specialized in what they called reputation management services. The listing included my full name, home address, workplace, daily routine information, photos of my house and car, and detailed personal information about Rachel and me. It was presented as a dossier available for purchase, marketed to people interested in correcting what the site termed unjust online criticism of businesses. The listing made it clear what was being offered. For a fee, people could purchase access to comprehensive information about individuals who'd left negative reviews of certain businesses. The information could be used for various purposes, all of them designed to pressure reviewers into removing their criticism. The site didn't explicitly endorse harassment or violence, but the intended use was obvious from how the information was packaged and presented. My dossier had been purchased multiple times already. The site included a counter showing how many people had bought access to my information, and the number was in the 20s. 20 different people had paid money for detailed intelligence about my life, all because I'd left an honest review about a mediocre restaurant meal. But my information wasn't alone on the site. There were hundreds of similar dossiers, all targeting people who'd left negative reviews of various businesses across the UK. The site organized them by region and by the type of business reviewed, making it easy for restaurant owners or their representatives to find information about their critics. Some dossiers were more detailed than others, but they all included enough personal information to enable serious harassment or worse. The site also featured a messaging system where buyers could coordinate their activities. I could see discussions about my review specifically, with people planning how to pressure me into deleting it. Some suggested sending more threatening messages. Others proposed showing up at my workplace or home. A few discussed more subtle psychological tactics designed to make me feel unsafe without doing anything obviously illegal. Reading through these discussions was surreal and terrifying. These were real people, casually planning ways to intimidate me and disrupt my life, all over a restaurant review. The casual tone of their messages made it worse somehow. The way they discussed harassment strategies like they were planning a mild inconvenience rather than a campaign of psychological warfare. The police took this development more seriously. Evidence of organized harassment through dark web coordination met thresholds they could actually investigate. They seized my computer to document what we'd found and opened a formal investigation into the reputation management site and the people using it. The investigation revealed that the site was operated by a company offering what they marketed as online reputation services to businesses. For fees ranging from a few hundred to several £1,000s, they'd identify critics, compile detailed dossiers on them, and either harass them directly or provide information to clients who wanted to handle it themselves. The restaurant I'd reviewed was just one of dozens of businesses using their services. What made it particularly insidious was that the harassment was crowdsourced. The company would create the dossiers, but actual intimidation was carried out by multiple individuals who'd purchased access to the information. This made it extremely difficult to trace any single incident back to the company or the business that had commissioned the dossier. Each harassing message or threat could be dismissed as an isolated incident by a random internet user, even though they were all coordinated through the dark web marketplace. The company operating the site was eventually prosecuted, though the charges were complicated by the fact that they technically only provided information rather than directly engaging in harassment. Several individuals who'd purchased access to dossiers and sent threatening messages were also charged, but many remained anonymous and untraceable. The site itself was shut down, but police confirmed similar services continued operating elsewhere. My dossier presumably still exists in private collections of people who downloaded it before the site was closed. The photos of my house, the details about my routine, the personal information about Rachel, all of that is still out there somewhere, saved on devices I'll never identify, potentially being shared through networks I can't access. We moved house about 6 months after all this happened. Not just because of the harassment, though that was certainly a factor. The knowledge that our home had been photographed and analyzed, that strangers had discussed showing up there, made it impossible to feel safe. Our new address is carefully guarded. We don't link it to our names online anywhere. We have security cameras. We're hyper-vigilant about maintaining privacy. I deleted the review eventually, not because the harassment achieved its intended goal, but because I wanted to remove any reason for people to continue targeting me. The review website understood and didn't penalize me for removing it. They also implemented new policies about protecting reviewers from retaliation, though I'm not sure how effective those policies can be given how much personal information is inherently shared when leaving verified reviews. What haunts me most is thinking about all the other people whose dossiers appeared on that site, most of whom probably never discovered they'd been targeted. How many honest reviewers faced harassment without ever understanding it was coordinated? How many deleted reviews under pressure without knowing about the dark web marketplace facilitating their intimidation? How many moved house or changed jobs, or lived in fear because they'd exercised their right to share legitimate consumer experiences? The restaurant closed down about a year after all this happened, not because of my review or anyone else's, but because they genuinely weren't very good. The space was taken over by a different restaurant that actually delivers on its promises and treats customers properly. I've never left a review for them, even though they deserve positive recognition. I can't bring myself to leave restaurant reviews anymore, can't participate in consumer feedback systems that should be helpful, but turned out to be dangerous. That's what I think about now when I see negative reviews online. Not whether they're fair or accurate, but whether the person who wrote them has any idea what they might have exposed themselves to. Whether their honest feedback about a disappointing meal or poor service has resulted in their home being photographed, their routine being documented, their personal information being compiled and sold to strangers who view intimidation as a business service worth paying for. I left a bad review once. Just one honest assessment of a genuinely poor experience at a restaurant that charged premium prices and delivered mediocre results. That review led to organized harassment, dark web dossiers, personal threats, and ultimately having to move house and reconstruct our digital lives. All because I thought consumer feedback was meant to be honest, and that businesses should be accountable for the experiences they provide. The asymmetry of it still bothers me. A restaurant can take your money, serve you poorly, treat you dismissively, and you're supposed to just accept it. But if you honestly describe what happened in a review, you become a target. Your home gets photographed, your routine gets analyzed, your life gets disrupted by people who view your criticism as an attack that justifies retaliation. I've learned to stay silent now, to keep my opinions private, to avoid participating in the feedback systems that theoretically make markets more efficient and businesses more accountable. It's safer that way, less vulnerable, though it means bad businesses continue operating without the public accountability they deserve. That's what they want, of course. That's the entire purpose of services like the one that targeted me, to silence honest criticism through intimidation and make consumers afraid to share their genuine experiences. So I stay quiet now, and I suspect many others do too after experiencing similar harassment. We move through our consumer lives pretending everything is fine, leaving only positive reviews, if we leave any at all, never mentioning when we've been disappointed or mistreated. Not because businesses have improved, but because we've learned that honesty has consequences that extend far beyond a simple online review. That restaurant review cost me £200 for a mediocre meal, and thousands of pounds in moving costs, security systems, and psychological counselling. It cost me my sense of safety in my own home and my willingness to participate honestly in consumer feedback systems. All for being truthful about an experience that genuinely happened, written in measured language, posted where such reviews are meant to be shared. I left a bad review once, and I'll never make that mistake again. The scariest moments often begin with the most ordinary actions. 5 months ago, I was just looking for a charger in my brother's room, but what I found changed everything I thought I knew about him, about our family, about the thin line between curiosity and danger. I was home from university for the summer break, staying in my childhood bedroom that had been partially converted into a storage space since I'd moved out. My younger brother Jake was 16 at the time, in that phase where privacy becomes sacred territory. He'd always been quiet, more comfortable with technology than people, spending hours in his room playing games or coding, or whatever it was that kept him glued to his screens. We'd never been especially close. The 4-year age gap meant we'd always existed in different social worlds, but we got along well enough. That afternoon, I'd been watching Netflix on my laptop when the battery died, and my charger was nowhere to be found. My parents were both at work, and Jake was at football practice, so I figured I'd borrow his. I knew he kept a spare one in his desk drawer because I'd seen him grab it once when we were leaving for a family trip. I didn't think he'd mind. It wasn't like I was snooping through his things, just grabbing a charger. His room was surprisingly tidy for a teenage boy. Bed made, clothes put away, desk organized with his laptop closed and his tablet propped up on a stand. The tablet was still on, screen dimmed but not locked. I opened his desk drawer and found the charger easily enough, but as I was about to leave, the tablet screen lit up with a notification. I didn't mean to look, honestly. It was just one of those automatic things where your eyes are drawn to sudden movement. The notification was from an app I didn't recognize, something with a dark icon hidden in a folder labeled Games 2. I probably would have ignored it completely if not for the preview text. Package confirmed. Coordinates uploaded. Something about the wording struck me as odd. Not like a normal game notification about completed quests or energy refills. I hesitated for a moment, feeling that boundary between respecting his privacy and a growing sense of concern. Jake had been acting differently lately, more secretive, staying up until strange hours, occasionally receiving packages he'd quickly hide away. Our mum had chalked it up to typical teenage behavior, but something about those small changes had been nagging at me. I tapped the folder, labeled Games 2. Inside were several apps that looked like standard games, the kinds with colorful icons and generic names. But among them was one that stood out. A dark blue icon with a simple T logo. I recognized it immediately as Tor, the browser commonly used to access the dark web. My stomach tightened. I'd read enough articles and seen enough documentaries to know what the dark web was, that hidden part of the internet where illegal marketplaces thrived. What was my 16-year-old brother doing with a Tor browser? Maybe he was just curious, I told myself. Maybe it was for a school project on internet security or digital privacy. I should have put the tablet down right then. Should have taken the charger and left, maybe mentioned it casually to Jake later. But instead, I tapped the Tor icon. It opened immediately, no password, no fingerprint required. He'd left himself logged in. The browser opened to what looked like a marketplace, dark background, simple text links, product listings with Bitcoin prices. My heart rate quickened as I realized I was looking at a page selling illegal substances, various pills, powders, and plants, all categorized and rated by users like some twisted version of Amazon. I scrolled through the page, feeling increasingly ill. Was Jake buying drugs? He'd never shown any signs of substance abuse. No dilated pupils, no mood swings, no missing money. He was still getting top marks in school, still attending his coding club. It didn't make sense. Then I noticed he was logged into an account. The username Quantum Shift appeared in the corner with a small inbox icon showing unread messages. The privacy boundary was now a distant memory as I tapped on the inbox, driven by growing concern for my brother. The messages loaded, showing a conversation between Quantum Shift and someone called Vendox 3. As I read through them, confusion gave way to dawning horror. Jake wasn't buying drugs. He was selling something called access packages. From what I could piece together, he was offering live feeds into people's homes, their security cameras, baby monitors, laptops, and phones. The messages discuss prices for different access levels and durations of entertainment. Vendor X3 was apparently a middleman who connected Jake with clients willing to pay for these access packages. My hands were shaking now. This couldn't be right. My quiet, awkward brother, who still collected Pokemon cards, couldn't be hacking into people's devices and selling access to strangers. But the evidence was right there in front of me. Detailed instructions on how to access specific cameras, usernames and passwords for various accounts. Even screenshots showing living rooms, bedrooms and other private spaces. I scrolled further and found a folder labeled Inventory. Inside were dozens of files, each named with what looked like postcodes. I clicked on one at random and felt my blood turn to ice. It was a document containing everything about a family living just 3 streets away from us. Their names, ages, work schedules, the layout of their home, their Wi-Fi password, and links to access their various connected devices. There were notes about their routines when they were typically out of the house, and even details about a hidden spare key. At the bottom was a disturbing note. Premium package, £350 per month. Full access plus entry potential. I recognized the family's name. They had a daughter in year 7, the same school Jake attended. Their son played on the same football team. These weren't random targets. These were people we knew. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. How had Jake done this? He was good with computers, sure, but this level of hacking seemed beyond a teenager's capabilities. Had he found some exploit? Learned from someone online? More importantly, did he understand the full implications of what he was doing? I nearly dropped the tablet when I heard the front door open downstairs. Jake was home early. I quickly closed the browser, put the tablet back exactly as I'd found it, and grabbed the charger. I was halfway to the door when I heard his footsteps on the stairs. We nearly collided in the hallway. His face registered surprise, then suspicion. I held up the charger, mumbling something about borrowing it, trying to keep my voice steady despite the typhoon of thoughts swirling in my head. He nodded, but his eyes narrowed slightly, tracking my movements with unusual intensity. Had he always looked at people that way, and I just never noticed? Back in my room, I paced back and forth, unsure what to do. Tell our parents, confront Jake directly, call the police. This wasn't some harmless teenage rebellion or victimless crime. He was violating people's privacy in the most fundamental way, potentially putting them at risk of theft, stalking, or worse. I decided to gather more information before doing anything drastic. Over the next few days, I paid closer attention to Jake's behavior. I noticed things I'd overlooked before, how he would sometimes stop typing when someone walked behind him, how he had multiple external hard drives hidden throughout his room, how he would take phone calls outside where no one could hear. One night, I pretended to be asleep when he crept downstairs at 2 a.m. I followed silently and watched from the stairwell as he opened our neighbor's garden gate, using gloves despite the warm summer night. He placed a small device, barely larger than a pound coin, under their garden bench, then returned home, looking around carefully before coming inside. The next morning, I searched online and discovered the device was likely a Wi-Fi repeater or signal interceptor. My technical knowledge was limited, but from what I could understand, he was creating a network of devices to help him access home systems remotely. I was in over my head, terrified of what my brother was involved in, but equally scared of what might happen to him if I reported him. Would he go to juvenile detention? Would this follow him forever? Was there a way to stop him without destroying his future? A week after my discovery, I came home to find Jake sitting in my room, my laptop open in front of him. His face was emotionless as he turned the screen toward me. On it was my search history, how to report cybercrime, what happens to underage hackers, Wi-Fi signal interceptors illegal. "You went through my tablet," he said, his voice unnervingly calm. Not a question, a statement. He stood up, closing the laptop. "You don't understand what you've seen." I tried to explain that I was worried about him, that he was committing serious crimes, but he just smiled, a cold expression I'd never seen on my little brother before. He told me he wasn't just some script kiddie playing around. He had connections now, people who valued his skills, who would be very unhappy if his operation was compromised. Then he showed me something on his phone, a live feed of our parents' bedroom, their bathroom, their car. He scrolled through more feeds. My university accommodation, my friend's flat, my girlfriend's house. Places I'd been, bringing my devices, unknowingly carrying his malware wherever I went. "I've been practicing on our family first," he explained, as casually as if discussing a school project. "It's easier to test new methods on familiar networks." His expression hardened. "If you say anything to anyone, all of this data gets uploaded to my clients, every private moment, every conversation, everything." That was 5 months ago. I've since returned to university, trying to maintain the illusion that everything is normal. Jake acts like our conversation never happened when we speak on the phone or during video calls. But sometimes, when my laptop camera light flickers for no reason, or my phone restarts unexpectedly, I'm reminded that my brother is always watching. I've disconnected most of my devices, bought covers for every camera, and used public computers for anything important. But I know it's not enough. The dark web has given a 16-year-old boy power that no one should have, and I'm trapped by the consequences of his actions and my discovery. What terrifies me most isn't just that Jake is spying on people, it's that he's selling what he sees to strangers with unknown intentions. Every day, I wonder what those clients are doing with their access packages. Are they just voyeurs, or are they planning something worse? And how many other families are living with their own Jake? Someone they trust who has secretly turned their private lives into commodities on the dark web marketplace. I don't know how this ends. I don't know how to save my brother from what he's becoming, or how to protect the people he's targeting. I only know that the line between the dark web and our everyday lives is much thinner than we want to believe. And sometimes, the most dangerous predator isn't some anonymous hacker on the other side of the world. Sometimes, it's the quiet teenager down the hall, the one who knows your routines, your passwords, and exactly when you'll be most vulnerable. Have you ever given away furniture you didn't need anymore? I have. About 18 months ago, I put an old sofa and chest of drawers up for free collection, just getting rid of things that were taking up space after I'd bought replacements. You know how it is, seemed more responsible than paying for a skip, and someone else might get some use out of them. One of those small, practical decisions you make without giving it much thought. The sort of thing people do all the time. Except those pieces of furniture I gave away apparently never left my house. At least, that's what several people believe. People who spent money purchasing detailed inventories of my possessions that were compiled over the past year and a half. Inventories that still list items I got rid of, photographed and catalogued whilst they were still sitting in my living room, before I had any idea what that collection visit was really about. I'm a librarian working at a county library in Nottingham. I've been there for around 9 years now, mostly managing the children's section and organising reading programs during school holidays. I live alone in a small 2-bedroom flat on the 3rd floor of a converted mill building near the canal. It's quiet, affordable, close enough to walk to work on decent days. I've lived there for nearly 5 years, long enough that I've stopped really noticing the space and just exist in it comfortably. The furniture situation came up because I'd finally saved enough to replace some pieces I'd inherited from my grandmother when she passed away. Perfectly functional items, but heavy, outdated, not really my style. The sofa was one of those floral pattern things from the 80s, sturdy but hideous. The chest of drawers was solid oak, nice enough but too large for my bedroom. I wanted something lighter, more modern, and I needed to get rid of the old furniture before the new pieces were delivered. I posted both items on a local website that facilitates free collections. You put up photos and descriptions, people respond if they're interested, and you arrange a time for them to collect. I'd used the site before for giving away books and kitchen items, and it had always worked straightforwardly. Within a day, I had several responses, and I arranged for someone to collect both pieces on the following Saturday afternoon. The person who came to collect was a man in his 40s, pleasant enough, arrived with a van, and a younger lad, who helped him carry things down the stairs. He introduced himself as Mark, said he was refurbishing a property and could use the furniture for staging. We chatted briefly whilst they loaded the van. He commented on how nice my flat was, the high ceilings and large windows that come with converted industrial buildings. Asked how long I'd lived there, whether I enjoyed the area. That sort of polite conversation people make whilst accomplishing practical tasks. They took the furniture and left, and I thought nothing more about it. My new sofa and drawers arrived the following week, and I got on with arranging them and enjoying the updated look of my flat. The whole transaction had taken maybe 30 minutes of my time total, and I felt good about keeping usable furniture out of landfill. About 2 months later, I started noticing odd things around the flat. Nothing dramatic, just small details that seemed off. A book on my shelf that I was certain I'd moved was back in its original position. A mug in my cupboard placed handle left when I always positioned them handle right. The bathroom window left slightly open when I was sure I'd closed it before leaving for work. I convinced myself I was just being forgetful, that I'd moved these things and not remembered doing so. Working long hours during the summer reading challenge at the library, I was tired and probably not paying proper attention to small details at home. Everyone has moments where they question whether they've done something or just thought about doing it. Then I found a hairpin on my bathroom floor. I have short hair and never use hairpins. None of my friends who'd visited recently used them either. It was just there, a plain metal hairpin that hadn't been present when I'd cleaned the bathroom a few days earlier. I picked it up and stared at it, trying to think of any reasonable explanation for how it had appeared. Around the same time, my neighbor mentioned she'd seen someone in the building's entrance hall late one evening, someone she didn't recognize who'd been standing by the mailboxes looking at the flat numbers. She'd assumed they were visiting someone and hadn't thought much of it, but she mentioned it casually because the building was usually quite secure and she wasn't used to seeing strangers. I started paying more attention to my flat after that, making note of exactly how I left things before going to work. I took photos of my bookshelf arrangement, my kitchen cupboards, the position of items on my bathroom counter. When I came home, I'd compare the photos to what I found. Small changes kept appearing. A chair pulled out slightly from the dining table, a coat in my wardrobe hanging on a different hook, my bedroom curtains positioned differently than I'd left them. Someone was entering my flat whilst I was at work, not taking anything, not leaving obvious evidence, just moving through the space and touching things in ways that made their presence known. It felt like a deliberate campaign to make me feel unsafe, to demonstrate that my home wasn't actually private or secure. I changed my locks, which wasn't cheap given the building's security requirements. I installed a small camera in my living room, one of those basic devices that connects to your phone and records when motion is detected. For several days, nothing unusual appeared on the footage, just me leaving in the morning and returning in the evening, the flat empty and undisturbed in between. Then I reviewed footage from a Wednesday afternoon and found what I'd been dreading. Someone had entered my flat around 2 in the afternoon, during a time when I was reliably at work. They'd moved through the space systematically, not searching for valuables, but appearing to document everything. They'd opened drawers and cupboards, examined items on shelves, looked through papers on my desk. They'd spent nearly an hour in my flat before leaving. The figure was wearing gloves and a cap pulled low, making identification difficult. But what disturbed me most was how familiar they seemed with the layout. They moved confidently, knowing where rooms were without hesitation, opening cupboards and drawers like they already knew what they'd find inside. This wasn't someone's first visit. They'd been here before, multiple times probably, learning the space well enough to navigate it comfortably. I took the footage to the police. They treated it seriously, sending officers to check my flat for signs of forced entry and taking statements about the incidents I'd noticed. They couldn't find any evidence of how the person had gained access. The locks showed no signs of tampering. The windows were all secure. There was no obvious method of entry that forensics could identify. A detective assigned to my case asked detailed questions about my daily routine, who had access to my flat, whether I'd given keys to anyone recently. I mentioned the furniture collection from a few months earlier, the man named Mark who'd been inside my flat to collect the items. The detective made notes and said they'd look into it, though she seemed doubtful a casual furniture collection could be connected to break-ins months later. About a week after reporting the break-in, I received a message through Facebook from an account I didn't recognize. It contained only a link, no text or explanation. The profile was anonymous, created recently, with no posts or friends. Every instinct told me not to click the link, but I needed to understand what was happening. I copied the link and searched for information about it, discovering it led to an address on the dark web. I spent an evening researching how to access these hidden websites, eventually managing to navigate to the address from that message. What I found made me feel physically sick. It was a marketplace specializing in what they called residential intelligence services, detailed inventories of people's homes compiled through physical access and surveillance, available for purchase by anyone interested. My flat was listed there. The inventory included photographs of every room, detailed lists of my possessions, notes about the layout and security measures. But what made it especially disturbing was how comprehensive the documentation was. The listing included information about my daily routine, what time I left for work, when I typically returned, what days I was most reliably absent from the flat. The photographs showed things I'd given away months ago. The floral sofa, the oak chest of drawers, both clearly visible in images supposedly documenting my current possessions. The inventory lists also referenced these items, describing them in detail as though they were still present in my home. Someone had photographed and catalogued my flat before I changed the furniture, and they'd been selling that information to buyers who had no idea it was partially outdated. But the listing had been updated recently. New photographs showed my replacement furniture, with notes explaining that the residence had been redecorated, but the layout and security remained unchanged. Buyers who purchased the original inventory were being offered updated information at a discount, essentially a subscription service for detailed intelligence about my private living space. The marketplace showed my listing had been purchased around 15 times. 15 different people had paid money for detailed information about my flat, my possessions, my routine. The site included buyer feedback, comments from previous purchasers rating the accuracy and usefulness of the information. Several mentioned using it for planning purposes. Others praised the quality of the photographs and the detail of the inventory lists. Some comments were more specific and deeply unsettling. One buyer mentioned they'd successfully accessed the residence during the time frame listed and confirmed the information was reliable. Another discussed using the floor plan to plan entry and exit routes. A third commented that the target's routine was predictable enough to allow for extended visits without risk of discovery. These weren't people planning burglaries in any traditional sense. They weren't looking for valuable items to steal quickly and sell on. They were purchasing access to private spaces, opportunities to enter someone's home and spend time there whilst the occupant was away. The marketplace facilitated a specific type of violation, selling the ability to walk through a stranger's bedroom, examine their belongings, exist in their private space without their knowledge or consent. The detective I'd been working with became much more engaged when I showed her what I'd found. This type of organized residential access service was something their cybercrime unit had been tracking but struggling to infiltrate. The fact that I'd been sent a direct link to my own listing suggested whoever was running the operation wanted me to know what was happening, perhaps as intimidation or as a way of advertising their services to others who might be interested. The investigation revealed that the furniture collection had been the method of initial access and intelligence gathering. The man who'd collected my items, whoever he really was, had used that legitimate visit to photograph my flat, note the layout, potentially copy my keys or test logs to determine how easily they could be bypassed later. The furniture itself was irrelevant. It had just been an excuse to gain entry and spend time examining a space that would later be documented and sold. They'd been operating this scheme across the East Midlands for over a year, responding to furniture collection posts and using those visits to gather residential intelligence. Most victims never knew anything had happened beyond giving away unwanted items. Only a few, like me, had noticed the subsequent intrusions and made the connection to that initial visit. The police arrested 3 people involved in the operation, though the person I'd known as Mark wasn't among them. That name had obviously been fake, and the van's registration had been cloned from a legitimate vehicle. The marketplace itself was shut down temporarily, but apparently resurfaced elsewhere within weeks. My listing was presumably copied and preserved before the site was taken down, still circulating somewhere in spaces I can't access. I moved out of that flat within 2 months of discovering the marketplace. I couldn't stay somewhere that had been so thoroughly documented and sold to strangers. Knowing that around 15 people had purchased detailed information about my home, that some of them had used that information to enter whilst I was at work, that photographs of my bedroom and bathroom were saved on devices I'd never locate. It was too much. My new flat is on the ground floor of a different building, deliberately chosen for better security and less privacy risk. I've installed extensive security measures, and I'm hyper-vigilant about who I allow inside. I'll never give away furniture through collection websites again. Never allow strangers into my home for any reason, no matter how innocent the purpose seems. But I know my old flat's documentation still exists somewhere. The photographs, the inventory lists, the detailed notes about layout and routine, all preserved in private collections and possibly still being traded through marketplaces I'll never find. The new tenants who moved in after me have no idea their home was professionally catalogued and sold online. That detailed instructions for accessing it exist in multiple hands. I think about warning them sometimes, explaining what happened so they can take precautions. But how do you tell strangers that their home has been mapped out and sold to people interested in entering it without permission? How do you prove something that exists only in hidden corners of the internet and in private collections you can't access? So instead, I stay silent, and I live more carefully now, questioning every interaction that might involve giving someone access to my space. I've learned that generosity has risks I never considered, that the simple act of giving away unwanted furniture can be exploited by people who see residential access as a commodity worth documenting and selling. The furniture I gave away is probably in a landfill now, or maybe it really is staging a property somewhere like Mark claimed. I'll never know, and it doesn't really matter. What matters is that the 30 minutes I spent allowing strangers into my home to collect those items led to months of violations, to discovering my private space had been sold to multiple buyers, to ultimately having to abandon a flat I'd lived in comfortably for years. I gave away furniture I didn't need anymore, just a sofa and a chest of drawers, free to whoever wanted them, collected by someone who seemed perfectly ordinary and legitimate. That simple transaction led to professional documentation of my entire living space, systematic intrusions whilst I was at work, and the permanent knowledge that detailed inventories of my possessions and habits exist somewhere I can't control or eliminate. That's what I think about now when I see furniture listed for free collection online. Not whether the items are worth saving from landfill or whether someone could use them, but whether the person posting realizes what they might be inviting into their home. Whether they understand that a legitimate seeming collection visit could be cover for something much darker, something that continues long after the furniture has been taken away. I gave away furniture once, and that decision cost me my sense of security, my home, and my willingness to trust ordinary transactions that should be straightforward and safe. All because I didn't realize that some people view access to private spaces as valuable enough to systematically exploit, document, and sell to strangers who have reasons of their own for wanting detailed information about how someone lives when they think they're alone. won something once, or at least I thought I had. It was one of those online competitions you enter without really expecting anything to come of it, the sort where you provide your email address and answer a few questions for a chance at winning a holiday or a voucher. I can't even remember now which competition it was specifically, just that I'd entered several around the same time, and one of them had apparently selected me as a winner. That moment of unexpected good luck is the reason I now sleep with my curtains drawn, my phone on silent, and a growing sense that I'm being watched in ways I'll never fully understand. I'm a hairdresser working at a salon in Leicester. Been there for around 8 years now. It's a good job, steady clientele. The kind of work where you get to know people over time through their regular appointments. I rent a small flat above a chip shop on a busy road near the city centre. Nothing fancy, but it's affordable and convenient for getting to work. I live alone. Always have preferred it that way, though that independence feels more like vulnerability now. The email about winning the competition arrived on a Saturday morning last spring. I'd been entering various online competitions for months, mostly out of boredom during quiet evenings at home. Gift vouchers, spa days, weekend breaks, the kind of prizes that seemed appealing but unlikely. The email said I'd won a luxury hamper worth around £300, filled with premium foods and wines, and I just needed to confirm my delivery details. The message looked legitimate enough. Professional formatting, a logo I vaguely recognized from one of the competition websites I'd visited, congratulatory language that seemed genuine. It asked me to click a link to verify my details and select a delivery date. I did exactly that, pleased with my unexpected luck and already mentally planning who I'd share the hamper contents with. The verification form asked for standard delivery information. My full name and address, obviously, but also a phone number in case the courier needed to contact me. Then it asked about my availability for delivery, wanting to know which days I typically worked, what hours I was usually home, whether I had neighbors who could accept packages on my behalf. It explained that the hamper contained perishable items and needed to be delivered when someone would definitely be available to receive it. I provided all the information requested. My work schedule at the salon, the fact that I worked Tuesday through Saturday, that I was usually home by 7 in the evening on work days and all day Sunday and Monday. I mentioned I didn't really know my neighbors well enough to have them accept deliveries, and that the best time would be Sunday afternoon when I was definitely home. The form also asked about dietary restrictions and preferences, supposedly so they could tailor the hamper contents appropriately. I answered those questions too, noting that I was vegetarian, that I didn't drink red wine, that I had a mild allergy to nuts. It seemed like good customer service, making sure the prize would actually be something I could enjoy, rather than a generic selection. A confirmation email arrived within minutes, thanking me for providing my details and saying the hamper would be delivered within 2 weeks. I felt satisfied and lucky, the small rush of pleasure that comes from winning something unexpected, even if it wasn't life-changing. The hamper never arrived. After 3 weeks, I tried to follow up using the email address from the original message, but my emails bounced back as undeliverable. I searched for the competition website I thought I'd entered, but I couldn't find it anymore. I checked my browser history, but I'd entered so many different competitions that I couldn't identify which specific one had supposedly selected me as a winner. I eventually accepted that it had probably been a scam, annoyed with myself for falling for it, but assuming the worst consequence would be some spam emails. I hadn't provided bank details or anything that could be used for direct financial fraud, just delivery information and personal preferences. It seemed like an elaborate scam for relatively minimal payoff. but I figured the scammers had probably sent the same email to thousands of people hoping to collect data they could sell to marketing companies. About a month later, I started noticing a car parked on my street that I didn't recognize. A dark blue Vauxhall, usually parked a few spaces down from my building, often there when I left for work and still there when I returned. I didn't think much of it initially. Parking on my street was always competitive, and residents often left cars in the same spots for days at a time. Then I started seeing the same car in other locations, parked near the salon where I worked, visible from the window where I spent most of my day cutting hair, parked outside the supermarket I usually shopped at on Sunday mornings, parked near the bus stop I used when visiting my mum across town. The same dark blue Vauxhall, or at least what appeared to be the same one, showing up in too many places to be coincidental. I tried to get a look at the driver, but the windows were tinted enough that I could only make out vague shapes inside. I never saw anyone get in or out of the car, never caught a clear view of who was driving. It was just there, persistently present in locations where I spent time, watching without ever doing anything overtly threatening. I reported it to the police, explaining that I believed someone was following me. They took a statement and said they'd increase patrols in my area, but they were honest about how difficult it was to act on these situations. Following someone wasn't itself illegal unless it crossed into harassment or stalking territory, and I didn't have evidence of threats or direct contact. They took down the registration number I'd managed to note, but when they checked it, the car was registered to a leasing company with multiple vehicles on their fleet. Tracing who was actually driving at any given time would be nearly impossible. The car eventually stopped appearing, or at least I stopped noticing it after a few weeks. I told myself I'd been paranoid, that it was probably someone who happened to live and work in similar areas to me, that the pattern I'd seen was just coincidence amplified by anxiety. Then other things started happening, small things at first, easy to dismiss individually, but forming a pattern that became harder to ignore. I'd find my rubbish bin moved from where I'd left it, positioned differently than I remembered. The position of my doormat would be slightly off, as though someone had lifted it and replaced it carelessly. Once I found a cigarette stub near my door, even though I didn't smoke and neither did any of my neighbors as far as I knew. Inside my flat, I'd noticed minor changes that could have been my own forgetfulness, but felt wrong. A kitchen cupboard left slightly ajar when I was certain I'd closed it. A book moved on my shelf, not dramatically, but enough that I noticed it wasn't where I'd last placed it. My bathroom window left unlatched when I always kept it locked. I started documenting these incidents, taking photos of how I left things so I could compare them when I returned. The documentation confirmed I wasn't imagining it. Things were being moved, adjusted, interfered with while I was out. Someone had access to my flat, entering and leaving without forcing locks or breaking windows, just subtle enough that each individual incident could be explained away as forgetfulness or accident. I had my locks changed, installed a chain on the door, checked all the windows obsessively before leaving. The disturbances continued. A drawer in my bedroom would be open slightly. A coat in my wardrobe would be hanging differently than I'd left it. My toothbrush would be in a different position on the sink. What made it more disturbing was that nothing was ever stolen or damaged. Whoever was entering my flat wasn't taking anything or leaving obvious evidence of their presence. They were just moving through my space, touching my belongings, making their presence known in the smallest possible ways. It felt like psychological warfare, designed to make me question my own perception and feel unsafe in my own home. I installed a small camera in my living room. One of those basic security cameras that connects to your phone and records when it detects movement. The first few days showed nothing unusual. Just me moving around the flat going about my normal routine. Then on the fourth day, whilst I was at work, the camera captured someone entering my flat. The figure was dressed in dark clothes and wore a balaclava that completely obscured their face. They moved through my flat systematically, not looking for valuables to steal, but appearing to document everything. They opened drawers and cupboards, looked through papers on my desk, examined items on my shelves. They spent several minutes in my bedroom, going through my wardrobe and checking under my bed. The whole intrusion lasted about 40 minutes before they left as silently as they'd entered. Most disturbing was what they did at the end. They walked directly to where the camera was positioned, despite it being small and relatively well hidden. They stood there for several long seconds, staring directly into the lens, letting me know they were aware of being recorded and weren't concerned about it. Then they reached up and adjusted the camera angle slightly before leaving. A small violation that made it clear they could access my flat whenever they wanted, and there was nothing I could do to stop them. I took the footage to the police immediately. They treated it more seriously this time, with actual evidence of someone illegally entering my home. But the figure in the video was completely unidentifiable, and they'd been careful not to touch anything that might leave fingerprints. The police arranged for forensics to check my flat, but they found nothing useful. Whoever was entering knew how to avoid leaving evidence. A detective assigned to my case asked if I'd recently signed up for any online services or provided personal information to anyone I didn't know well. I mentioned the competition email from months earlier, though I didn't see how that could be connected. She asked if I still had the email, and when I showed it to her, her expression changed. She explained that these fake competition emails were being used to gather detailed information about people's routines and living situations. The questions about work schedules, availability times, living alone, dietary preferences, none of it was about delivering a hamper. It was intelligence gathering, creating profiles of potential targets who could be monitored and accessed. The detective showed me how to access a dark web marketplace where these profiles were being sold. My information was listed there, complete with everything I'd provided on that verification form, and additional details that had apparently been gathered through surveillance. My work schedule, the fact that I lived alone, my regular shopping times, even my recent habit of visiting my mum on Sunday afternoons, all documented, analyzed, and made available for purchase. The listing described me as an ideal target for what they called residential access services. People could purchase rights to enter my flat during specific time windows when I was reliably away. The profile explained that locks had been bypassed using specialized tools, that the flat had minimal security, that entry and exit could be accomplished without alerting neighbors or authorities. But it wasn't just about burglary. The listing mentioned that the flat had been accessed multiple times already for photography and documentation purposes. There were buyers interested in detailed images of someone's private living space, in being able to study how a person organized their belongings, in having visual access to intimate details of a stranger's life. The marketplace showed my profile had been purchased multiple times by different users. Some had bought access for physical entry, which explained the person caught on my camera. Others had purchased photographic documentation, which meant images of my private space existed somewhere I'd never find them. The listing was still active, still accepting new purchases, still describing my flat as available for access. Comments beneath my listing discussed the quality of access and the accuracy of the timing information. Previous buyers had left feedback rating their experience, mentioning that my routine was reliable and that entry was straightforward. One comment noted that I'd installed a camera which had been easily managed during their visit. Another comment discussed specific items in my bedroom, describing my belongings in detail that suggested they'd spent considerable time examining my personal space. The police investigation eventually identified the person who'd created my profile, someone who'd sent thousands of fake competition emails and collected information from hundreds of respondents. They were prosecuted for fraud and other offenses, but the marketplace itself continued operating, and the profiles that had already been created remained accessible. My information was still there, marked as potentially compromised, but still available for reference. I moved out of that flat within weeks of discovering the marketplace. I couldn't stay somewhere that had been so thoroughly violated that multiple strangers had accessed and photographed while I was away. My new place has serious security, proper locks, multiple cameras, alarm system, the works. I'm hyper-vigilant about any requests for personal information, no matter how innocent they seem. But I know the profile still exists somewhere online. My old address, my routine from that period, images of my former living space that strangers can still view and study. The listing has been updated to note that I've moved, but the historical information remains accessible, permanently archived in spaces I can't reach or control. What haunts me most is thinking about all the other people who received similar competition emails and filled out verification forms, never realizing what they were actually providing. The detective told me thousands of these profiles had been created across the UK, targeting people who lived alone, who had predictable routines, who seemed vulnerable in ways that made their living spaces attractive to buyers on these dark web marketplaces. I still see marketing emails sometimes about competitions and prize draws, and I wonder how many are legitimate and how many are intelligence-gathering operations. Every request for personal information makes me suspicious now. Every form that asks about my schedule or living situation raises red flags that most people would never notice. The person caught on my camera was never identified. The police believe they were hired specifically to enter my flat and document it. Probably someone who'd purchased access through that marketplace and decided to verify the information they'd bought. They might have been planning something more serious, or they might have just been satisfied with the intrusion itself, the violation of entering someone's private space without their knowledge. I'll never know how many times my flat was accessed before I installed the camera. How many strangers walked through my rooms, examined my belongings, photographed my space while I was at work or visiting my mum. The camera only caught one person, but the marketplace comments suggested there had been multiple successful entries by different buyers over several months. That's what I think about now when I'm alone in my new flat, despite all the security measures I've installed. The knowledge that somewhere online, detailed information about my life is still available for purchase. That images of my former bedroom, my wardrobe, my personal belongings exist in private collections I'll never locate. That I enabled all of it by entering a competition I can't even remember, by filling out a verification form that seemed completely harmless. I won something once, or thought I had. What I actually won was a permanent place in a dark web marketplace, a profile describing my vulnerabilities and routines, and the knowledge that my privacy was systematically violated by people I'll never identify. All from answering a few questions about a hamper I was never going to receive. The competition was fake, but the consequences were real. That's what keeps me careful now, questioning everything, trusting nothing that seems too good to be true, because I learned the hard way that sometimes the cost of free entry is everything you thought was private documented, and sold to strangers who view your life as a commodity worth purchasing. The thing about the dark web is that it seems distant until it shows up at your front door. 6 months ago, I made one careless decision that's turned my entire life inside out. A single click that I can't take back. I haven't told my friends. How do you casually mention that you might be implicated in something horrific? It started on a Thursday night in February. One of those dreary winter evenings where darkness falls by 4 p.m. and seems to last forever. I was sprawled on my sofa, laptop balanced on my stomach, half watching some forgettable Netflix documentary while scrolling through Reddit. I live alone in a small flat in Manchester. Moved there for work 3 years ago, but never really built a social circle. I'm a graphic designer, which means I spend most of my days in front of screens, and most nights too. That particular night, I was bored. Not just regular bored, but that restless, existential kind of boredom where you feel like you're wasting your life away, one Netflix episode at a time. I'd been browsing the dark web on and off for about a year. Nothing serious, mostly out of curiosity, and a vague interest in cryptocurrency. I'm not technically inclined, but I'd managed to figure out how to use Tor and access the hidden parts of the internet that you don't stumble across through Google. That night, my boredom led me deeper than usual. I found myself on a marketplace that sold everything from counterfeit currency to hacked accounts. What caught my eye was a listing for something called a curiosity box. The description was vague. A curated collection of items you won't find elsewhere, each box unique, no returns, no questions. The price was steep, about £200 in Bitcoin, but something about it intrigued me. Maybe it was the mystery, or maybe it was just the promise of something different breaking the monotony of my existence. Whatever the reason, I made the payment, entered my delivery details, and promptly fell asleep on the sofa, the empty wine bottle on the floor probably explaining my lapse in judgment. The next morning, I woke with a hangover and a vague memory of my late-night purchase. I checked my Bitcoin wallet, and sure enough, the transaction had gone through. I felt a twinge of regret. £200 was a lot for what was probably just a box of worthless trinkets or illegal knockoffs. But what really unsettled me was that I'd used my real address. I'd been careful on previous dark web excursions, but the wine had made me careless. I told myself it would be fine. Worst case scenario, I'd wasted money on junk. Best case, I'd get something interesting to break the monotony. 2 days later, I'd almost forgotten about the whole thing when I heard a knock at my door. It was a delivery driver with a small, unmarked brown package. I signed for it, surprised at how ordinary the whole transaction felt. The package was about the size of a shoebox, lightweight, with no return address or markings of any kind. Just my name and address printed on a generic label. I took it to my lounge and set it on the coffee table, suddenly feeling a strange reluctance to open it. For a moment, I considered just throwing it away unopened. But curiosity, the same curiosity that had gotten me into this situation, won out. I cut through the packaging tape with a kitchen knife and opened the box. Inside was a layer of bubble wrap, and beneath that, several items nestled in black tissue paper. The first item was a USB drive, matte black with no markings. The second was a small velvet drawstring bag. The third was a folded sheet of paper, and the fourth was a Polaroid photograph, face down. I examined the USB drive first, turning it over in my hands. Common sense told me not to plug an unknown drive from the dark web into my computer, but I figured my laptop was due for an upgrade anyway. I had decent security software, so I took the risk. The drive contained a single video file. I clicked on it, and my screen filled with footage of someone's home, filmed from what looked like a hidden camera. The footage showed an ordinary living room, sofa, TV, coffee table. Then someone walked into frame. It took me a moment to process what I was seeing. The person on screen was me. This was footage of my flat, filmed without my knowledge. The timestamp in the corner showed it was from 3 weeks ago. I slammed the laptop shut, my heart pounding against my ribcage. Someone had been in my flat. Someone had hidden cameras in my home. I scanned the room frantically, looking for anything out of place, any tiny lens or device I might have missed. Then I remembered the other items in the box. With shaking hands, I opened the velvet bag. Inside was a key, an ordinary Yale key that looked disturbingly similar to my own front door key. I picked up the folded paper next. It contained a list of my daily routines, meticulously documented. When I left for work, which coffee shop I stopped at on Thursdays, my regular grocery shop on Fridays, even the fact that I called my mother every Sunday at 6 p.m. My mouth went dry. This wasn't just some random dark web scam. This was targeted surveillance. I'd been watched, studied, catalogued. But why? I'm nobody. A freelance graphic designer with an unremarkable life and a modest bank account. Why go to all this trouble? There was still the Polaroid. It lay face down in the box, and some irrational part of me thought that as long as I didn't look at it, this nightmare wouldn't be real. But I had to know. I picked it up and turned it over. The photo showed me, asleep on my sofa, clearly taken the very night I'd ordered the box. In the image, someone was standing over me, a figure in dark clothing, their face just out of frame. They were holding something that glinted in the low light, the blade of a knife hovering just inches from my throat. I dropped the photo as if it had burned me. They had been in my flat while I was asleep with a knife. I don't remember much of what happened next. I grabbed essential belongings and fled to a hotel. I called in sick to work. I spent hours searching my flat for cameras but found nothing. I changed the locks, installed a security system, even considered moving. But a horrible thought kept nagging at me. They'd been watching me for weeks before I ordered the box. This wasn't a consequence of my dark web purchase. The purchase itself had been part of their plan. For days, I jumped at every sound, checked over my shoulder constantly, slept with the lights on when I managed to sleep at all. I combed through my flat inch by inch, but found no cameras. Either they were incredibly well hidden, or they'd been removed. Neither possibility was comforting. A week after receiving the box, I came home to find a small package leaning against my door. No postage, no label, just a padded envelope. Inside was another USB drive. Despite every instinct screaming not to, I plugged it in. This time, the video showed a different flat, a different person sleeping. The same dark figure stood over them, knife in hand. But this time, the video didn't end with just the threat. I won't describe what happened next. I couldn't watch it all, but I saw enough to know it was real. At the end of the video, text appeared on screen. Your curiosity box has been delivered to another customer. That's when I understood. The curiosity box wasn't just a product. It was a system, a game, a chain. Someone had purchased access to my life, just as I had unknowingly purchased access to someone else's. And somewhere out there, another person was receiving a box containing footage of me, my routines, a key to my flat, and a photo of what could have happened while I slept. I went to the police, but what could I tell them? That I'd purchased something illegal on the dark web and was now being terrorized. That I potentially had evidence of a murder, but had acquired it through illegal means. I'd be implicated myself. It's been 6 months now. I've moved flats, changed my name, deleted all social media. I work exclusively from home and have groceries delivered. But I still feel watched, still check for cameras daily, still sleep with a baseball bat beside my bed. Because here's the thing about the dark web. It's not some separate reality that exists only in digital space. It's a gateway that allows the darkest parts of humanity to reach through your screen and into your physical world. When you engage with it, you're not just clicking links, you're opening doors. And sometimes, what comes through those doors follows you long after you've closed your browser. I don't know who received my information in their curiosity box. I don't know if they're watching me right now, waiting for the perfect moment to complete what was started that night as I slept on my sofa. I don't know if I'm a target, a random selection, or just another link in a chain of voyeuristic terror. All I know is that every night, as I double-check my locks and scan my new flat for unfamiliar shadows, I remember that single moment of boredom, that single careless decision, that single click that might eventually cost me everything. Because on the dark web, curiosity doesn't just kill cats. It creates ripples that turn into waves that drown you slowly, one sleepless night at a time. I think the most important lesson I've learned is that some threats don't announce themselves with dramatic music or warning signs. They slip quietly into your life through the devices you trust most. I learned this 3 months ago, and I haven't slept properly since. I work in digital marketing for a medium-sized agency in Bristol. Nothing particularly exciting, mostly managing social media campaigns and designing promotional materials for local businesses. I've always been glued to my phone, both for work and personal use. My girlfriend used to joke that I'd scroll through Instagram, even during the apocalypse. Ex-girlfriend now, actually. We broke up around a month before all this started. Nothing dramatic. Just one of those relationships that gradually fades out when you realize you're better as friends. After the breakup, I moved into a small flat on the outskirts of the city. One of those newer builds with paper-thin walls where you can hear your neighbors sneeze. I developed this habit of scrolling through my phone in bed before sleep. Reddit, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, whatever would keep my mind occupied. I'd always leave my AirDrop on, mainly because I frequently shared files between my phone and laptop, and I was too lazy to keep turning it on and off. I never really thought about the security implications. Why would I? I lived in a decent area, and most AirDrop requests were just people sharing memes on public transport. It was a Tuesday night in early March when it happened. I remember because I'd had a particularly tedious day at work dealing with a client who couldn't decide what shade of blue they wanted for their logo. I'd gotten into bed around midnight, flat dark except for the blue glow of my phone screen, illuminating my face as I mindlessly scrolled through social media. Outside, a light rain tapped against my bedroom window, and somewhere in the distance, a car alarm kept going off intermittently. That's when the AirDrop notification appeared on my screen. Unknown device would like to share a photo. The preview thumbnail was too small to make out clearly, but it looked like some kind of map or location pin. Normally, I'd have declined any random AirDrop requests, but something about being half asleep and curious made me accept it. It's amazing how one thoughtless tap can change everything. The photo loaded, and I immediately felt more alert. It was a Google Maps screenshot with a red pin dropped on a specific location. Below the image were coordinates typed in plain text. At first, I didn't think much of it. Probably someone trying to send their location to a friend and accidentally airdropping it to me instead. But something about it made me uncomfortable enough to actually check the coordinates. I copied the numbers and pasted them into Google Maps. The map centered and zoomed in on a location that made my blood run cold. It was my street. Not just my street, but specifically my block of flats. I sat up in bed suddenly wide awake. This had to be a coincidence, right? Maybe a neighbor was trying to send their address to someone and misclicked. I stared at my phone, half expecting another airdrop to come through with an apology or explanation. None came. I got out of bed and went to the window, pulling the curtain aside just enough to peer out at the street below. The rain had picked up, blurring the streetlights into hazy orange globes. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. No suspicious figures standing under lampposts. No parked cars with people sitting inside them. Just the empty street, wet pavement reflecting the lights. I turned off AirDrop, put my phone on silent, and tried to sleep. I told myself it was nothing. A random coincidence, a technical glitch, or at worst, some neighbor playing a prank. But sleep didn't come easily. I kept thinking about those coordinates and how precisely they matched my location. The next morning, I'd almost convinced myself I'd overreacted. In the harsh light of day, the incident seemed less sinister. I even turned AirDrop back on, though I set it to contacts only rather than everyone. I went to work, had another mundane day arguing about color schemes, and returned home feeling foolish about my midnight paranoia. That night, as I was once again in bed scrolling through my phone, another notification appeared. Not AirDrop this time, but an email. The subject line was simply the same coordinates from the night before. The sender's address was a random string of numbers and letters at a domain I didn't recognize. My thumb hovered over the notification for several seconds before I finally tapped it. The email contained no text, just an attachment, a photo. When I opened it, I felt my stomach drop. It was a picture of me from earlier that day, standing at my kitchen window, washing dishes. The photo had clearly been taken from somewhere outside my flat, looking in. I immediately closed the blinds and checked that my door was locked. My heart pounded in my chest as I moved from room to room, making sure all windows were secured. I considered calling the police but hesitated. What would I tell them? That someone sent me coordinates and a photo? They'd hardly consider that an emergency. Instead, I called a friend who works in IT security. I tried to sound calm as I explained what had happened, but there was an edge to my voice that I couldn't hide. He asked about my online presence, whether I'd made anyone angry recently, if I used the same passwords across multiple sites, standard security questions that did nothing to address the fact that someone was physically watching me. He suggested I reset all my passwords, enable two-factor authentication, and check for any unusual apps or permissions on my devices. I did all of that, and also went through my social media, removing location tags from photos and tightening privacy settings. For good measure, I disconnected my smart TV and even put tape over my laptop's webcam. Paranoid, perhaps, but at that point, I didn't care. I barely slept that night, keeping one eye on the door and the other on my phone, which I'd set to airplane mode. The next day at work, I was distracted and irritable. Every notification made me jump, and I kept feeling like someone was watching me. My boss noticed and suggested I take the rest of the week off. I didn't argue. When I got home, I found a small package leaning against my door. No postmark, no delivery information, just a padded envelope with my name handwritten on the front. I stood in the hallway staring at it for what felt like minutes, afraid to touch it. Eventually, I used a pen to drag it inside before closing and locking the door behind me. I should have called the police then. I should have left it unopened. But curiosity, that same fatal curiosity that had made me accept the airdrop, got the better of me. I carefully opened the envelope, half expecting it to contain something dangerous. Inside was a USB drive and a folded piece of paper. The paper contained more coordinates, different from the first set. When I checked them on my phone, they pointed to a location about 20 miles outside the city, in a rural area I wasn't familiar with. Against my better judgment, I plugged the USB drive into my laptop. It contained a single video file. I clicked play and immediately wished I hadn't. The video showed someone, me, from various angles throughout the previous week. Me leaving my flat in the morning. Me at a cafe near my office. Me shopping at the supermarket. Me through the windows of my flat at night. The footage was clearly taken over several days from different locations, sometimes zoomed in from a distance, sometimes from frighteningly close proximity. The final clip was the most disturbing. It showed me asleep in my bed, filmed from inside my bedroom. The camera moved closer until it was directly over me, looking down at my unconscious face. A gloved hand appeared in the frame, hovering just above my cheek, not quite touching. The video ended with text appearing on screen. The coordinates are a meeting place. Come alone tomorrow at midnight, or the next video goes to everyone in your contact list. I know things about you that would destroy your life. I ripped the USB drive out of my laptop and threw it across the room. Someone had been in my flat. Someone had stood over me while I slept. I grabbed my phone and keys and ran out the door, not stopping until I reached my car. I drove straight to a friend's house on the other side of the city. I told my friend I'd had a break-in, which wasn't entirely untrue. I spent that night on their sofa, jumping at every sound. In the morning, I went to the police station and reported everything. The airdrop, the email, the USB, the video. They took it seriously, especially the footage from inside my flat, but warned me that these cases were difficult to solve. Whoever was doing this was tech-savvy and careful. They advised me not to go to the coordinates and to stay with friends until they could investigate further. I didn't go to the meeting place, of course. I'm not that stupid. Instead, I stayed at my friend's place, changed all my contact information, and eventually moved to a different city altogether. The police never found who was responsible. They suggested it might be connected to the dark web, possibly someone who had accessed my personal information through data breaches and decided to target me for their own twisted entertainment. It's been 3 months now. I've moved twice more since then. I don't use social media anymore. I've changed my name. I keep AirDrop permanently disabled and check for cameras everywhere I go. I sleep with the lights on when I manage to sleep at all. No more videos have appeared, no more coordinates. But sometimes, when I'm lying in bed at night, I could swear I hear the soft click of a camera shutter. And occasionally, my phone will light up with a notification from an unknown sender that disappears before I can open it. The police have a theory that I was targeted through a dark web service where people pay to have strangers stalked, a form of entertainment for those sick enough to enjoy watching someone's life unravel from fear. They call it real-life streaming or surveillance tourism. The idea that someone paid to watch me, to terrify me, to turn my life into their personal horror show, keeps me awake at night more than any bump in the dark ever could. Because the thing about the dark web is that it's not just some abstract digital space. It's a marketplace where your privacy, your security, your peace of mind can be bought and sold without your knowledge. And once you've been chosen, you never really know if they've stopped watching or just gotten better at hiding. Sometimes I wonder about those coordinates, about what would have happened if I'd gone to that meeting place, but I know I made the right choice. Some questions are better left unanswered, because on the dark web, your life is just content for someone else's entertainment, and the show only ends when they decide it does. She was middle-aged, wearing a navy tabard with crystal-clear solutions embroidered across the chest, and she knew my name. When I told her there must be some mistake, she showed me the booking confirmation on her phone, my address, my full name, even my mobile number. Someone had arranged for my house to be deep cleaned while I was supposedly at work, and they'd paid in advance. I should have slammed the door right then. Instead, I let curiosity get the better of me. The booking had been made 3 days earlier through their website, she explained, with specific instructions about which rooms needed attention and a note that the homeowner would be present to supervise. The payment had come through their online system, all legitimate and above board. But I'd been working from home all week, recovering from a chest infection that had left me exhausted and housebound. I hadn't booked any cleaning services, and I certainly hadn't been planning to go anywhere. The woman, Janet, according to her ID badge, seemed genuinely confused by my denial. She kept checking her phone, scrolling through booking details and muttering about system errors. Eventually, she apologized for the confusion and said she'd sort it out with the office. As she walked back down my front path, I noticed she spent several minutes on her phone before driving away. That should have been the end of it, but the incident nagged at me throughout the day. Someone had my personal details, knew my address and daily routine well enough to book services during my supposed working hours. The sort of information that suggested more than casual knowledge of my life. I'd been living alone in the same rented flat in Reading for nearly 2 years, working as a freelance graphic designer, mostly for small local businesses. Nothing about my lifestyle should have attracted unwanted attention. I kept to myself, paid my bills on time, maintained friendly but distant relationships with my neighbors. The most exciting thing in my weekly routine was the Thursday quiz night at the pub down the road. Yet somehow, someone had been monitoring my movements closely enough to know exactly when I should have been away from home. That evening, I decided to check my computer for any signs of unauthorized access. Nothing sophisticated, just changing passwords and looking through browser history for anything I didn't recognize. What I found was more disturbing than any obvious security breach. My search history contained dozens of queries I'd never made. Searches for local cleaning services, home security systems, property rental agreements for my specific address, all dated over the past month, all conducted during hours when I was supposedly using the computer for work. The searches followed a logical progression, as if someone was researching my living situation in methodical detail. They'd looked up my landlord's details, checked property records, even browsed estate agent listings for comparable flats in the area. The sort of comprehensive background research that suggested serious intent rather than casual snooping. I ran every security scan I could think of, but found no evidence of malware or remote access tools. Yet the unauthorized searches continued appearing in my browser history over the following days, always conducted during times when I was actively using the computer for legitimate work. It was as if someone was sitting beside me, conducting parallel research. while I remained completely unaware of their presence. The second cleaning service appointment arrived the following Tuesday. This time it was a different company, Elite Home Care, but the same scenario played out. A polite woman at my door with a confirmed booking for services I'd never requested, payment already processed, specific instructions about my supposed absence during working hours. When I questioned her about the booking details, she mentioned that the original request had come through a specialized platform that catered to busy professionals who needed discreet, high-quality home services. The client had been very specific about timing and had paid a premium for guaranteed availability. After she left, I spent the afternoon researching these specialized platforms she'd mentioned. What I discovered led me into corners of the internet I'd never explored before. The legitimate cleaning service websites were straightforward enough, but they all mentioned partnership arrangements with exclusive client networks that operated through private channels. Following these references led me deeper into invitation-only platforms and private communities that existed beyond normal search engines. Eventually, I found myself accessing the dark web. The process was simpler than I'd expected, though I won't detail the specific steps involved. What mattered was what I found once I gained access to the hidden marketplaces and community boards that operated in that space. There was an entire economy built around domestic intrusion services, not the crude break-ins or obvious burglary operations you might expect, but sophisticated networks that specialized in subtle, long-term access to people's homes and private lives. They marketed themselves as providing ambient intelligence and lifestyle integration for clients who needed detailed information about specific individuals. The services offered were disturbingly comprehensive. Home access during predictable absence periods, computer monitoring that left no obvious traces, gradual collection of personal information and daily routine documentation, all presented as legitimate business services for clients with unspecified but apparently legal requirements. One platform in particular caught my attention. It was called Domestic Insight Solutions, and it offered what they described as comprehensive residential profiling for people in specific postcodes across the UK. Reading was prominently featured in their coverage area. The client testimonials were chilling in their casual tone, people praising the service for providing invaluable background research and seamless intelligence gathering that had enabled them to make informed decisions about their targets. The language was corporate and professional, but the implications were unmistakable. They were selling access to people's private lives. I spent hours browsing through service descriptions and pricing structures, trying to understand how the operation worked. Clients could commission detailed reports on specific individuals, including daily routines, work schedules, security vulnerabilities, and personal habits. The information was gathered through a combination of digital surveillance and physical access to homes during predetermined absence periods. The cleaning service appointments weren't genuine bookings. They were reconnaissance missions. Teams would arrive at target properties under the pretense of legitimate business, gather intelligence about security systems and daily routines, then report back to clients who had commissioned surveillance on specific individuals. But why had I been targeted? I wasn't involved in anything that should have attracted professional surveillance. No contentious business relationships, no legal disputes, no obvious reason why anyone would pay significant money to monitor my daily activities. The answer came when I discovered a client discussion board buried deeper in the marketplace structure. The conversation threads revealed that Domestic Insight Solutions didn't just respond to specific client requests. They also maintained a database of pre-researched subjects in various locations, conducting speculative surveillance on randomly selected individuals who fit certain demographic profiles. Young professionals living alone in rental properties were particularly popular targets. The logic was simple. People in this category were likely to have predictable routines, limited security awareness, and enough disposable income to make them interesting to potential clients. The surveillance data was collected proactively, then offered to clients who expressed interest in specific geographical areas or demographic groups. I was essentially a product in their catalogue, my daily routine and personal information packaged and sold to unknown buyers who might have any number of motivations for wanting detailed access to my private life. The realization made me physically sick, but I forced myself to continue reading through the client discussions. What I learned was worse than I'd imagined. Some clients were using this surveillance data for traditional criminal purposes, identifying optimal times for burglary, gathering information for identity theft, or planning more serious violent crimes. But others had motivations that were harder to categorize and somehow more disturbing. There were discussions about clients who enjoyed the psychological aspect of knowing intimate details about strangers' lives. People who derived satisfaction from watching their targets go about daily routines while remaining completely unaware they were being observed. The surveillance wasn't a means to an end. It was the end itself. Other threads discussed clients who used the gathered intelligence for what they called lifestyle integration, gradually inserting themselves into their targets' daily routines through carefully planned coincidental encounters, meeting them in coffee shops they were known to frequent, joining gyms or hobby groups where they were regular attendees, building relationships based on comprehensive prior knowledge of their interests and vulnerabilities. I thought about the cleaning service appointments, the unauthorized searches on my computer, the systematic collection of information about my living situation and daily routine. Someone had been building a detailed profile of my life, and now that information was available to anyone willing to pay for it. But the worst realization was still to come. While browsing through recent client requests, I found a posting that made my blood freeze. Someone had specifically commissioned enhanced surveillance on my address, with a note that they were particularly interested in direct engagement opportunities and would pay a premium for real-time access coordination. The posting was dated just 5 days earlier. Since then, there had been 3 follow-up messages from the same client, each one expressing increasing urgency about obtaining detailed scheduling information for my upcoming activities. They weren't just watching me anymore. They were planning something that required precise timing and detailed knowledge of my movements. I checked the timestamps on the messages and cross-referenced them with the cleaning service appointments. The correlation was perfect. Each appointment had been scheduled within hours of the client's request for updated information about my availability. The cleaning services weren't reconnaissance missions. They were trial runs, testing their ability to gain access to my property at specific times while monitoring my reactions to unexpected visits. They were preparing for something that required them to know exactly when I'd be home and exactly when I'd be vulnerable. I sat in my darkened flat that evening, trying to decide what to do with this information. The obvious choice was to contact the police. But what evidence did I actually have? Screenshots of dark web marketplaces that might not even be genuine, coincidental timing between cleaning appointments and online discussions that could be entirely unrelated. Even if the police took my concerns seriously, the platforms I discovered operated through layers of anonymity that would make investigation virtually impossible. The people running these services were clearly sophisticated enough to avoid easy detection, and their clients were paying premium prices specifically for that discretion. While I was debating my options, I heard footsteps on the stairwell outside my flat. This wasn't unusual. I lived in a converted Victorian house with 3 other flats, and residents came and went at all hours. But these footsteps stopped directly outside my door and remained there for several minutes without any sound of keys or knocking. I crept to the peephole and looked out into the hallway. A woman was standing motionless in front of my door, staring directly at the peephole as if she knew I was watching. She was holding what appeared to be a cleaning supplies caddy, though it was nearly 10 o'clock at night. We stared at each other through the peephole for what felt like hours, but was probably only seconds. Then she smiled, raised one hand in a small wave, and walked calmly back down the stairs. I spent the rest of the night sat against my front door with the chain locked and a kitchen knife in my hand, listening for any sound that might indicate someone attempting to gain entry. But the building remained quiet, and eventually I convinced myself that the encounter had been a coincidence or misunderstanding. The next morning, I found a business card that had been slipped under my door sometime during the night. It was for Crystal Clear Solutions, the same company whose representative had visited me the previous Tuesday. But instead of standard contact information, someone had handwritten a message on the back. "Thank you for your patience during our extended assessment period. We look forward to providing you with our full service very soon." I've been writing this account for the past 6 hours, and I'm not sure what I expect to accomplish by documenting everything I've discovered. The police wouldn't be able to act on anything I've learned, and alerting the surveillance network to my awareness of their activities would probably only accelerate whatever they're planning. What troubles me most is the realization that this probably isn't an isolated operation. If there are platforms sophisticated enough to conduct systematic surveillance on random individuals across multiple cities, then thousands of people might be living their daily lives completely unaware that their most private moments are being catalogued and sold. The cleaning service appointments were just the beginning. The real service they're preparing to provide is something that requires detailed knowledge of my routine, precise timing, and the ability to gain access to my property when I'm most vulnerable. I don't know when they'll make their move, but I know it will be soon. The client who commissioned enhanced surveillance on my address has been posting increasingly urgent requests for real-time information. They're not content to simply observe anymore. They want to meet me properly. It's Tuesday morning now, and I can hear someone climbing the stairs to my flat. Slow, deliberate footsteps that stop at each landing, as if checking door numbers. I know who it is before they reach my floor, and I know this isn't a reconnaissance visit. This is the full service they've been preparing to deliver. The footsteps have stopped outside my door, and someone is testing the handle very gently to see if it's locked. I can hear the soft rattle of what sounds like professional lock-picking tools, and the quiet confidence of someone who knows exactly what they're doing. I should call for help, but my phone has been making strange clicking noises when I try to use it, and I suspect my communications are being monitored. Even if I could reach the police, they wouldn't arrive in time to prevent whatever is about to happen. The lock has just clicked open, and I can hear my front door swinging slowly inward. Whoever is entering is taking their time, moving with the careful precision of someone who knows the property layout intimately and wants to avoid any unnecessary noise. They've been preparing for this moment for weeks, gathering intelligence and testing their access methods until they were completely confident of success. Now they're here to provide the full service their client has commissioned, and I finally understand what that means. The footsteps are moving through my hallway now, approaching the room where I'm writing this. I can hear the soft rustle of what sounds like plastic sheeting being unfolded, and the quiet clink of metal tools being arranged. Professional sounds that suggest they've done this before. most dangerous button I've ever clicked wasn't labeled something like launch missile or even delete account. It was innocuously titled Recommended Darknet Experience. It turns out when a VPN service offers to show you what you're protecting yourself from, sometimes they're actually showing you who's coming for you next. 3 months have passed since I clicked that button, and I haven't slept through the night since. I work as a data analyst for a healthcare company in Birmingham. Nothing particularly exciting, just crunching numbers and generating reports about hospital efficiency and patient outcomes. I'm not technically a cybersecurity expert, but I know enough about computers to be the person my parents and friends call when their Wi-Fi stops working. My interest in online privacy started about a year ago after our company experienced a data breach. Nothing catastrophic, just some leaked email addresses and phone numbers. But it was enough to make me realize how vulnerable our digital lives really are. So I started researching ways to better protect myself online. I installed ad blockers, switched to more secure browsers, stopped using Google for searches, that sort of thing. I became increasingly uncomfortable with how much information I was giving away just through normal browsing. I'd read articles about VPNs, virtual private networks, and how they could help maintain anonymity online. So I decided to try one out. After comparing different services, I settled on one called Secure Shield VPN. It had good reviews, a reasonable price point, and offered a 30-day free trial with all premium features included. I downloaded the app, created an account with a new email address I'd set up specifically for privacy tools, and started exploring the features. The app was sleek and user-friendly, with the usual array of server locations to choose from and different protocols for connection. What caught my attention, though, was a section called Premium Experiences that was only available to trial users and paying subscribers. The description explained these were curated online experiences that showcased the importance of privacy and security tools. One in particular stood out. Recommended Darknet Experience. See what you're protecting yourself from. I was intrigued. I'd heard of the dark web, of course, but had never actually accessed it. I knew it required special browsers like Tor and wasn't something you could just Google your way into. The idea that this VPN would offer some kind of guided tour seemed educational, if a bit gimmicky. I figured it was probably just some pre-selected sites that showed off illegal marketplaces from a safe distance, the digital equivalent of a safari. It was a Friday evening when I decided to check it out. My girlfriend was away visiting her parents for the weekend, so I had the flat to myself. I remember it was raining heavily, drops drumming against the windows as I sat at my desk with a glass of whiskey beside my laptop. I clicked on the recommended Darknet Experience option in the app, which prompted a notification. This will configure your system for secure Tor access and guide you through selected Darknet locations. Continue. I clicked yes, expecting some kind of tutorial to appear. Instead, the app seemed to make some changes to my system settings, and then a custom browser window opened automatically. It looked similar to Tor, but had the Secure Shield logo in the corner. A welcome message explained that I was now browsing through a secure, anonymous connection and could explore the curated site safely. The interface showed a sidebar with different categories: marketplaces, forums, services, information, and one simply labeled Other. Each had several sub-entries with innocuous names like Alpha Market or Liberty Forum. It felt surprisingly legitimate, like browsing an app store rather than the infamous dark web. I started with the marketplaces section, curious about what was actually for sale in these notorious black markets. The first site looked like a bare-bones version of Amazon or eBay, with listings for drugs, counterfeit goods, and hacked account credentials. Nothing I hadn't expected to see. The next few sites were similar, though some specialized in specific categories like prescription medications or fake IDs. After about an hour of casual browsing, I switched to the forums section. These were more interesting. Discussions about privacy, politics, technology, and yes, illegal activities. I was careful not to create any accounts or interact, just observing from a distance. Then I noticed something odd. In the other category, there was a listing called Premium Access, with a small crown icon beside it. The description simply read, "Exclusive content for valued members." I assumed this was just some additional marketing for the VPN service, perhaps showcasing the kind of content you might accidentally stumble upon without proper protection. When I clicked on it, a loading screen appeared with text explaining that this area was being specially configured for my session. This struck me as strange. Why would one particular section need special configuration? But before I could reconsider, the page loaded. It opened to what looked like a streaming site, similar to YouTube but with a minimalist black interface. There were about a dozen video thumbnails arranged in a grid. Each had a vague title like Session 23 or Interview 7 and what appeared to be a date from the previous month. No descriptions, no view counts, no comments. I clicked on one titled Orientation 4, assuming it might be some kind of instructional video about the dark web or privacy tools. The video buffered for a moment, then began to play. It showed a room that looked like a basement or storage area. Concrete walls, no windows, harsh fluorescent lighting. In the center was a person sitting in a chair, facing the camera. They were wearing ordinary clothes, but had a black hood covering their head. Behind them stood another figure in dark clothing, face obscured by shadows. My first thought was that this was some kind of mock interrogation scenario, perhaps a dramatization meant to illustrate the dangers of compromised privacy. But as the video continued, I realized with growing horror that this wasn't staged. The hooded person's hands were bound behind them, and they were visibly trembling. The standing figure began asking questions in a distorted voice. Questions about usernames, passwords, and access codes. I quickly closed the video, my heart pounding in my chest. This couldn't be real, could it? It had to be some kind of extreme roleplay or scare tactic designed to emphasize the importance of security. Yet something about the victim's posture, the genuine fear evident even through the hood, felt sickeningly authentic. Against my better judgment, I clicked on another video, this one titled Session 17. Similar setup, different victim. This time, the interrogation was more aggressive. I shut it down after less than a minute, feeling physically ill. I was about to close the entire browser when a chat notification appeared in the corner of the screen. Enjoying the premium access content. Your feedback is valuable to us. I froze, staring at the message. I hadn't logged into any chat system. I hadn't provided any way for them to contact me within this browser. Yet here was a direct message, clearly indicating that someone was aware of my presence, my actions, my viewing choices. I didn't respond, hoping they would assume I was away from my computer. Another message appeared. We notice you've accessed 2 of our exclusive videos. Your interest has been noted. Panic rising, I closed the browser completely and shut down my laptop. I unplugged my router for good measure, as if physically disconnecting from the internet could somehow erase what had just happened. I spent the rest of the evening in a state of growing paranoia, checking my locks, closing my curtains, jumping at every noise from the street below. By morning, I had almost almost convinced myself that I'd overreacted. The videos were probably just elaborate fakes, designed to shock users into taking privacy seriously. The messages were likely automated, triggered by my viewing activity. Nothing to worry about. I cautiously turned my laptop back on, but didn't reconnect to the internet immediately. Instead, I checked for any unusual files or programs that might have been installed. Everything seemed normal. When I finally reconnected and checked my email, there was nothing suspicious there either. I uninstalled the Secure Shield VPN app and decided to put the whole experience behind me. 3 days later, I received an email from an address I didn't recognize. The subject line was simply my home address, nothing else. The body of the email contained a link. Despite every instinct screaming not to click it, my curiosity and fear got the better of me. I opened it in an incognito browser window. It was a Google Street View image of my flat building. But this wasn't from the public Street View database. This was a recent photo taken from across the street, showing my specific window. My curtains were open, and if I looked closely, I could just make out my silhouette sitting at my desk. Below the image was text that made my blood run cold. Premium members receive home visits. Your trial begins tomorrow. I left my flat that night, staying with a friend under the pretense that I had a plumbing issue. I reported the email to the police as a potential threat, but without more concrete evidence, they couldn't do much besides take a statement. I didn't tell them about the dark web videos. How could I explain that without implicating myself in potentially viewing something illegal? Over the next week, I received 3 more emails from different addresses. Each contained photos taken at increasingly close range. One from the street directly in front of my building, one from the entrance hallway, and finally, one that could only have been taken from inside my flat while I was away, showing my desk with my laptop closed on it. The final email had no text, just an attachment, a video file. It showed hooded figures entering an apartment that looked similar to mine, finding the occupant asleep, and I couldn't watch more than a few seconds. The file name was preview session24.mp4. I never returned to my flat. I quit my job, moved to a different city, changed my phone number, and created all new email addresses. I withdrew most of my savings in cash and found a place to rent that didn't require background checks or digital payments. I bought a new laptop and make sure it's never connected to any accounts that could be traced to my previous identity. It's been 3 months now. Sometimes I go days without thinking about it, almost convincing myself that I overreacted to an elaborate scare tactic. Then I'll notice someone looking at me too long on the street, or I'll receive an email to an account that no one should know about, containing nothing but a crown emoji. Last week, I woke up to find my new laptop open, when I know I closed it before going to bed. The browser was open to a blank page, with just a countdown timer showing 7 days. I don't know who these people are. I don't know if they're government operatives running some kind of twisted surveillance program, criminals documenting their activities, or something else entirely. I don't know why they chose me or what happens when the countdown reaches 0. All I know is that the tools we use to protect ourselves online can sometimes connect us to things we were never meant to see. And once you've been granted premium access, there's no way to cancel your subscription. The worst decisions in life often start with the phrase, "How bad could it be?" 6 months ago, I found out exactly how bad it could be when I decided to pick up a package from a dark web marketplace. I still check my locks 3 times before bed, still flinch at unexpected knocks on the door, still scan crowds for faces I hope never to see. Writing this down feels dangerous, but keeping it bottled up is slowly driving me insane. I'm just an ordinary bloke from Manchester, work in graphic design, live in a small flat with my cat. Nothing special about me. I've always been fascinated by technology though. Built my first computer at 12, taught myself coding at 15, that sort of thing. This fascination eventually led me to the dark web about 3 years ago. At first, it was just curiosity, wanting to see if it was really as mysterious as people made it out to be. For the first couple of years, I just browsed anonymously, looking at marketplaces selling counterfeit goods, banned books, that kind of thing. Never bought anything, never interacted with anyone. Just a digital tourist, watching from a safe distance. But curiosity is a dangerous thing, isn't it? It pulls you in deeper and deeper until you're in over your head. It started after a bad breakup last year. I was feeling pretty low, spending most nights alone with a bottle of whiskey, browsing parts of the internet I probably shouldn't have been. There was this forum I frequented where people discussed hard-to-find items, vintage electronics, discontinued products, rare collectibles, the kind of stuff you can't just get on Amazon. One night, I saw a post about a retro gaming console that had never been officially released, a prototype that supposedly had games on it that were never made public. As a massive gaming nerd, this immediately caught my interest. The poster claimed to have acquired it from a former game developer and was willing to sell it for cryptocurrency. The price was steep, but not outrageous. About £800 in Bitcoin. After a week of back and forth messages and too many late nights staring at my screen, I decided to go for it. I'd never made a purchase on the dark web before, but I convinced myself this wasn't like buying drugs or weapons. It was just a rare gaming item. The seller had good reviews from other forum members, and they agreed to a dead drop exchange rather than posting it, which felt safer somehow. For those who don't know, a dead drop is when the seller leaves the item in a predetermined location, and you pick it up after they've gone. No face-to-face meeting, no names exchanged, completely anonymous. The seller gave me coordinates to a location on the outskirts of Manchester, an abandoned industrial estate that had been scheduled for demolition for years but was still standing. I know how this sounds, red flags everywhere, but I convinced myself this was just how these transactions worked. The place would be deserted. I'd grab the package and be back home playing unreleased games from the 90s within an hour. The pickup was scheduled for 10 p.m. on a Friday in November. It was already dark by 4:30, and a light drizzle had been falling all day, making the streets gleam under the streetlights. I drove to a car park about half a mile from the location, figuring it would be safer to approach on foot. The rational part of my brain was finally raising some objections, suggesting that maybe meeting a stranger from the dark web at an abandoned factory wasn't the best idea I'd ever had. The industrial estate was exactly as depressing as you'd expect. Crumbling brick buildings with broken windows, graffiti-covered walls, and rusting chain-link fences with no trespassing signs hanging at odd angles. The only light came from a single street lamp at the entrance and the occasional passing headlights from the distant main road. Following the GPS on my phone, I made my way to the specific building the seller had described. It was an old warehouse with most of its roof missing, the inside a cavernous space filled with shadows. The dead drop location was supposedly just inside the main entrance, behind the third column on the left, inside a blue plastic container. I switched on my phone's torch and stepped inside, the beam creating more shadows than it dispelled. The floor was littered with debris, broken glass, empty cans, chunks of fallen ceiling. Every step echoed in the empty space, and I could hear water dripping somewhere in the darkness beyond my light's reach. I found the third column, and sure enough, there was a blue plastic storage box behind it. It was smaller than I expected, about the size of a shoebox. I picked it up, surprised by how light it felt. This wasn't a gaming console, unless it was just components. That's when I noticed something odd. The box was warm, not hot, but definitely above ambient temperature, as if it had been sitting in a heated room rather than a freezing abandoned warehouse. I should have left right then, should have put the box down and walked away. But instead, I opened it. Inside was a single smartphone, not a gaming console, not even close to what I'd been promised. It was an older model, nothing special. The screen was dark, but as soon as I touched it, it lit up. No lock screen, just a video player already open, showing a paused video. The thumbnail was dark and unclear. Standing there in that cold, empty building, I pressed play. The video showed a room I didn't recognize, some kind of basement or cellar with concrete walls. In the center was a person tied to a chair, head covered with a black bag. Someone moved into frame, wearing gloves and a mask that covered their entire face. They held up a piece of paper with today's date written on it, then a second paper with my username from the forum. My blood turned to ice. I nearly dropped the phone as I realized what I was looking at. This wasn't a scam in the traditional sense. I wasn't being sold a fake item. This was something much worse. The video continued, showing the masked person removing the bag from the captive's head. I won't describe what happened next. I couldn't watch it all. I shut the video off after less than a minute, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped the phone. That's when I heard it. Footsteps on the gravel outside the warehouse. Multiple sets, getting closer. In a moment of panic-induced clarity, I switched off my torch, dropped the phone back in the box, and moved as quickly and quietly as possible toward the back of the warehouse. There was a door there. I'd noticed it on my way in. I had no idea where it led, but it had to be better than staying. I made it through the door, just as beams of torchlight swept into the warehouse from the main entrance. The back door led to a narrow alley between buildings. I ran, not caring about the noise now, just needing to put as much distance between myself and whoever had followed me there. I made it back to my car without seeing anyone, drove home with my heart trying to beat its way out of my chest, and spent the night with my furniture pushed against the door, convinced that whoever had set this up would be coming for me next. The next day, after no sleep and too much coffee, I tried to make sense of what had happened. Best case scenario, the video was fake, some sick prank to scare dark web tourists like me. Worst case, I couldn't even bring myself to consider the worst case, that I had somehow, unwittingly, paid for someone to be hurt, that my Bitcoin transaction had funded something unspeakable. I spent the next week in a state of paranoia, jumping at every sound, convinced I was being followed. I changed all my passwords, wiped my computer, threw away the hard drive. I even considered going to the police, but what would I say? That I'd tried to buy illegal merchandise on the dark web and may have accidentally funded a violent crime. That I'd handled a phone that potentially contained evidence of such a crime and then left it behind. After a month of constant anxiety, I moved to a different city. I told everyone it was for a new job, but really, I just couldn't stand being in Manchester anymore. Couldn't walk past that industrial estate on my way to work. Couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It's been 6 months now. I haven't been back on the dark web, haven't even used Tor. I checked the local Manchester news obsessively for reports of bodies found in abandoned buildings, but nothing has ever come up that matches what I saw. Sometimes I managed to convince myself it was all an elaborate hoax, that the video was staged, the follow-up footsteps just a coincidence. But then I remember how real it looked, how the person's eyes widened in genuine fear when the bag was removed, how the phone was warm, as if it had recently been in someone's pocket, how specific the message was, with my username clearly displayed. I don't know if I was set up from the beginning or if I just got caught in something bigger and more terrible than I could have imagined. All I know is that the dark web isn't just some harmless playground for the technologically curious. It's a place where real people do real harm, and sometimes your curiosity can make you complicit in ways you never intended. I still have nightmares about that video. Still wonder who the person in the chair was, and if there was anything I could have done to help them. Still wonder if somewhere out there, someone has my name on a list because I saw something I wasn't supposed to see. So that's my story. A warning, I suppose, about the dangers of thinking you can dip your toes into the darker parts of the internet without consequences. Some things can't be unseen, and some curiosities come with costs far higher than you're willing to pay. The thing about accidentally becoming an accomplice to murder is that nobody ever tells you how normal it feels while it's happening. You feed the cats, water the plants, take photos of everything like you're supposed to, and it's only later, when you're staring at a missing person poster with a face you recognize, that you realize you've been cleaning up crime scenes and calling it pet sitting. I'd been looking for extra income after my hours got cut at the garden centre in Shrewsbury. The pay there had never been brilliant, but when they reduced everyone to part-time during the quiet winter months, I was struggling to cover my rent on the bedsit I shared with my girlfriend. We'd been talking about getting a place together properly, but that required deposits and guarantees that were impossible on reduced wages. The pet sitting opportunity came through one of those local Facebook groups where people advertise everything from spare furniture to odd jobs. Someone had posted asking for reliable pet sitters to help with various animals around Shropshire and the surrounding areas. The pay was decent, about twice what I was earning per hour at the garden centre, and the work seemed straightforward enough. The post mentioned that they worked with pet owners who travelled frequently for business and needed someone trustworthy to care for their animals during extended absences. Most assignments involved staying overnight in the owners' homes to ensure the pets maintained their normal routines and felt secure in familiar environments. I responded to the advertisement and received a prompt reply asking about my experience with different types of animals and my availability for irregular scheduling. The person who contacted me explained that many of their clients had demanding careers that required sudden travel, so pet sitters needed to be flexible about accepting assignments at short notice. We arranged to meet at a cafe in Shrewsbury to discuss the specifics of the work. The woman who met me introduced herself as Sarah and seemed professional and knowledgeable about animal care. She explained that her agency specialized in providing high-quality pet care services for clients who were willing to pay premium rates for reliable and discreet service. Sarah emphasized that discretion was particularly important because many clients were concerned about security and privacy. Wealthy pet owners often worried about burglary or other crimes targeting their homes while they were away. So pet sitters needed to be extremely careful about maintaining confidentiality regarding the properties they worked in. The first assignment Sarah gave me was straightforward enough. A couple in a village outside Telford needed someone to look after their 2 dogs while they attended a business conference in London. The house was a comfortable detached property with a large garden, and the dogs were friendly and well trained. The homeowners provided detailed instructions for caring for the animals, including feeding schedules, exercise routines, and emergency contact information. They seemed like typical middle-class professionals who simply wanted to ensure their pets were properly cared for during their absence. However, I noticed some unusual aspects of the house that seemed excessive for ordinary residential security. There were cameras and monitoring equipment throughout the property, including areas where pet care activities wouldn't normally require surveillance. The technology seemed more sophisticated than what most homeowners would install for basic security purposes. When I asked about the extensive surveillance system, the homeowners explained that they had invested in comprehensive security due to previous break-in attempts in the area. The cameras allowed them to monitor their property remotely while traveling and provided peace of mind about both security and pet welfare. This seemed like a reasonable explanation for people with valuable property and beloved pets. Many homeowners were becoming increasingly security conscious, particularly in rural areas where police response times could be lengthy. The pet sitting work continued for several weeks with similar assignments at different properties around the region. All involved caring for animals in well-appointed homes while the owners traveled for business. The pets were generally well-behaved, and the homeowners provided comprehensive instructions for their care. But I began noticing patterns across different properties that seemed unusual for coincidental similarities. Many homes contained identical security equipment, similar monitoring systems, and comparable arrangements for managing pet care during owner absences. More concerning were the specific instructions I received about documenting pet care activities. Sarah began requesting detailed photographic records of the animals, their behavior, and their interactions with the home environment. She explained that many clients wanted comprehensive documentation to ensure their pets were receiving proper care. The photography requirements became increasingly specific and extensive. I was asked to document not just the animals themselves, but details about the homes, their contents, and any activities visible from the properties. The level of documentation seemed to go far beyond what would be necessary for monitoring pet welfare. Some of the properties I worked in showed signs that they weren't actually occupied by the people who had supposedly hired me for pet sitting services. Personal belongings, mail, and other indicators suggested that the homes belonged to different people than those who had arranged the pet care assignments. When I raised questions about these discrepancies, Sarah explained that many clients used property management services or had complex ownership arrangements that meant the people arranging pet care weren't necessarily the registered homeowners. Wealthy individuals often had intricate arrangements for managing their various properties and responsibilities. Around the 6th week of pet sitting work, I discovered that one of the properties where I had been caring for animals was listed as being occupied by an elderly woman who had been reported missing several weeks earlier. The missing person reports described someone who lived alone with several cats in the exact house where I had been providing pet care services. The realization that I might be working in the home of someone who had disappeared was deeply disturbing. The pet sitting arrangements appeared to be providing cover for people to access and monitor properties belonging to vulnerable individuals who were no longer able to protect their homes. When I tried to discuss this discovery with Sarah, she reminded me of the confidentiality agreements I had signed when beginning pet sitting work. She emphasized that client privacy was essential and that making assumptions about ownership arrangements could create serious legal problems for everyone involved. She also began demonstrating knowledge of my personal circumstances that she could not have gathered through our professional relationship. References to my financial situation, living arrangements, and daily activities suggested that I had been under surveillance while conducting pet sitting assignments. The monitoring became more obvious over the following days with clear signs that my movements and communications were being tracked. The same surveillance techniques that were being used to monitor the properties where I worked were apparently being applied to monitor the pet sitters as well. I realized that the pet sitting work had been used to recruit me into systematic burglary and property theft operations disguised as animal care services. The homes where I had been working belonged to vulnerable people who had been removed from their properties through various means, allowing criminals to access and loot their belongings under the cover of providing pet care. The extensive documentation I had been providing was probably being used to catalog valuable items and assess properties for systematic theft. The pets I had been caring for were likely abandoned animals left behind when their owners disappeared or were forced from their homes. The missing person case I had discovered was probably typical of how the operation worked. Vulnerable individuals were targeted and removed from their homes, allowing criminals to access their properties for extended periods while maintaining the appearance of providing legitimate pet care services. When I attempted to report my suspicions to the police, I discovered that proving criminal activity based on pet sitting arrangements was extremely difficult. The work had been presented as legitimate animal care. The surveillance could be justified as security measures, and the property access could be explained as authorized pet sitting services. Sarah's organization continued to contact me for several months after I stopped working for them, offering additional pet sitting opportunities and occasionally sending references to my personal activities to remind me that their surveillance capabilities remained active. I never determined the full scope of their operations or what happened to the people whose homes I had been systematically documenting under the pretense of pet care. The combination of property access, comprehensive surveillance, and systematic documentation suggested an organization capable of extensive burglary and theft targeting vulnerable homeowners. What I understand now is that they had developed effective methods for recruiting unwitting accomplices to property crimes by presenting theft and surveillance as legitimate animal care work. They understood how to exploit people's love of animals and need for income to recruit participants in systematic victimization of vulnerable property owners. The most disturbing aspect of this experience was how my genuine care for animals had been transformed into participation in crimes targeting people who were probably as vulnerable as the pets I thought I was helping. The pet sitting work had been a recruitment method designed to identify people who could be trusted with property access and manipulated into maintaining silence about criminal activities. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar pet care agencies offering well-paid animal sitting opportunities that involve working in the homes of traveling professionals. The positions they advertise always emphasize discretion and security awareness, always involve extensive documentation requirements, and always include responsibilities that go beyond typical pet care duties. I decline these opportunities immediately now, but I wonder how many other animal lovers have found themselves in similar situations, believing they are providing legitimate pet care while actually participating in systematic property crimes targeting the most vulnerable members of their communities. There's a coffee shop across the street from this hotel in Preston, where I've been spending most of my afternoons, just sitting by the window watching people go about their ordinary lives. They look so normal, so unconcerned, and I find myself wondering if any of them have ever done something they can't take back, something that keeps them awake at 3 a.m, going over every decision they made. I used to be a video editor, corporate videos mostly, the sort of promotional content that companies use for their websites and training materials. Boring work, but steady, and it paid well enough for me to afford a decent flat in Manchester and the occasional holiday abroad. Then I lost that contract when the company moved their marketing department in-house and I spent a few desperate months taking whatever freelance work I could find. That's how I ended up editing videos for people I never met. Content I should never have agreed to work on. Material that's now being used in ways I'm only just beginning to understand. I've been hiding here for nearly 3 weeks, moving hotels every few days, trying to work out if anyone knows I finally realized what those videos were actually for. The redundancy came at the worst possible time. I just renewed my lease for another year and had committed to a holiday in Greece that summer. I was 46 years old with nearly 20 years of editing experience, but the market was saturated with younger people who'd work for half what I charged and knew software I'd never bothered learning. I spent the first month applying for staff positions, then started lowering my standards to contract work, then freelance projects, then eventually anything that involved editing video for money. My savings were disappearing faster than I'd expected, and by the 3rd month I was genuinely worried about making rent. That's when I found the posting on a freelance website. Someone needed an experienced video editor for what they described as documentary projects requiring discretion and professional finishing. The rate was exceptional, about double what I'd been charging before my redundancy, and they needed someone who could start immediately on a series of ongoing projects. The client, who identified himself only as Mr. Harris, explained during our initial phone conversation that his projects involved sensitive subject matter that required absolute confidentiality. He represented a collective of documentary makers who operated in areas where mainstream media outlets were reluctant to venture. They needed editors who could work with raw footage and transform it into polished professional content without asking uncomfortable questions about how the footage was obtained or what it would ultimately be used for. I should have questioned what kind of documentary projects required such secretive arrangements. Should have wondered why legitimate filmmakers wouldn't just work with established editing houses. But Mr. Harris was offering steady work at rates I desperately needed, and I convinced myself that documentary makers often dealt with controversial subjects that required discretion from everyone involved. The first project arrived via encrypted file transfer, about 2 hours of raw footage showing the exterior of various residential properties. Mr. Harris wanted me to edit it into a 12-minute video, removing duplicate shots, stabilizing the camera work, and adding subtle background music that would give it a professional documentary feel. The footage was unremarkable, just static shots of houses from different angles taken at various times of day. I assumed it was B-roll for some property development documentary or neighborhood study. I edited it according to the brief, tightened the pacing, color-corrected the footage to make it look more professional, and delivered the finished video within the deadline. Mr. Harris was pleased with my work and immediately sent me another project. This one included footage of people going about their daily routines, leaving their homes, getting into cars, walking to local shops. Again, I edited it into a polished short documentary, assuming it was part of some anthropological study or social observation project. The work continued steadily over the following weeks. I'd receive raw footage of various subjects, properties, people, public spaces, and edit them into professional-looking short documentaries. The pay was excellent, the deadlines were reasonable, and I was grateful to have found steady work that utilized my skills. But I started noticing patterns in the footage that made me increasingly uncomfortable. Many of the videos focused on elderly people living alone, documenting their routines with obsessive detail. Others showed children playing in gardens or walking to school, filmed from positions that suggested the camera operator was concealing themselves. When I questioned Mr. Harris about the nature of these documentary projects, he explained they were studying vulnerable populations to better understand social isolation and community support needs. the footage was being used to develop interventions and support services for at-risk individuals. That explanation seemed plausible enough, though I was troubled by the covert nature of the filming. Surely legitimate social research would require informed consent from subjects, not secret surveillance. But Mr. Harris assured me the research ethics had been properly managed and my role was simply to edit the footage professionally, not to concern myself with research methodology. I accepted that explanation because I needed to believe the work was legitimate. The money was keeping me financially stable, and I'd developed a routine that felt almost like having a real job again. I couldn't afford to lose the income by asking uncomfortable questions that might cost me the contract. The projects became more specific and disturbing. Instead of general observation footage, I was editing videos that focused on particular individuals with obsessive detail. One project involved editing dozens of hours of footage showing a woman's daily routine. Leaving for work, returning home, grocery shopping, everything she did visible from public spaces. I edited it into a comprehensive profile video showing her predictable routine, her apparent vulnerabilities, her moments of inattention. The finished product looked like professional surveillance documentation, not a social research project. But Mr. Harris insisted this was part of studying patterns of behavior in women living alone, research that would inform safety recommendations. Another project focused on an elderly couple, documenting their movements, their visitors, their weekly routines. I edited it to highlight times when they were alone, security vulnerabilities in their property, even their apparent physical limitations that might make them easy targets for what exactly? I was starting to understand that these weren't documentary projects at all. The breakthrough came when I recognized a house in some footage Mr. Harris sent me. It was my neighbor's house in Manchester, filmed from the street and back alley with the same obsessive attention to detail I'd been seeing in other projects. The footage documented when my neighbor left for work, when she returned, which lights she turned on in the evening, even which windows she left open during warm weather. I realized immediately that I'd been editing surveillance footage for people planning to target specific individuals for burglary, harassment, or worse. The professional documentary style I'd been providing wasn't for legitimate research. It was making criminal intelligence gathering look polished and systematic for people who were planning serious crimes. I thought about all the other projects I'd edited over the past few months, all the individuals whose routines I documented with professional editing techniques that made surveillance footage look like carefully crafted observations. Each video I'd finished had probably enabled someone to be targeted by criminals who used my editing to study their victims before attacking them. But what made it unbearable was understanding that my professional skills had made the surveillance more effective. The raw footage Mr. Harris sent me was often shaky, poorly framed, amateurish. My editing transformed it into clear, professional documentation that would be far more useful for planning criminal activity. I'd taken rough intelligence gathering and turned it into comprehensive surveillance reports. I tried to refuse further projects, but Mr. Harris made it clear that walking away wasn't a simple option. I'd been working for months. Editing footage I must have understood wasn't for legitimate purposes. I'd accepted substantial payment for work that had facilitated criminal activity against dozens of people. If I caused problems now, he'd ensure the authorities understood my role in enabling what the surveillance had been used for. I was being threatened with my own complicity. The evidence of my editing work showed months of professional collaboration with people conducting criminal surveillance, even though I hadn't fully understood what I was doing initially. The pattern was clear enough that claiming ignorance wouldn't protect me from prosecution. That's when I started keeping copies of all the projects I'd edited, documenting the subjects and the detailed surveillance I'd helped create. I told myself I was preserving evidence, but really I was just trying to feel less guilty about the harm I'd enabled. The videos I'd edited weren't just being used for immediate criminal purposes. They were being shared and sold to multiple people through hidden internet marketplaces I discovered when Mr. Harris accidentally sent me a wrong link. My professionally edited surveillance videos were being treated as commodities, sold to anyone willing to pay for detailed intelligence about specific individuals. I found entire libraries of surveillance videos organized by location, demographic, and vulnerability type. Elderly people living alone, single parents, isolated individuals, all documented with the sort of professional editing I'd been providing. Each video had detailed descriptions of the subject's routines, vulnerabilities, and potential approaches for exploitation. Some videos I recognized from my own editing work. Others were clearly created by different editors, but followed similar professional standards. There was an entire industry of surveillance video production, with editors like me transforming raw footage into marketable intelligence products. But what disturbed me most was discovering how the videos were being used. They weren't just enabling individual burglaries or harassment campaigns. They were being used to coordinate systematic targeting of vulnerable people across the country. Groups would purchase multiple surveillance videos, then coordinate their activities to maximize the impact and minimize the risk of detection. One discussion thread focused on using surveillance videos to identify elderly people who could be targeted through distraction burglary techniques. Members shared the videos they'd purchased, discussing which subjects showed the most promising vulnerabilities and planning coordinated campaigns across different regions. Another section dealt with using surveillance videos to identify women living alone who could be targeted for stalking or worse. Users compared videos, rated subjects based on vulnerability, even discussed techniques for escalating from remote surveillance to direct contact. I was looking at evidence that my editing work had enabled systematic criminal targeting of vulnerable people, and that the professional quality I'd provided had made the surveillance more valuable and marketable. Every technical skill I'd applied, every professional flourish I'd added, it had all increased the commercial value of criminal intelligence about innocent people. The woman whose daily routine I'd edited into that comprehensive profile had subsequently been stalked for months by someone who'd purchased the video through the marketplace. The elderly couple I documented had been burgled 3 times, with the thieves showing intimate knowledge of their routines and vulnerabilities. My neighbor in Manchester had become a target after footage of her house appeared in the marketplace. I'd seen suspicious people watching her property, cars that didn't belong in the area parked outside her house at odd hours. She'd mentioned feeling unsafe, but couldn't explain why. Had no evidence of actual threats, just a growing sense that something wasn't right. I knew exactly why she felt that way. Surveillance footage of her home had been professionally edited into a targeting package that documented her every vulnerability. And I was the one who'd done that editing, who transformed raw surveillance into the sort of polished product that maximized its criminal value. I tried contacting the police about what I'd discovered, but explaining my role without admitting extensive complicity proved impossible. I'd been editing surveillance footage for months, accepting substantial payment for work I should have recognized wasn't legitimate. The videos I'd created had facilitated serious crimes against real people. The officer I spoke to was professional but frank. Cooperation might be valuable for their investigation, but I shouldn't expect immunity from prosecution for my role in creating and distributing criminal surveillance materials. I'd been an active participant in an operation that had enabled serious harm to vulnerable people. I was advised to stop accepting editing work immediately and refuse further contact with Mr. Harris. But he'd already anticipated that possibility. I started receiving messages reminding me of our confidentiality agreement, emphasizing the documentation they had of my editing work, suggesting that creating problems would result in both legal consequences and more personal difficulties. The harassment escalated when I didn't respond. I received packages containing screenshots from the marketplace showing videos I'd edited, with annotations detailing crimes those videos had enabled. They were documenting my complicity systematically, building a case that would destroy my life if I tried to report their operations. Then I found my own address listed in the marketplace. Someone had created surveillance footage of my flat in Manchester, professionally edited in the same style I'd been using for months. My daily routine, my vulnerabilities, my security arrangements, all documented with the same obsessive detail I'd been applying to others. I was now a product in the marketplace I'd been supplying. My own life reduced to a surveillance video that could be purchased by anyone wanting to target me. The professional editing standards I'd established were being applied to my own surveillance, ensuring the footage would be maximally useful for anyone who bought it. That's when I left Manchester entirely, abandoning my flat and most of my possessions to hide in hotels across the north. I've been moving every few days, paying cash where possible, avoiding any digital traces that might help them track my location. But I know the surveillance videos I edited are still being sold and used. Other editors have probably been recruited to replace me. People who'll make the same rationalizations I did about just doing professional editing work, without responsibility for how the videos are used. The marketplace is probably still growing, still selling professional surveillance documentation to anyone willing to pay for intelligence about vulnerable targets. And somewhere in that marketplace, surveillance footage of me is being offered to people who've been told I know too much about their operations. I keep thinking about my neighbor, about the elderly couple who were burgled, about all the other people whose surveillance I edited into professional targeting packages. They went about their normal lives never knowing that someone had documented their every movement, that an editor had transformed that surveillance into marketable intelligence. The videos taught me that professional skills can be weaponized, that technical expertise becomes complicit when applied to criminal purposes regardless of your intentions or understanding, that every color correction I made, every transition I added, every professional flourish I applied, it all increased the harm those videos could enable. And that once you've spent months editing surveillance footage you should have recognized wasn't legitimate, you become too compromised to report it without destroying your own life. The evidence of your professional collaboration is permanent, documented in videos that show your technical fingerprints on materials that enabled serious crimes. I suppose that's why I'm sitting in this Preston hotel watching normal people in coffee shops, rather than going back to police with all the evidence I preserved, because I know that evidence implicates me as thoroughly as it exposes the marketplace, and I'm not brave enough to face consequences for choices I made when I convinced myself I was just doing professional editing work. All I can do is hope that someone else will eventually expose these operations, that other editors will find the courage I lack to report what they're creating despite the personal cost, and hope that the people whose surveillance I edited so professionally managed to stay safe despite the targeting packages I helped create. Because the marketplace is still operating, still recruiting editors, still selling professional surveillance documentation to criminals who use it to target vulnerable people. And I helped establish the standards, helped prove that surveillance footage has more value when it's been professionally edited, helped create an industry that treats people's private lives as raw materials for criminal intelligence products. I just wish I could undo it all, could warn every person whose surveillance I edited, could take back every professional flourish I added to footage that was used to destroy people's sense of safety. But I can't, so I just keep moving between hotels and watching people in coffee shops, wondering if they've ever done something they can't take back, something that haunts them every day they continue living with the consequences of their choices. Imagine thinking you're helping someone find their missing dog, and 3 months later discovering you've been part of something that makes your stomach turn every time you close your eyes. That's essentially what happened to me, though it took far longer than it should have for me to piece together what I'd actually been doing. I should probably explain how I ended up involved in the first place, though I'm still not entirely comfortable admitting how naive I was about the whole thing. Last spring, I was between jobs after being made redundant from my position at a marketing firm in Birmingham. The severance wasn't terrible, but it wasn't going to last forever, and I'd been putting off the inevitable return to job hunting by convincing myself I deserved a proper break after 15 years of office work. My mate Craig had mentioned in passing that he'd been earning a bit of extra cash doing odd jobs for people online. Nothing elaborate, just simple tasks that required someone local to handle things in person. Collecting parcels from collection points when people were away, checking on properties during holidays, that sort of thing. He made it sound straightforward enough, and the money wasn't insignificant for what seemed like minimal effort. The website he'd found these opportunities through wasn't anything I'd heard of before, but it looked legitimate enough. Clean design, proper contact information, testimonials from other users. The registration process required proof of identity and address, which actually reassured me that they were taking security seriously. Within a week, I'd been approved and had access to the job listings in my area. Most of the tasks were exactly what Craig had described: simple collection and delivery work, house-sitting arrangements, occasional help with moving furniture. The pay was decent, usually between £20 and £50 for a few hours' work, and the clients seemed genuinely appreciative. I found myself with a small but steady income stream that kept me occupied whilst I half-heartedly searched for proper employment. The request that changed everything appeared in my inbox on a Tuesday morning in late May. A woman named Sarah needed someone to help distribute missing pet flyers around various locations in and around Coventry. Her dog, a golden retriever called Max, had gone missing from her garden 3 weeks earlier, and despite her best efforts, she hadn't had any luck finding him. She was offering £40 for a day's work putting up posters and handing out flyers in busy areas. What struck me about the request was how desperate she sounded in her message. She explained that Max was getting on in years and needed medication for a heart condition. Every day he was missing reduced the chances of finding him alive. She'd already covered the immediate area around her home, but needed someone to extend the search radius to places she couldn't reach easily due to work commitments. I responded that same day, and Sarah got back to me almost immediately. She lived in a village outside Coventry and worked long hours at a care home, which explained why she needed help covering more ground. The plan was simple enough. She'd prepare packages of flyers and poster materials for specific locations, and I'd collect them from a designated pickup point and distribute them according to her instructions. The first collection point was a small industrial estate on the outskirts of the city. Sarah had left the materials in a weatherproof box behind a particular building, exactly where she'd said they'd be. Inside were several bundles of flyers with Max's photo and contact details, along with a roll of posters and some tape for putting them up on lampposts and notice boards. The distribution locations were clearly marked on a simple map she'd included. Shopping centers, parks, residential areas, train stations. All places where missing pet posters would be perfectly normal and where people might have seen a lost dog. I spent the better part of the day covering the route she'd outlined, putting up posters in prominent locations and handing out flyers to anyone who seemed receptive. It felt good to be doing something genuinely helpful for someone in distress. I'd had pets myself over the years and could imagine how frantic I'd be if one of them went missing. Sarah had included her mobile number on all the materials, and I found myself hoping she'd receive some useful calls as a result of the extended search area. She paid promptly through the website system and sent a grateful message thanking me for my thoroughness. She also mentioned that she was planning to expand the search even further and asked if I'd be available for similar work the following week. The money was useful, and I felt like I was making a genuine difference, so I agreed immediately. The second week followed the same pattern. Collection from a different industrial estate, this time closer to Leicester, with the materials for locations in that area. The flyers were identical to the previous week's batch, though Sarah had updated the missing date to reflect that Max had now been gone for nearly a month. She'd also increased the reward amount from £200 to £500, which suggested she was becoming increasingly desperate. I covered the Leicester route as thoroughly as I had the first one, and again Sarah seemed pleased with my work. Her messages were becoming more frequent though, and I could sense the growing anxiety in her words. She mentioned that she'd had a few calls from the first week's flyers, but none had led to any concrete sightings of Max. By the third week, I was starting to feel genuinely invested in the search. Sarah had expanded the operation again, this time covering areas around Nottingham and Derby. The collection points were always industrial estates or retail parks on the edges of cities, places where someone could leave materials without attracting attention. The routine had become familiar. Collect the packages, follow the prescribed routes, distribute everything according to her detailed instructions. It was during the fourth week that I first noticed something that seemed slightly odd. I was collecting materials from a car park behind a furniture warehouse when I saw someone else doing what looked like exactly the same thing I was doing. A middle-aged man was loading boxes from a similar weatherproof container into his car boot, and when he saw me looking, he gave me a nod that suggested mutual recognition of shared purpose. I didn't think much of it at the time. It made sense that Sarah would have recruited multiple people to help with the search, especially given how wide an area she was now trying to cover. If anything, it was encouraging to know that Max's disappearance was being taken so seriously and that Sarah had the resources to organize such an extensive effort. The following week brought another slight change to the routine. Instead of collecting from one location and covering one area, I was given materials for 3 different routes in 3 different cities. The packages were more substantial now, enough flyers and posters for several days' work, and the pay had increased accordingly. Sarah explained that she'd received some promising leads and wanted to saturate certain areas with as much coverage as possible, whilst the trail was still warm. I was happy to take on the extra work, and the money was definitely welcome. What I didn't expect was how organized the whole operation had become. Each package now included detailed schedules showing optimal times for different locations, priority areas marked clearly on the maps, and even suggestions for the most effective approaches to use when handing out flyers to members of the public. The level of planning was impressive, though it did make me wonder how Sarah was managing to coordinate all of this whilst working full-time at a care home. The schedules alone must have taken considerable research and preparation. But then again, people will go to extraordinary lengths when their beloved pets are missing, and perhaps she'd taken time off work to focus on the search effort. It was around the 7th week that I started encountering other people doing similar work with increasing frequency, not just the occasional glimpse in a car park, but regular sightings of individuals following what appeared to be the same type of systematic approach I was using. Same weatherproof collection containers, same methodical distribution patterns, same professional-looking flyers and materials. At a shopping centre in Sheffield, I watched a woman spend 40 minutes covering the car park with the same methodical precision I'd been trained to use. At a train station in Leeds, I saw a man distributing what looked like identical materials to mine, though I was too far away to see the details clearly. The operation was clearly much larger than I'd initially realized. I began to pay more attention to the other people I encountered during my work, and a pattern started to emerge. We were all roughly the same demographic, middle-aged, professional-looking, the sort of people who would blend in easily in any environment, and who wouldn't attract suspicion when approaching strangers with flyers. We all worked with the same quiet efficiency, following our prescribed routes without deviation or apparent improvisation. The thought occurred to me that I'd never actually spoken to Sarah directly. All our communication had been through the website's messaging system, and whilst her messages were personal and emotional, I'd never heard her voice or had any contact that couldn't have been mediated through text. For someone supposedly desperate to find her missing pet, she seemed remarkably organized and systematic in her approach. I decided to do a bit of research into missing pets in the Coventry area. If Max's disappearance was genuine, there would likely be other online traces of the search effort. Social media posts, local newspaper coverage, appeals on community websites. Dogs don't just vanish without leaving some kind of digital footprint in today's connected world. What I found when I searched for missing golden retrievers named Max in the Coventry area was absolutely nothing. No Facebook posts, no local news stories, no appeals on community forums or lost pet websites. For such an apparently extensive and well-funded search operation, there was a complete absence of any other evidence that it existed. I expanded my search to include the surrounding areas and different variations of the dog's name and description. Still nothing. I tried searching for missing pets in the specific locations where I'd been distributing flyers, thinking perhaps Sarah had been less precise about the area in her communications with me. Again, no results that matched the information I'd been given. The absence of any corroborating evidence began to trouble me more than I wanted to admit. I told myself that not everyone uses social media to search for missing pets, and that Sarah might be a private person who preferred to handle the situation without public appeals. But the complete lack of any online trace seemed increasingly unlikely given the scale and organization of the operation I'd been participating in. I decided to take a closer look at one of the flyers during my next collection, examining it more carefully than I had before. The photo of Max was professional quality, the kind of perfectly composed portrait that suggested it had been taken in a studio rather than in someone's back garden. The contact information looked legitimate enough, but something about the overall presentation struck me as too polished for a genuine missing pet appeal. More concerning was what I noticed when I compared flyers from different weeks. Whilst the basic design remained the same, small details were subtly different from batch to batch. The reward amount varied. The missing date sometimes shifted by a few days, and in one case, I was certain the dog's age had changed from 8 years old to 10 years old between distributions. These inconsistencies could have been simple mistakes made by someone under stress, but they could also suggest something more troubling. I began to wonder if the materials I'd been distributing were being used to test different approaches or gather different types of response, rather than to genuinely search for a missing pet. The realization that I might not have been helping Sarah find her lost dog was disturbing enough, but it raised the question of what I had actually been doing during those weeks of systematic distributions. Why would someone want hundreds of people distributed across multiple cities to hand out materials that weren't what they appeared to be? What was the real purpose of such an elaborate and expensive operation? I started paying closer attention to the locations I'd been asked to cover, looking for patterns that might reveal the true intent behind the distributions. Shopping centers, transport hubs, residential areas near schools, places where families gathered. All locations where approaching strangers wouldn't seem suspicious, and where someone could observe interactions and responses without attracting attention. The possibility that occurred to me was too uncomfortable to initially accept, but it explained everything I'd observed: the systematic approach, the multiple operatives, the constantly shifting details on the materials, the focus on busy, family-oriented locations. Someone was using the missing pet story as cover for something that resembled surveillance or intelligence gathering on a significant scale. I tried to convince myself I was being paranoid, but the more I thought about it, the more sense it made. The dark web, which I'd only heard about in passing, supposedly contained marketplaces for all sorts of illegal activities. If someone wanted to gather information about people's routines, their responses to approaches from strangers, or their willingness to help in certain situations, this would be an almost perfect methodology. The missing pet angle was particularly clever because it encouraged people to provide detailed information about their own movements and observations. Anyone who responded to the flyers would likely share when and where they thought they might have seen the dog, essentially mapping out their own daily routines and favorite locations. Information that could be valuable to someone with less innocent intentions. I stopped accepting jobs from Sarah immediately, claiming I'd found full-time employment and was no longer available for freelance work. Her response was understanding but disappointed, and she asked if I knew anyone else who might be interested in helping with the continuing search. I politely declined to provide any referrals. Over the following weeks, I found myself paying attention to missing pet appeals with a new and uncomfortable awareness. How many of them were genuine, and how many might be sophisticated data collection operations? The thought that I'd unknowingly participated in something that could potentially be used to harm the same families I thought I was helping made me feel physically sick. I never reported my suspicions to the police because I had no concrete evidence that anything illegal had actually occurred. The materials I distributed were professionally produced and seemed legitimate on the surface. The payments I'd received were processed through official channels and properly declared for tax purposes. On paper, everything appeared entirely legal. But I know what I experienced during those weeks, and I know how systematic and extensive the operation was. I know that dozens of other people were doing exactly the same work I was doing, covering hundreds of locations across multiple cities with materials that contained inconsistent information about a dog that apparently never existed. I still think about Sarah sometimes, though I'm certain that wasn't her real name. I wonder if she was even aware of how her operation appeared to someone on the ground, or if the missing pet story was just another layer of deception in something much larger and more concerning. I wonder how many other people like me are still out there, thinking they're helping reunite families with beloved pets, whilst actually participating in something entirely different. The worst part is not knowing what the real purpose was, or what might have been done with whatever information was gathered through those carefully orchestrated distributions. I tell myself that perhaps it was market research or social psychology study, something benign that just used unusual methodology. But I can't shake the feeling that I was part of something much darker, something that someone had taken considerable trouble to disguise as an act of compassion. These days, I'm more careful about the jobs I accept and the people I trust. I've learned that the internet makes it frighteningly easy for people to create convincing facades for activities that might be far from what they appear. I've learned that legitimate-looking websites and professional quality materials don't guarantee that something is actually legitimate. Most importantly, I've learned that sometimes the most effective disguises are the ones that make you feel good about participating. The missing pet story was perfect because it appealed to people's natural desire to help and their emotional connection to animals. It made questioning the operation feel almost cruel, like doubting someone's genuine distress. I probably should have been more suspicious from the beginning, but hindsight makes everything seem obvious. At the time, helping someone find their lost dog seemed like the most natural thing in the world. I wanted to believe I was making a difference, and that desire made me overlook details that should have raised immediate red flags. I still check missing pet websites occasionally, looking for any sign that Max was real and that my cynicism about the whole operation was unfounded. I keep hoping to see his photo appear in a genuine appeal, or to find evidence that Sarah was exactly who she claimed to be. But deep down, I know that's not going to happen. The truth is that I'll probably never know for certain what I was really doing during those weeks of systematic distributions. I'll never know if my participation contributed to anything harmful, or if my suspicions were entirely unfounded. What I do know is that the experience has fundamentally changed how I think about trust and vulnerability in our increasingly connected world. And sometimes, late at night, when I'm checking the locks on my doors, I wonder if the people who organized that operation know that I figured out what they were really doing. I wonder if they're still out there, running similar operations with different covers, exploiting other people's desire to help and their natural compassion for animals or missing persons. The worst part about grief is how it makes you stupid. When you're barely functioning after losing someone close to you, and someone offers you a way to connect with people who understand exactly what you're going through, you don't question why they know so much about your personal situation or why they seem so eager to help. You just grab onto anything that might make the pain stop, even if it means trusting strangers who probably shouldn't be trusted. My wife Emma died in a car accident on the M4 near Reading in February last year. One minute we were planning a weekend away in Bath, and the next minute I was sitting in a hospital corridor being told that nothing could be done. The grief hit me like a physical blow. I couldn't eat, couldn't sleep, couldn't concentrate on anything for more than a few minutes at a time. I tried going back to work at the engineering firm in Reading, where I'd been for nearly 10 years, but I kept breaking down in meetings or staring blankly at technical drawings that might as well have been written in ancient Greek. My manager suggested I take extended compassionate leave, which was probably the kindest way of saying I was completely useless to them in my current state. The NHS grief counselling had an 8-month waiting list, which felt like a cruel joke when you could barely get through 8 hours without falling apart. My GP prescribed antidepressants and suggested I might benefit from peer support groups, but most of the local bereavement services seemed to be run by well-meaning volunteers who had never lost anyone important themselves. That's when I received the letter about the specialist grief support program. It arrived about 6 weeks after Emma's funeral, addressed to me personally, and explaining that they provided intensive support for people dealing with sudden loss of spouses or partners. The letter demonstrated remarkable knowledge of my specific circumstances, mentioning details about Emma's accident and my current emotional state that I couldn't remember sharing with anyone outside my immediate family. The program was described as a cutting-edge approach to grief therapy that combined traditional counseling with modern technology and peer support networks. They offered immediate access to qualified grief specialists and connection with others who had experienced similar losses without the lengthy waiting periods typical of NHS services. The letter included a phone number and website address for more information. When I visited the website, I found professional-looking materials about innovative grief therapy techniques and testimonials from people who claimed the program had been life-changing during their darkest periods. I called the number and spoke to a counselor named Sarah, who seemed to understand exactly what I was going through. She asked insightful questions about my relationship with Emma and my current coping mechanisms, demonstrating genuine empathy and professional knowledge about grief psychology. Sarah explained that their program used a holistic approach that addressed both the emotional and practical aspects of losing a life partner. They provided individual counseling, group support sessions, and access to online communities where people could connect with others facing similar challenges. The online component was particularly appealing because it meant I could access support at any time of day or night when the grief felt overwhelming. Sarah explained that they used private platforms that provided enhanced security and privacy for participants who needed to share very personal experiences without fear of judgment or exposure. I agreed to participate in the program and was sent detailed instructions for accessing their online support communities. The setup process required downloading specialized software that would connect me to private grief support networks that weren't accessible through normal internet browsing. Sarah explained that the enhanced privacy measures were necessary because grief support required sharing extremely personal and vulnerable information. The private networks ensured that participants could communicate openly without worrying about unauthorized access to their emotional disclosures. The individual counseling sessions with Sarah were genuinely helpful. She seemed skilled at grief therapy techniques and provided practical strategies for managing the daily challenges of living without Emma. The support felt professional and compassionate, and I began to feel like I was making some progress in processing my loss. The online support communities were also beneficial initially. I connected with other people who had lost spouses in sudden accidents, and sharing experiences with people who truly understood what I was going through felt more valuable than any professional therapy I had received. However, I began noticing unusual aspects of the online communities that didn't quite fit with typical grief support services. Many participants seemed to have access to remarkably detailed personal information about each other's circumstances, including details that wouldn't normally be shared in support group settings. Some conversations included references to my daily routine, financial situation, and family relationships that I hadn't disclosed during my participation in the support communities. The level of background knowledge that other participants seemed to have about my personal life was concerning and suggested that information was being gathered from sources beyond what I had voluntarily shared. When I mentioned these observations to Sarah during our counseling sessions, she explained that effective grief support required understanding the complete context of participants' lives and circumstances. The program conducted background assessments to ensure that support recommendations were appropriate for each individual's specific situation. She assured me that all information was handled confidentially and used only to provide better therapeutic support. The comprehensive background research allowed counselors to understand factors that might be affecting grief recovery, such as financial stress or family dynamics. Around the 6th week of my participation in the program, Sarah began requesting that I help with outreach activities for other people who might benefit from their grief support services. These assignments involved identifying and contacting people in my local area who had recently experienced losses and might need professional support. The outreach work was presented as a therapeutic activity that would help with my own grief recovery by allowing me to help others facing similar challenges. Sarah explained that many people found meaning and healing through supporting others who were struggling with loss. I was provided with lists of recently bereaved people in the Reading area, along with detailed information about their circumstances and contact details. The lists included information about causes of death, family situations, and psychological profiles that seemed far too comprehensive for routine outreach activities. When I questioned how the program had obtained such detailed information about vulnerable people, Sarah explained that they worked with various healthcare and social service providers to identify individuals who might benefit from immediate grief support. The detailed profiles ensured that outreach efforts were appropriate and effective. However, the specific types of information I was being asked to gather during outreach contacts seemed designed for purposes beyond therapeutic support. I was documenting people's psychological vulnerabilities, financial circumstances, and social isolation levels in ways that could be valuable for exploitation rather than help. Some of the people I contacted during outreach activities seemed to be in extremely vulnerable situations, dealing with complex grief while managing financial difficulties, family conflicts, or health problems. The information I was gathering would be useful for identifying people who could be manipulated or taken advantage of during their most vulnerable periods. When I tried to refuse the outreach assignments, Sarah reminded me that I had been receiving valuable grief support that would normally cost hundreds of pounds through private healthcare. The program depended on participants contributing to community support activities to maintain the comprehensive services they provided. She also pointed out that I had detailed knowledge of other participants' personal circumstances and access to private support communities that contained sensitive information about vulnerable people. My involvement in the program had created ongoing responsibilities that extended beyond my individual therapy needs. Sarah began demonstrating knowledge of my daily activities and personal circumstances that she couldn't have gathered through our counseling relationship alone. She made references to my financial situation, family interactions, and daily routine that suggested comprehensive surveillance of my personal life. I realized that the grief support program had been used to recruit me into systematic exploitation of vulnerable bereaved people. The counseling sessions had been genuine enough to establish trust and dependency, while the online communities had been used to gather detailed intelligence about people dealing with loss and trauma. The outreach activities were probably designed to identify and assess additional targets for exploitation, using my legitimate grief and desire to help others as cover for intelligence gathering about vulnerable people in my local area. When I attempted to withdraw from the program entirely, Sarah pointed out that I had sensitive information about other participants and access to private support communities that could be harmful if misused. My knowledge of their methods and participant details created ongoing security considerations. She also suggested that ending my therapy abruptly could be detrimental to my grief recovery, particularly given the progress I had been making and my continued vulnerability following Emma's death. The therapeutic relationship was important for my psychological stability and shouldn't be disrupted without careful consideration. The surveillance of my personal activities became more obvious after I tried to end my participation in the program. The monitoring capabilities that had been established through the online support platforms continued to track my communications and activities even after I stopped participating in group sessions. I tried reporting my concerns to healthcare regulatory authorities, but discovered that explaining the situation was extremely difficult. The counseling sessions had been professionally conducted. The online support could be justified as innovative therapy methods, and the outreach activities could be explained as peer support work. Sarah's organization continued to contact me for several months after I stopped participating, offering additional grief support services and occasionally sending references to my personal activities to remind me that their monitoring capabilities remained active. I never determined who was actually directing the support program or what they were using the detailed intelligence about vulnerable, bereaved people for. The systematic exploitation of people's grief and trauma, combined with sophisticated surveillance techniques disguised as therapy platforms, suggested an organization capable of extensive manipulation and fraud. What I understand now is that they had developed effective methods for exploiting people's grief to recruit unwitting participants in intelligence-gathering operations targeting vulnerable, bereaved individuals. They understood how to use legitimate therapeutic relationships to establish trust while using support communities to gather comprehensive personal information about people at their most vulnerable moments. The most disturbing aspect of this experience was how my genuine need for grief support had been transformed into participation in systematic exploitation of other people dealing with similar losses. The support program had been designed to identify and recruit people whose emotional vulnerabilities could be leveraged for criminal purposes. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar grief support organizations, offering immediate access to counseling and peer support communities for people dealing with loss and trauma. The services they describe always offer enhanced privacy through specialized platforms, always involve comprehensive background assessment, and always include peer outreach components. I decline these opportunities immediately now, but I wonder how many other grieving people have found themselves in similar situations, believing they are receiving legitimate therapeutic support while actually participating in intelligence-gathering operations that exploit the vulnerability of bereaved individuals for criminal purposes. Look, I'm going to be completely honest with you about what happened, because keeping it to myself isn't working anymore. I keep seeing their faces everywhere I go now, and I think you deserve to know what you might be walking into if you're not careful about your daily routines. It all kicked off when I spotted this detailed map of my walking route stuck to the community notice board outside Sainsbury's. Someone had been timing my movements down to the minute. I wish I'd just torn it down and forgotten about it, but I've always been too curious for my own good. The map appeared on the notice board outside Sainsbury's in Headington, where I do my weekly shop every Saturday morning. It was tucked between advertisements for piano lessons and lost cat appeals, drawn on ordinary A4 paper, but with an attention to detail that made my stomach turn. Every street I walk down, every shortcut I take, every place I stop to check my phone, all of it documented with timestamps that were accurate to within minutes. My daily routine isn't particularly interesting. I work from home as a freelance copy editor, so most days I only leave the house for a walk around Headington and South Park during my lunch break. It's the same route every day, starting from my flat on Osler Road and following a roughly circular path that takes about 40 minutes. I'd assumed it was such an unremarkable routine that nobody would notice or care about my movements. But someone had been paying very close attention indeed. The map showed not just my walking route, but also my behavioral patterns. Notes about which side of the street I prefer, where I usually stop to rest, even which benches I sit on when I need to take a break. There were observations about my clothing choices, the bag I carry, and the times when I deviate from my standard route. Most disturbing were the personal details scribbled in the margins. My approximate age, my living situation, notes about my apparent health and fitness level. Someone had been close enough to observe and document intimate details about my daily life, yet I'd never noticed anyone paying particular attention to my movements. I took the map down from the notice board immediately, but not before photographing it with my phone. Looking at it more carefully at home, I realized the handwriting included additional information that was even more unsettling. There were references to my work schedule, my weekend habits, even speculation about my social relationships and living arrangements. The level of surveillance suggested someone had been observing me for months, not weeks. They knew my routines well enough to predict my movements and had gathered enough personal information to build a comprehensive profile of my daily life. But why would anyone go to such lengths to monitor a freelance copy editor who lives alone and maintains a predictably boring routine? I spent the weekend trying to identify who might have been watching me, retracing my walking route and looking for vantage points where someone could observe without being noticed. There were several possibilities: windows in nearby houses, secluded spots in the park, even parked cars that might provide cover for surveillance. What I discovered was more disturbing than obvious watching posts. Several of the houses along my route had small cameras positioned to capture street activity. Not obvious security cameras, but subtle devices that could easily be mistaken for doorbells or decorative fixtures. Some were positioned at exactly the right angles to monitor the specific areas where I'd been documented stopping or resting. I started paying attention to other details I'd previously ignored. Cars that seemed to appear regularly during my walks, people who were often present at particular locations, even dogs that were walked at consistent times that coincided with my routine. What emerged was a picture of coordinated observation that involved multiple people and strategic positioning of surveillance equipment. This wasn't casual stalking by an individual with an unhealthy interest. It was systematic monitoring that suggested a more organized purpose. I tried to research similar cases online, looking for information about surveillance networks and organized stalking. Most of what I found was either obviously paranoid conspiracy theories or legitimate security advice that didn't match the sophisticated nature of what I'd experienced. But following various links and references led me into online communities where people discussed more unusual forms of surveillance and personal monitoring. Some of these communities operated through private channels that required special access methods to reach. Eventually, I found myself exploring parts of the internet that exist beyond normal search engines and standard websites. What I discovered was a marketplace where detailed surveillance information about ordinary people was being bought and sold. The platforms I accessed were carefully organized with different sections for various types of personal intelligence. There were categories for daily routines, work schedules, social relationships, health information, and financial circumstances. Each category contained detailed profiles of individuals who had been systematically monitored and documented. My own information was there, listed under a section called Low-Risk Targets, with a comprehensive file that included not just my walking routes, but photographs taken during my daily activities, detailed notes about my behavior patterns, and speculation about my personal circumstances. The file had been compiled over several months and included information I didn't even know about myself. Things like which days I seemed tired or stressed, how I reacted to different weather conditions, even patterns in my clothing choices that suggested my mood or health status. But most disturbing was the purpose of this surveillance network. The platform wasn't just collecting information. It was offering services to buyers who wanted access to specific individuals. Clients could commission detailed surveillance reports on particular targets, or they could browse existing profiles and select subjects who met their requirements. The services offered range from basic background research to what they called environmental access coordination. This included gaining entry to targets' homes during predictable absence periods, installing monitoring equipment, and conducting what they described as proximity engagement with subjects who remained unaware they were being observed. My profile had been marked as available for enhanced monitoring, with a note that my predictable routine and isolated living situation made me suitable for direct intervention services if required by potential clients. I was being offered as a product to anonymous buyers who could pay for increasingly invasive access to my private life. The pricing structure was sophisticated, with different rates for various types of access and interaction. Basic surveillance reports cost a few £100s, while residential access coordination was priced in the thousands. The most expensive service was something called subject acquisition, which carried a price tag that suggested it involved more than simple monitoring. Reading through client testimonials and service reviews, I began to understand the full scope of what was happening. Some buyers were using the surveillance information for traditional criminal purposes, identifying optimal times for burglary, gathering data for identity theft, or planning more serious crimes that required detailed knowledge of their targets' routines. But others had motivations that were more psychological than financial. They seemed to derive satisfaction from knowing intimate details about strangers' lives, from watching people who remained unaware they were being observed. The surveillance wasn't a means to an end, it was the end itself. There were discussions about clients who used the gathered intelligence for what they called lifestyle integration, gradually inserting themselves into their targets' daily routines through carefully planned coincidental encounters. They would position themselves along walking routes, frequent the same shops and cafes, even move into nearby properties to maintain closer observation. The goal seemed to be creating artificial relationships based on comprehensive prior knowledge of their target's interests, vulnerabilities, and daily habits. They could appear to be perfect matches for friendship or romance because they already knew everything about the people they were targeting. I thought about my own walking route and the coordinated surveillance that had been used to document my movements. Someone had paid for comprehensive monitoring of my daily life, and now they had enough information to predict my behavior and engineer meetings that would seem natural, but were actually carefully orchestrated encounters. But I also realized that the map posted on the community notice board wasn't accidental exposure of their surveillance activities. It was deliberate, a message intended to inform me that I was being watched and to gauge my reaction to that knowledge. They wanted me to know I was being monitored. This suggested that whoever had commissioned surveillance on me was moving to the next phase of whatever they had planned. The initial monitoring period was complete, and now they were testing how I would respond to awareness of their activities. I started paying closer attention to my daily walks, looking for signs of the coordinated observation I now knew was taking place. What I discovered was that the surveillance had intensified rather than decreased since I'd found the map. There were more cameras positioned along my route, more people who seemed to be present at convenient observation points, more vehicles that appeared regularly during my walks. Instead of being deterred by my awareness, they seemed to be escalating their monitoring activities. But there was something else that made the situation more personal and immediate. I started recognizing faces among the people I encountered during my walks. The same individuals appeared repeatedly, always in positions where they could observe my activities without appearing suspicious. dog walkers who lingered in particular areas, joggers who maintained consistent schedules that coincided with mine, even people waiting at bus stops who never seemed to board any buses. They weren't trying to remain hidden anymore. They wanted me to notice them, to understand that I was surrounded by people who were watching and documenting my every movement. The psychological pressure was more effective than any obvious threat. Knowing that every step I took was being observed and recorded, that my daily routine was being analyzed and shared with anonymous buyers, created a level of paranoia that made normal activities feel dangerous. I considered changing my routine, avoiding the walking route that had been so thoroughly documented, but I realized that would only confirm their influence over my behavior. They would simply adapt their surveillance methods to whatever new patterns I established. Worse still, I began to suspect that some of the people I encountered regularly during my walks weren't just observers. They were potential clients who had purchased access to my surveillance information and were using it to engineer encounters that seemed coincidental. The friendly woman, who often walked her dog in the park, had started conversations that demonstrated surprising knowledge about my interests and daily schedule. The man who jogged past me at roughly the same time each day had begun acknowledging me with increasingly familiar greetings that suggested he knew more about me than casual observation would provide. Even shopkeepers and cafe staff seemed unusually interested in my routine, asking questions about my work schedule and weekend plans that felt more invasive than polite conversation. I was surrounded by people who knew intimate details about my life, while I remained ignorant of their true motivations for engaging with me. The situation reached a turning point when I discovered that my flat had been accessed while I was out on my daily walk. Nothing was obviously stolen or disturbed, but there were subtle signs that someone had been inside. Items moved slightly from their usual positions. Doors left ajar that I always kept closed. Even the arrangement of papers on my desk altered in ways that suggested that they'd been examined and replaced. But most disturbing was finding additional surveillance equipment that had been installed while I was away. Small cameras had been positioned in locations where they could monitor my daily activities inside the flat. Not obvious devices, but subtle modifications to existing fixtures that would be virtually undetectable unless you knew what to look for. They had escalated from external surveillance to complete invasion of my private space. I spent the evening identifying and removing the monitoring equipment, but I knew this was only a temporary solution. If they could gain access to my flat once, they could do it again whenever my predictable routine provided the opportunity. More troubling was the realization that they had probably been monitoring my online activities as well, which explained how they'd known I'd discovered their marketplace and understood the extent of their surveillance network. They were watching my research into their operations, monitoring my attempts to understand what was happening to me, possibly even anticipating my next moves based on the information I'd been accessing. That night, I found a message waiting for me when I returned from my walk. It had been slipped under my door while I was out, despite the fact that my building requires keycard access and my flat is on the 3rd floor. The message was handwritten on plain paper, with the same precise penmanship I'd seen on the surveillance map. The note was brief and matter-of-fact in tone. It simply stated that my research into their community had been noted with interest, and that my technical skills and attention to detail suggested I might be suitable for recruitment as a surveillance operative myself. They were offering me a position within their network, conducting monitoring operations on other targets in exchange for payment and protection from further surveillance of my own activities. The alternative, they suggested, would be escalation to what they called direct engagement protocols, which would involve more invasive monitoring and closer personal contact with clients who had expressed interest in my profile. I was being given a choice between becoming a participant in their surveillance network or becoming a more intensive target of their monitoring activities. But I knew this wasn't really a choice at all. They had demonstrated their ability to access my home, monitor my activities, and coordinate complex surveillance operations involving multiple people and sophisticated equipment. Refusing their recruitment offer would simply confirm that I posed a threat to their operations. The message included instructions for accessing a private section of their marketplace, where I could review current surveillance assignments and begin training in their monitoring techniques. I've been staring at those instructions for the past 3 hours, trying to decide whether cooperation or resistance offers any realistic hope of escape from their network. But I think the decision has already been made for me. Through my window, I can see at least 6 people positioned at various observation points around my building. They're making no attempt to remain hidden, clearly demonstrating that I'm completely surrounded by their surveillance network. My phone has been receiving text messages with updates about my activities inside the flat, proving that they're monitoring my movements in real time despite my removal of the obvious surveillance equipment they'd installed. And there are sounds from the hallway outside my flat that suggest someone is preparing to gain access again, probably to install more sophisticated monitoring equipment that I won't be able to detect or remove. I think I'm about to discover what direct engagement protocols actually involve, and why they were so confident that recruitment was my only viable option. The sounds outside my door have stopped, but I can see shadows moving under the door frame that suggest at least 2 people are positioned directly outside. They're not trying to break in, they're just waiting, demonstrating their ability to access my building and position themselves wherever they choose. The message is clear. I can join their surveillance network voluntarily, or they'll continue escalating their monitoring activities until cooperation becomes my only option for maintaining any semblance of normal life. I'm opening my laptop now to access the instructions they provided, not because I want to become part of their surveillance network, but because I've finally understood that resistance will only result in more invasive monitoring and closer personal contact with the clients who've been purchasing access to my private life. Sometimes cooperation is the only form of survival available. Imagine discovering that your teenage daughter knows more about the darkest corners of the internet than you could ever comprehend, and that her knowledge isn't theoretical. I teach journalism at Leeds University, specializing in digital media ethics. It's the sort of academic position that sounds more exciting than it actually is, mostly grading essays about social media responsibility and explaining libel law to students who think Twitter is a primary source. My expertise extends to understanding how information spreads online, but I'd never ventured beyond the surface web until my daughter forced my hand. Emma came home from sixth form last autumn with what she called a special project. She'd convinced her media studies teacher to let her write about online anonymity and digital crime for her A-level coursework. The teacher had approved it, thinking she'd write about cyberbullying or identity theft, the usual teenage internet horror stories. Emma had something much more ambitious in mind. She asked me to help her access what she called the hidden internet. She knew I'd written academic papers about digital journalism and assumed I'd have the technical knowledge to guide her research. The truth was, I understood the theory, but had never actually explored these networks myself. Still, she was my daughter, and this was legitimate academic work. How dangerous could supervised research really be? We spent an evening setting up the necessary software on her laptop. Emma was surprisingly well informed about the process, mentioning specific browsers and security protocols that I had to look up as we went along. She claimed to have learned everything from YouTube tutorials and online forums, but her knowledge seemed more comprehensive than casual research would explain. Her project proposal was methodical and well structured. She wanted to document how illegal marketplaces operated, how anonymity was maintained, and how law enforcement attempted to monitor these activities. She planned to observe and document, not participate. It seemed like exactly the sort of investigative work that would impress university admissions committees. The first few weeks went smoothly. Emma would spend a couple of hours each evening browsing various sites, taking screenshots, and making notes about what she observed. She showed me drug marketplaces, weapon sales, and document forgery services. Everything was exactly what I'd expected. Seedy, obviously illegal, but ultimately just digital storefronts for familiar crimes. She was particularly interested in how these sites built trust between anonymous users. She documented reputation systems, escrow services, and community guidelines that governed illegal transactions. Her analysis was sophisticated, noting how these platforms replicated legitimate e-commerce features while operating completely outside legal frameworks. Then she discovered the entertainment sections. Emma mentioned them casually during one of our research sessions, describing live streaming services that offered what she called extreme content. She was vague about specifics, focusing instead on the technical aspects: how payments were processed, how viewers were verified, how streams were protected from outside monitoring. I should have been more curious about her evasiveness. Emma had been remarkably detailed about everything else she'd encountered, but when discussing these streaming services, she became almost professionally distant. She spoke about them like a researcher cataloging specimens, not a teenager encountering disturbing material for the first time. Her coursework notes from this period show a troubling shift in focus. Instead of broadly documenting illegal activities, she began concentrating specifically on what she termed interactive entertainment platforms. Her research became more targeted, more technical, and considerably more secretive. She stopped showing me her daily findings, claiming she needed to organize her material before sharing it. When I asked direct questions about what she was discovering, she'd deflect by discussing technical challenges or asking about legal frameworks surrounding digital evidence collection. Around Christmas, Emma's behavior started changing in subtle ways. She became more withdrawn, spending longer periods alone in her room. She'd always been somewhat solitary, but now she seemed actively to avoid family interaction. When she did engage in conversation, she seemed distracted, as though part of her attention was always elsewhere. Her sleep patterns shifted dramatically. I'd hear her moving around the house at 2 or 3 in the morning, using the kitchen or bathroom with the careful quietness of someone trying not to wake others. When I mentioned this, she claimed to be working on her project during late-night hours when internet connections were more stable. In January, she asked me about legal protections for journalists and researchers. Specifically, she wanted to know about circumstances where witnessing illegal activity might require reporting to authorities, and what protections existed for academic research that involved observing criminal behavior. I explained the general principles. Journalists had some protections for source confidentiality, but no absolute immunity from reporting serious crimes. Researchers were expected to maintain ethical boundaries and weren't protected from prosecution if they participated in illegal activities rather than simply observing them. Emma listened carefully and asked several follow-up questions about where exactly the line existed between observation and participation. She seemed particularly interested in scenarios where researchers might influence events they were supposedly just documenting. Her questions made me uncomfortable, but I assumed they were theoretical concerns for her coursework. I encouraged her to discuss any ethical dilemmas with her teacher or the university ethics board if she was considering more advanced research. February brought the first real warning sign that something was seriously wrong. Emma received a package addressed to her personally, delivered by private courier rather than regular post. When I asked about it, she claimed it was research materials she'd ordered online. The package was small, roughly the size of a smartphone box, but she handled it with unusual care and took it directly to her room. Later that day, I noticed she'd rearranged her bedroom setup. Her laptop was now positioned differently, with what looked like additional equipment connected to it. When I asked about the new hardware, she explained that she needed better audio recording capabilities for her project. The equipment didn't look like standard recording gear. There were small cameras, additional monitors, and what appeared to be professional-grade lighting equipment. For a project that was supposed to involve observing existing content, she seemed to be setting up for content creation. Around the same time, Emma began receiving phone calls from unknown numbers. She'd always answer them privately, usually taking the calls outside or in her room with the door closed. The conversations were brief, and she never volunteered information about who was calling or why. When I asked directly, she claimed they were interviews with academic contacts she'd found. Through her research, she said she was speaking with digital rights activists and cybersecurity researchers who preferred telephone communication for security reasons. The explanation was plausible enough, but something about her demeanor during these calls troubled me. She seemed nervous rather than excited, as though the conversations were stressful rather than informative. In March, Emma asked for help accessing university library databases that required staff credentials. She needed academic papers about legal precedents for digital evidence and international jurisdiction issues surrounding online crimes. The research she was requesting seemed far beyond the A-level requirements. She was looking for case studies involving cross-border prosecution of internet crimes, specific technical details about how digital evidence was collected and verified, and legal analysis of situations where criminal activity was documented by civilians. I helped her access the databases, but I began reviewing the papers she was downloading. The material was genuinely academic, but it painted a disturbing picture of her research interests. She was clearly preparing for scenarios that went far beyond passive observation of illegal activities. One evening in early April, while Emma was out, I decided to examine her laptop more closely. I know this violated her privacy, but her behavior had become concerning enough that I felt parental supervision was warranted. What I found was worse than I'd imagined. Her browser history showed dozens of visits to sites I'd never heard of, with names that suggested extremely disturbing content. But more troubling were the accounts she'd created on various platforms, accounts with usernames and profile information that suggested she wasn't just observing these communities. She'd been actively participating in discussions about what appeared to be live-streamed violence. Her posts showed detailed knowledge of how these streams operated, who organized them, and how viewers could influence what happened during broadcasts. Most disturbing were her private messages with other users. The conversations suggested she'd moved beyond research and begun actively engaging with people who organized and participated in these activities. Some messages included references to meeting in person and participating in what they called production activities. The timeline of these communications showed a clear progression from curious observer to active participant over the course of several months. By the most recent messages, Emma was discussing specific dates, locations, and her potential role in upcoming events. I sat in her room for nearly an hour, reading through months of communications that revealed my daughter had become involved in something far more serious than academic research. The technical equipment in her room wasn't for recording observations, it was for broadcasting content. When Emma returned home that evening, I was waiting in the kitchen with printouts of her most concerning communications. I decided that direct confrontation was the only option remaining. Her reaction was not what I'd expected. Instead of denial or defensiveness, Emma seemed almost relieved that I'd discovered her activities. She sat down across from me and calmly began explaining what she'd been doing for the past several months. She confirmed that her project had begun as legitimate research, but she'd been recruited by people who recognized her intelligence and academic approach to understanding their operations. They'd offered her opportunities to move from observer to participant, initially in minor technical roles. Emma described how she'd been gradually introduced to more serious activities, always with the assurance that her involvement was minimal and primarily technical. She'd been told that her academic background made her valuable for documentation and analysis, rather than direct participation in what she carefully termed the entertainment aspects. She explained that the equipment in her room was for quality control and technical support, rather than primary content creation. Her role was to monitor streams, manage viewer interactions, and ensure technical problems were resolved quickly. Emma spoke about all of this with disturbing matter-of-factness, as though she were describing a part-time job, rather than participation in serious criminal activity. She seemed to view her involvement as a natural progression from research to practical application of her knowledge. What made her explanation most chilling was her obvious intelligence and careful consideration of legal and ethical implications. This wasn't a naive teenager being manipulated by criminals. This was someone who understood exactly what she was involved in and had made calculated decisions about her level of participation. She'd researched legal precedents, understood jurisdiction issues, and carefully structured her involvement to minimize personal risk while maintaining plausible deniability. Her academic approach to criminal activity was more disturbing than simple recklessness would have been. Emma finished her explanation by noting that she'd been expecting this conversation for several weeks. She'd known her activities would eventually be discovered and had prepared responses to the questions she anticipated I'd ask. She had plans for managing the situation, including strategies for ending her involvement if necessary, and methods for ensuring that any evidence of her participation would be difficult to verify or prosecute. We sat in the kitchen until nearly 3 a.m, discussing her involvement in activities I could barely comprehend. Emma answered my questions with clinical precision, explaining technical details and legal considerations with the expertise of someone who'd spent months studying every aspect of what she was doing. By the end of our conversation, I understood that my daughter had become someone I didn't recognize. The intelligent, methodical approach that had always made me proud of her had been applied to activities that horrified me. Emma went to bed that night with the promise that we'd continue our discussion the following evening. She seemed confident that she could convince me her involvement was manageable and that the risks were acceptable given the financial and educational benefits she was receiving. I stayed awake until dawn, trying to decide what options were available to me. Calling the police would certainly end Emma's involvement, but it would also destroy her future and potentially put her in physical danger from people who trusted her with sensitive information. Attempting to force her to stop might simply drive her activities underground, making them more dangerous and removing any possibility of monitoring or influencing her choices. The most disturbing realization was that Emma was probably right about the legal risks. Her involvement had been carefully structured to avoid direct participation in the most serious crimes, and her academic credentials provided plausible explanations for much of her knowledge and activity. 3 days later, Emma left for what she claimed was a university visit in Birmingham. She took the train on Friday morning, planning to return Sunday evening after attending information sessions and campus tours. She never came back. Her phone goes straight to voicemail. Her social media accounts were deactivated the day she left. The university she claimed to be visiting has no record of her registration for any information sessions. The equipment in her room is gone, along with her laptop and most of her personal belongings. She left behind only her school textbooks and a note saying she'd contact me when it was safe to do so. It's been 8 months since Emma disappeared. I've reported her missing, but without evidence of foul play. The police investigation has been minimal. A 17-year-old who left voluntarily with her own belongings and documentation isn't considered high priority. I've tried to trace her digital activities, but the accounts and platforms I discovered have either been deleted or require technical access I don't possess. The academic research that started everything is still on our home computer, but it reveals nothing about where she might have gone or who she might be with. Sometimes I receive text messages from unknown numbers with just a few words confirming that she's safe. The messages come from different locations around the country, never the same number twice, always brief enough to avoid meaningful conversation. I know Emma is alive and apparently unharmed, but I don't know what she's become or whether I'll ever see her again. The intelligent, methodical daughter I raised has disappeared into a world I helped her access, using skills I encouraged her to develop. The worst part is knowing that everything she did was logical and well planned. Emma didn't stumble into danger through poor judgment or teenage impulsivity. She made careful, calculated decisions that led her away from everything I thought we'd built together. Her A-level coursework is still in her room. 90 pages of detailed analysis about digital crime and online anonymity. It's brilliant work, demonstrating exactly the sort of critical thinking and research capability that should have led to university admission and a successful academic career. Instead, it reads like a manual for everything that happened afterward. It takes a lot to get under my skin. Always has, even as a kid. Horror films, creepy stories around campfires, haunted houses at fun fairs. None of it ever really affected me. My friends used to think I was putting on a brave face, but the truth is, I just didn't find that stuff disturbing. I worked as a paramedic for 3 years in Manchester before switching to IT, so I've seen my share of real-life horror. Fictional scares just don't compare. But what happened last spring? Well, that's different. That's why I'm finally writing this down after months of sleepless nights. It started with a perfectly ordinary problem. My laptop, a hand-me-down from my older brother when he upgraded, was running slower than usual. Nothing dramatic, just the typical issues with an aging machine. Programs taking ages to load, videos stuttering, that maddening spinning wheel that never seems to stop. I'm relatively tech-savvy, enough to handle basic troubleshooting, but this was beyond the usual turning it off and on again fix. My brother had used it for graphic design work, so it was cluttered with programs and files I didn't need, but had been too lazy to clean up properly. I remember sitting at my kitchen table that evening, the overhead light casting harsh shadows and highlighting the coffee stains on the wooden surface. My flatmate was out for the night, some birthday drinks with colleagues, so the flat had that particular emptiness that makes ordinary sounds seem louder. The hum of the refrigerator, the occasional car passing outside, the clicking of my laptop's overworked fan trying desperately to cool down the processor. I decided to look for some free system optimization tools online. Nothing fancy, just something to clean up unnecessary files and maybe speed things up a bit. I should mention that I was on a fairly tight budget at the time. I'd just been made redundant from my tech support job. The company outsourced our entire department with barely 2 weeks' notice and was picking up freelance work while job hunting. Every penny counted, which is why I was trying to squeeze more life out of this laptop rather than replacing it. After some searching, I found a forum where people were discussing various optimization tools. One user had posted a link to what they described as a comprehensive toolkit that included several different programs bundled together: system cleaner, registry repair, driver updater, the works. It sounded exactly what I needed, and several other users had commented positively about it. I remember hesitating briefly. Free software bundles can be dodgy, but my frugal side won out. I clicked the link and started the download. While I waited, I made myself a cup of tea, absent-mindedly stirring in too much sugar as I scrolled through job listings on my phone. The wind had picked up outside, making the windows rattle slightly in their frames. Our flat was in an old Victorian conversion, full of character and drafts in equal measure. I pulled my hoodie sleeves over my hands, a habit from childhood that I'd never quite shaken. The download finished just as I was taking my first sip of tea, too hot, burning the tip of my tongue, in that way that you know will annoy you for days. The installation process was straightforward enough. I clicked through the usual prompts, half reading the terms and conditions like most people do. In hindsight, I should have been more careful, more thorough. Maybe I would have noticed something. But then again, maybe not. Some dangers aren't clearly signposted. Once installed, the software opened to a simple dashboard showing various tools and options. I ran a system scan, which identified a surprising amount of junk files and registry issues. As it worked, I noticed my desktop now had several new shortcuts, typical for these kinds of bundles, which often install additional programs whether you want them or not. Most were labeled clearly registry cleaner, driver update, system monitor. But there was one that caught my eye because it seemed out of place. Just a simple icon labeled DNet Access. I hovered over it, trying to remember if I'd seen it during the installation process. The cursor seemed to lag slightly, which I attributed to the system scan running in the background. Curious, I double-clicked it. A small plain window opened with a loading bar and no other information. I waited, assuming it was some network diagnostic tool. After a few moments, the window changed to what looked like a login screen, but not for any service I recognized. The interface was minimalist, almost crude. Black background with simple white text, no graphics or branding. It requested a username and password, with a note below stating, "Guest access available." There was something oddly dated about the design, reminiscent of early internet pages before sleek interfaces became standard. I didn't have login credentials, obviously, so I clicked the guest access option. The screen changed again, this time showing what appeared to be a directory listing. Just file and folder names, no icons or preview options. The names were mostly strings of numbers and letters that meant nothing to me. I scrolled through, wondering what kind of program this was and why it had been bundled with system optimization tools. I noticed my tea had gone cold. The radiator beneath the window was making that knocking sound it always did when it first heated up, and I pulled my sleeves down again against the chill. Outside, the streetlights had come on, casting an orange glow through the thin curtains. I checked the time, just past 9, but it felt later somehow. As I scrolled through the directory, one folder caught my attention. Live streams. That seemed relatively normal compared to the cryptic name surrounding it. Thinking it might be some kind of media player or streaming service, I clicked it. The folder expanded to show several subfolders labeled by date. They followed a pattern of year, month, day, and the most recent was from that very day. Curiosity got the better of me, my greatest fault, according to my mother, and I clicked on that day's folder. Inside were more folders, these labeled with timestamps. Again, I selected the most recent, which had been created just minutes earlier. The application suddenly switched to what appeared to be a video player. The screen was black momentarily, then flickered to life, showing what looked like a clinical setting. White walls, bright overhead lighting, stainless steel surfaces. My first thought was that I'd somehow accessed some kind of medical education platform, perhaps left over from my brother's university days. He'd studied biomedical science before switching to graphic design, and I wondered if this was some archived lecture or demonstration. The camera angle changed, revealing more of the room. It resembled an operating theatre, but something wasn't quite right. It lacked the organized professional appearance of a hospital setting. The equipment looked medical, but was arranged haphazardly. And there was a person, a man, I think, lying on what appeared to be a modified examination table. He wasn't moving, but I could see his chest rising and falling rapidly. There was a sinking feeling in my stomach then, a primal recognition that something was deeply wrong before my conscious mind had fully processed what I was seeing. I remember my fingers hovering over the trackpad, caught between the instinct to close the window immediately and a horrified paralysis that kept my eyes fixed on the screen. A figure moved into frame, wearing what looked like surgical scrubs and a mask. But again, not quite right. The mask wasn't medical standard, more like something you'd buy at a costume shop. They were pulling on latex gloves with deliberate, almost theatrical slowness. A chat window I hadn't noticed before was active on the right side of the screen, with messages scrolling by too quickly to read properly. My brain was desperately trying to rationalize what I was seeing. Maybe this was some kind of extreme performance art. Maybe a very realistic horror film being streamed. Maybe a simulation for medical or psychology students. Then the masked figure turned toward the camera and made a gesture that seemed like a greeting or acknowledgement. They moved to a small table beside them and picked up what appeared to be a scalpel. The chat window exploded with activity. I caught fragments of messages as they scrolled by, people expressing excitement, making requests, offering payment. With growing horror, I realized that the viewers weren't just watching this for educational purposes or even for some twisted entertainment. They were directing it, participating. The figure approached the table where the person lay. I could now see that the person was restrained, wrists, ankles, forehead bound with what looked like leather straps. They were conscious, eyes darting frantically, chest heaving with rapid breaths. There was no audio, but I could see their mouth moving behind some kind of gag. I felt physically ill. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely manage to move the cursor. I closed the window, then frantically looked for a way to uninstall the entire software bundle. My mind was racing, trying to process what I'd seen, while simultaneously trying to convince myself it wasn't real. But deep down, I knew. This wasn't acted. This wasn't simulated. The terror in that person's eyes was genuine. I was witnessing something happening in real time, something unspeakable, I managed to uninstall the software, my hands still trembling, sweat beading on my forehead despite the chill in the room. I ran a virus scan immediately afterward, then another with different software. I deleted the original installation file and emptied my recycle bin. I cleared my browser history and cache, though I hadn't used the browser to access whatever that was. I couldn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that clinical room, that masked figure, those terrified eyes. I kept telling myself to report it, but to who? And what exactly would I say? That I'd accidentally stumbled upon what appeared to be a live stream of torture, or worse, through some random software I'd downloaded. How would I explain that without sounding complicit somehow? And even if I did report it, what information could I actually provide that would help identify the location or the people involved? The next morning, I convinced myself that I needed more information before going to the authorities. I needed to understand what I'd found and gather some kind of evidence. It was a rationalization. I know that now. Part of me was morbidly curious, wanting confirmation that what I'd seen was real before, potentially making a fool of myself by reporting it. I created a virtual machine on my laptop, an isolated environment that wouldn't affect my main system, and reinstalled the software bundle. The DNet access shortcut appeared again. This time, I was more methodical, more careful. I took screenshots of everything, documented the directory structure, noted the timestamps. I didn't click on any live stream links, focusing instead on trying to gather information about what this service was and who was behind it. I discovered that DNet apparently stood for Dissection Network. There were archived files going back years, all organized by date and type of procedure. Reading the descriptions made me physically sick. I had to rush to the bathroom twice to vomit. This wasn't just some dark corner of the internet. It was an organized service catering to people with the most disturbing desires imaginable, allowing them not just to watch, but to direct acts of unimaginable cruelty. In a folder labeled Members, I found what appeared to be user profiles, usernames, countries, payment information. There were thousands of them from all over the world. I was documenting everything, planning to take it all to the police, when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. My IP address was listed in a file of recent access logs. Next to it was my approximate location based on that IP, the time I'd accessed the stream the previous night, and a status marked tracked. I shut down the virtual machine immediately and physically disconnected my internet router. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. They knew I had accessed their service. They knew roughly where I was located, and they were tracking me. What followed were the most paranoid weeks of my life. I wiped my laptop completely, then sold it to a second-hand shop 2 towns over. I bought a new one with cash and never connected it to my home network. I stayed with a friend for a few days, making excuses about problems with my flat's heating. I considered going to the police multiple times but was paralyzed by fear, not just of the people behind that site, but also of not being believed or somehow being treated as a suspect myself. Eventually, I did make an anonymous report through an online portal, providing as much detail as I could remember without incriminating myself. I have no idea if anything came of it. I never heard anything on the news about a ring being busted or arrests being made. Sometimes I wonder if my report was even taken seriously, or if it just disappeared into a digital void. It's been 8 months now. I've moved twice since then. I use different coffee shops for internet access, never the same one too often. I've changed my phone number, my email addresses, even the name I use on social media. Probably excessive, but the fear lingers. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, convinced I can hear someone trying the lock on my door. Sometimes I notice a car parked outside my flat for too long and find myself taking pictures of the license plate just in case. Most days, I manage to convince myself that I'm safe, that they wouldn't bother with someone who stumbled across their site accidentally and only viewed it briefly. I tell myself they have bigger concerns than tracking down every random person who finds them. But then I remember that file with my IP address and that word, tracked, and the fear comes flooding back. I'm writing this not as some creepypasta story or urban legend, but as a warning. The dark web isn't just some mysterious bogeyman that people exaggerate about. There are corners of it where the most depraved acts imaginable aren't just fantasized about, but performed on demand for anyone willing to pay. And sometimes, the entrance to those corners isn't hidden behind sophisticated encryption or secret passwords. Sometimes it's just a shortcut on your desktop that you click without thinking. I've just heard a notification sound from my new laptop. An email has arrived. I haven't given this email address to anyone. The subject line is just a string of numbers. I'm afraid to open it, but more afraid not to. If you're reading this, it means I decided to share my experience. Or perhaps someone else found this document and decided it should be shared. Either way, be careful what you download. Be careful what you click. Some things you can't unsee, and some paths, once you've started down them, you can never fully leave behind. Wait, someone's knocking at my door. It's almost midnight. Nobody I know would visit at this hour without calling first. They're knocking again, harder now. Someone had posted my photograph on a missing person website, complete with fabricated details about when I'd supposedly disappeared and who was looking for me. I only found it because my flatmate Sarah was procrastinating on coursework and randomly searching our names online for entertainment. She'd started with herself, then moved through everyone she knew, including me. Most results were the usual social media profiles and university sports team listings. But then she found something that made her call me over to her laptop immediately. The missing person entry showed a recent photograph of me, not one from social media, but a candid shot that appeared to have been taken without my knowledge while I was walking around Canterbury. The description claimed I'd been missing for 6 days, had last been seen near the university campus, and that my family were desperately worried about my safety. The contact information listed a phone number I'd never seen before and an email address that didn't belong to anyone I knew. Most disturbing was how accurate some details were. My age, general appearance description, even the clothes I'd been wearing in the photograph. But other information was completely fabricated, including claims about my mental health and suggestions that I might be in danger. The website itself looked legitimate, with proper layout and other genuine missing person cases listed alongside what was obviously a fake entry about me. It wasn't immediately obvious how someone could have added false information to what appeared to be an official platform for reporting disappeared individuals. Sarah helped me take screenshots of everything before I tried to contact the website administrators to report the fraudulent listing. The contact process required submitting detailed forms with identification documents and explanations of why the entry should be removed, bureaucratic procedures that would take time even for someone trying to correct obvious misinformation about themselves. While we were documenting the fake missing person report, Sarah discovered that the same photograph of me had been used on other platforms as well. Dating websites where someone had created profiles using my picture, classified advertisements for services I'd never offered, even academic research participant databases, where my details had been listed as someone willing to take part in psychological studies. The pattern suggested systematic identity theft rather than a simple prank or mistake. Someone had been using my photograph and personal information to create false identities across multiple platforms for purposes that weren't immediately clear but were clearly unauthorized. When I tried to reverse search the photograph to understand where it had originally come from, I found references to hidden websites that required specific access methods to view. Following these links led me to platforms that specialized in trading personal information and photographs of people who had no idea their details were being distributed. The marketplaces contained thousands of profiles with photographs and personal details of ordinary people, students, young professionals, anyone whose social media presence or public activities had made them visible enough to be documented and catalogued by people who collected such information. Most disturbing was that many profiles included detailed behavioral information alongside the photographs, daily routines, social connections, even psychological assessments based on observed activities and online presence. The kind of comprehensive intelligence that would be valuable for stalking, harassment, or more serious criminal targeting. I realized that my photograph and information weren't just being used for fake dating profiles or fraudulent missing person reports. They were part of a larger database that criminals use to create false identities, plan targeted attacks, or recruit people for various illegal activities. The fake missing person listing might have been designed to establish credibility for someone impersonating me, or to create confusion if I ever did actually go missing. Having an existing missing person report would make it easier for criminals to explain my absence or redirect attention away from their activities. But understanding what was happening didn't provide any immediate way to protect myself or remove my information from these criminal databases. The platforms operated through hidden websites that were difficult to access and impossible to regulate through normal complaint procedures. Meanwhile, people using my stolen identity could be committing fraud, harassment, or other crimes that might eventually be traced back to me, even though I hadn't consented to any of these activities. Explaining that my identity had been stolen would be complicated if law enforcement discovered evidence of criminal activities connected to my personal details. The investigation into my stolen identity also revealed how easily personal information could be gathered about anyone who maintained normal social media presence or participated in university activities. Photographs from public events, details from course listings, even behavioral patterns observable through routine activities provided enough material for comprehensive identity theft. People who thought they were maintaining reasonable privacy were actually providing criminals with everything needed to impersonate them or use their identities for illegal purposes. The information was collected systematically and organized into databases that could be searched and purchased by anyone willing to pay for access to detailed personal profiles. But the most disturbing discovery was that the fake missing person report was just one element of a much more comprehensive impersonation operation. Someone had been using my identity to establish relationships, apply for services, and participate in activities that I knew nothing about. Bank account applications had been submitted using my details. Employment records had been created showing jobs I'd never held. Even medical records existed claiming treatments and diagnoses that had never occurred. My stolen identity had developed an entire parallel existence that could be used to support various criminal activities. The scope of the identity theft suggested that this wasn't opportunistic fraud, but systematic preparation for long-term criminal operations that required established false identities with comprehensive supporting documentation. I tried to research whether other people had experienced similar comprehensive identity theft, and found that it was increasingly common for criminals to develop detailed false identities over months or years before using them for major fraud or other serious crimes. The fake missing person report, dating profiles, and service advertisements were all ways of establishing online presence and credibility for stolen identities that would eventually be used for activities requiring trusted personas and believable background histories. Students and young people were particularly attractive targets because they typically had clean criminal records, limited credit histories, and social media presence that provided extensive material for creating convincing impersonations. But most victims never realized their identities had been stolen until serious crimes had been committed using their personal details, making it difficult to prove innocence or recover from the damage caused by activities they'd never participated in. I started monitoring online platforms for additional uses of my stolen identity, documenting everything I found to build evidence that might be useful if criminal activities were eventually traced back to my personal details. The process revealed an entire criminal economy built around stolen identities, with specialized platforms for trading photographs, personal information, and supporting documentation that could be used to create comprehensive false personas. People whose identities had been stolen were unknowingly providing criminals with everything needed to commit fraud, establish relationships with victims, or participate in illegal activities while maintaining plausible deniability about their true identities. The casual way these platforms operated suggested that identity theft was so common and profitable that it had become a routine business model for criminals who understood how to exploit personal information that people shared through normal social and academic activities. But reporting what I'd discovered would require admitting that I'd been browsing illegal websites and potentially accessing criminal platforms, making me appear potentially complicit in activities I was actually trying to investigate and prevent. The stolen identity operation was probably continuing to expand, with my personal details being used for increasingly serious criminal activities, while I remained helpless to prevent the misuse of information that had been gathered without my knowledge or consent. When the police knocked on my door on Tuesday morning, I already knew it couldn't be good news. They were investigating fraud cases where someone using my identity had been targeting elderly victims across England, using the comprehensive background documentation that had been developed through systematic identity theft to establish trust with vulnerable people who had no reason to suspect they were being deceived. I should probably start by saying that I didn't end up in this freezing bedsit by accident. I've been wearing 2 jumpers most evenings just to take the edge off the cold, sitting here in this cramped little room, while I tried to make sense of how things went the way they did. I had a proper flat in Norwich not long ago, decent heating, a bit of space, a view over the park. But I walked away from all of that once I realized what I'd actually been part of these past 8 months. Most nights now, I sit with my laptop balanced on my knees, not typing, just staring at the screen, as I think back over the messages I read and the content I reviewed, all the tiny decisions I made without really understanding who was watching. I used to tell people I worked in content moderation, the harmless kind that keeps things neat and polite. Then I lost that job when the company replaced half of us with automation, and I took on something else that paid far better for what sounded like the same sort of work. It wasn't. And that's the story I'm trying to tell here. How a job I thought I understood ended with me hiding out in a cold room, wondering if the people behind it are going to come looking. I'd been moderating content for a social media platform for about 4 years before the company decided artificial intelligence could do most of what I did for a fraction of the cost. One day I was reviewing flagged posts and comments. The next I was being told my position was being eliminated along with 60% of the moderation team. I was 39 years old with a very specific skill set that turned out to be increasingly obsolete. The redundancy package was adequate but not generous, and I spent the better part of 2 months applying for similar roles. Most companies were moving toward automation or outsourcing to countries where labor was cheaper. The few positions I found wanted people with technical qualifications I didn't possess. That's when I saw the job posting on a remote work website. Someone was looking for experienced content moderators to help manage discussion spaces on privacy-focused platforms. The pay was exceptional, nearly £3,000 per month for what they estimated would be about 30 hours of work per week. They emphasized that they needed people who could work independently, make consistent judgment calls, and maintain strict confidentiality about the platforms they'd be moderating. I should have questioned why anyone would pay such generous rates for content moderation work when most companies were desperately trying to reduce those costs. Should have wondered what kind of privacy-focused platforms needed human moderators rather than automated systems. But I was getting desperate, watching my savings diminish while I sent out application after application with no responses. The application process was straightforward. I submitted my CV along with examples of moderation decisions I'd made in my previous role, explaining my reasoning and approach to balancing free expression with community safety. Within 2 days, I had a response requesting a video interview. The interviewer called himself David, though I suspected that wasn't his real name. He explained that their platforms operated in spaces where mainstream social media companies had limited reach, serving communities that valued privacy and unrestricted discussion. They needed moderators who could maintain order without being overly restrictive. People who understood the difference between genuine safety concerns and content that was simply controversial or unpopular. He was careful to emphasize that the work would involve reviewing material that might be disturbing or offensive. The platforms attracted people with unconventional views, and moderators needed to have thick skin and good judgment about what actually constituted a rule violation versus what was just unpleasant but legal expression. That all sounded reasonable to me. I'd spent years reviewing flagged content on mainstream platforms and was accustomed to seeing unpleasant material. I understood that content moderation required balancing competing values, and I was confident in my ability to make consistent judgments based on clear guidelines. David offered me the position at the end of the interview, pending completion of a brief training period where I'd shadow experienced moderators and learn the specific rules and expectations for their platforms. The pay would start immediately, and I'd be working entirely remotely using secure communication systems they'd provide. The training materials arrived via encrypted file transfer, along with login credentials for the platforms I'd be moderating. David explained that the platforms use special browser technology to protect user privacy, which was why they couldn't be accessed through normal internet connections. He provided step-by-step instructions for setting up the necessary software. When I finally accessed the platforms, my first impression was how basic they looked compared to mainstream social media. Simple layouts, minimal graphics, text-based discussions organized into topic categories. The interface reminded me of internet communities from the late 90s, before companies had invested millions in sophisticated user experiences. The content itself was immediately concerning. I'd been expecting controversial political discussions or conspiracy theories, the sort of material that mainstream platforms restricted, but that wasn't necessarily illegal. Instead, I found discussions about topics that were clearly criminal in nature. Detailed guides for exploiting various systems, conversations about targeting specific individuals, even exchanges about coordinating illegal activities. When I raised concerns during my training, the senior moderator explained that their role wasn't to judge the legality or morality of what users discussed. The platforms existed to facilitate free expression in spaces where government surveillance and corporate censorship couldn't reach. Our job was simply to enforce the specific rules the platforms had established, not to act as moral arbiters or law enforcement. The rules themselves were surprisingly specific. No spam or commercial advertising. No revealing personal information about other users without permission. No coordinating attacks against the platforms themselves or their administrators. But almost everything else was permitted, including discussions of criminal activity, as long as they remained theoretical rather than active coordination. I was deeply uncomfortable with the distinction they were drawing. But the senior moderator emphasized that moderators who couldn't maintain professional distance from disturbing content wouldn't last long in the role. This work required accepting that facilitating free expression sometimes meant allowing discussions we personally found abhorrent. I convinced myself this was no different from the principle that defending free speech sometimes means protecting speech we disagree with. I wasn't endorsing what users discussed, just maintaining spaces where they could express themselves without censorship. My role was technical and professional, not moral or legal. The first few weeks of actual moderation work tested that rationalization severely. I reviewed hundreds of flagged posts and comments every day, making decisions about whether they violated the platform's specific rules. Most of the time, the violations were clear. Spam, personal information being shared, direct threats against platform administrators. But I was also seeing content that was deeply disturbing. Detailed discussions about exploiting vulnerable people, guides for circumventing security measures and accessing systems without authorization, conversations about targeting specific individuals for harassment or worse. All technically within the platform's rules because they remain theoretical discussions rather than active coordination. I found myself removing spam and commercial advertising while allowing posts that discuss criminal activity in disturbingly specific detail. The cognitive dissonance was overwhelming, but I kept telling myself I was just following the rules I'd been hired to enforce. I wasn't responsible for what users chose to discuss within those parameters. The breakthrough came about 3 months into the work when I recognized specific details in a discussion thread. Users were discussing a harassment campaign against a teacher in Norfolk, sharing her work address, her daily routine, even photographs of her home and car. The posts technically didn't violate platform rules because they weren't coordinating attacks, just sharing information and discussing theoretical approaches. But I recognized the school mentioned in the discussion. It was where my sister's children attended, in a small town outside Kings Lynn. The teacher being discussed was someone I'd met at school events, a kind woman who taught primary school children and had never done anything to warrant the obsessive documentation these users were compiling. I realized I was moderating platforms that facilitated systematic harassment and stalking of real people, including people I knew personally. The theoretical discussions I was allowing weren't abstract debates about controversial topics. They were planning and intelligence gathering for criminal activity against identifiable individuals. I tried reporting the harassment campaign to David, explaining that users were clearly coordinating activity that would result in real harm to a specific person. He thanked me for the report, but explained that unless users explicitly coordinated illegal actions in their posts, the discussions fell within allowed parameters. The platforms existed to facilitate free expression, even when that expression involved sharing information about people who hadn't consented to being discussed. That response made me understand I wasn't moderating online communities to protect users from harm. I was maintaining spaces where people planned and coordinated criminal activity against vulnerable targets. The free expression we were facilitating was actually systematic intelligence gathering and harassment that destroyed real people's lives. I started paying closer attention to the platforms I was moderating, looking beyond individual rule violations to understand the broader context of what users were discussing. What I found was horrifying in its scope and organization. The platforms hosted extensive discussions about identifying vulnerable targets for various types of exploitation. Users shared techniques for surveillance, advice on circumventing security measures, even guides for psychologically manipulating specific types of victims. They coordinated activities without explicitly stating their criminal nature, using coded language and theoretical framing that technically didn't violate platform rules. One category of discussions focused on identifying and exploiting elderly people living alone. Users shared information about specific individuals, photographs of their homes, details about their daily routines. They discussed theoretical approaches for gaining access to properties, theoretical techniques for convincing people to provide financial information or access to their accounts. Another section dealt with targeting children through online spaces. Users shared information about children's social media accounts, their schools, their after-school activities. They discussed theoretical approaches for establishing contact, theoretical techniques for building trust with young people who might be isolated or vulnerable. I was looking at what amounted to criminal planning being conducted in plain sight, shielded by the pretense that these were merely theoretical discussions protected by principles of free expression. And I was the one ensuring these discussions could continue by removing spam and obvious rule violations, while allowing the substantive criminal content to remain. The teacher my sister knew was just one of hundreds of people being systematically targeted through discussions on the platforms I moderated. Each day, I reviewed posts documenting surveillance of specific individuals, sharing their personal information, discussing approaches for exploiting their vulnerabilities. But what made it unbearable was understanding that my moderation work was essential to the platform's operation. The constant spam, scams, and obvious rule violations would have made the platforms unusable if moderators like me weren't filtering them out. By removing the noise, I was making it easier for users to conduct their targeted harassment and criminal planning without distraction. I tried to refuse further work, but David made it clear that wasn't an option I could simply choose. I'd been working for the platforms for months, seeing everything users discussed, making decisions about what content should remain visible. I knew too much about how they operated and what they facilitated. Walking away would mean explaining to potential future employers why I'd left such well-paid work, and it would mean losing the substantial income I'd become dependent on. I was trapped by my own complicity. I couldn't report the platforms to authorities without admitting I'd been enabling criminal activity for months. I couldn't continue moderating without accepting that I was facilitating serious harm to real people. And I couldn't simply walk away without consequences from people who had extensive documentation of my involvement in maintaining these spaces. That's when I started documenting everything I saw on the platforms, taking screenshots and keeping detailed records of the criminal discussions I was being required to allow. I told myself I was preserving evidence for eventual reporting to authorities, but really I was just trying to feel less guilty about the harm I was enabling every day. The teacher in Norfolk ended up leaving her job after the harassment became unbearable. Users on the platform celebrated their successful campaign, discussing techniques they'd used and sharing lessons learned for future targeting. I read those celebration posts and knew I'd played a role in destroying a good person's career and sense of safety. I found other cases where people I'd allowed to be discussed on the platforms had subsequently been victimized. An elderly man in Somerset, whose information had been shared in those targeting discussions, was burgled shortly afterwards. A young mother in Wales, who'd been identified as vulnerable on the platforms, experienced systematic harassment that drove her from her home. Each case made it clearer that my moderation work wasn't just facilitating abstract discussions. It was enabling real criminal activity that destroyed real lives. The theoretical framing users employed to avoid explicit rule violations was just a linguistic shield that let them coordinate actual crimes, while I helpfully removed the spam and obvious violations that might have interfered with their planning. I tried contacting the police about what I'd discovered, but explaining my role proved impossible without admitting extensive complicity. I'd been moderating platforms for months, carefully removing content that violated specific rules while allowing criminal planning to continue unimpeded. My screenshots and documentation showed my intimate involvement in maintaining spaces where serious crimes were coordinated. The officer I spoke to was professional but frank about my position. I'd knowingly worked for platforms facilitating criminal activity. Accepting substantial payment for work I must have understood was enabling harm. Cooperation might be valuable for their investigation, but I shouldn't expect immunity from prosecution for my role in the operation. I was advised to stop moderating immediately and refuse further contact with the platform administrators. But David had already anticipated that possibility. I received messages explaining that moderators who caused problems for the platforms faced serious consequences. They had extensive records of my moderation decisions, including content I'd allowed to remain that had subsequently enabled criminal activity. If I tried to report them, they'd ensure authorities understood my active role in facilitating that activity. I realized I was being blackmailed with documentation of my own moderation work. Even though I'd been following the rules I'd been hired to enforce, the records showed me making decisions that allowed criminal planning to continue. They could present me as an active facilitator of the harm these platforms enabled. That's when the harassment started in earnest. I began finding my own personal information appearing on the platforms I'd been moderating. Users discussed my work history, my address, my daily routines. They shared photographs of my flat taken from outside, discussed theoretical approaches for accessing my home, even speculated about vulnerabilities that could be exploited. I was now being subjected to the same treatment I'd been enabling for months through my moderation work. Users were documenting my life with the same methodical precision they'd applied to all their previous targets, discussing approaches for ensuring my silence about what I'd seen on their platforms. The cognitive dissonance of seeing my own information being shared in spaces I was supposed to be moderating was overwhelming. I was expected to continue removing spam and obvious rule violations from discussions about targeting me, maintaining the platform's functionality, even as it facilitated my own harassment. I stopped logging into the moderation systems entirely, knowing that refusing to work would trigger the consequences David had warned about, but unable to continue enabling discussions that now directly threaten my own safety. Within days, I started receiving packages containing printed screenshots of moderation decisions I'd made, with annotations showing how those decisions had enabled specific criminal activities. The message was clear. They had comprehensive documentation of my complicity, and they'd use it to destroy my life if I caused them problems by reporting to authorities or refusing to remain silent about what I'd seen. That's when I left Norwich entirely, packing essential belongings and driving to Stoke-on-Trent, where I had no previous connections. I've been staying in this inadequate bedsit, avoiding digital traces and hoping I can disappear long enough to work out what to do next. But I know the platforms are still operating, still facilitating criminal planning and coordination, still enabling systematic targeting of vulnerable people. Other moderators have probably been recruited to replace me. People who make the same rationalizations I did about just enforcing rules and maintaining free expression. I think about that teacher in Norfolk, about the elderly man who was burgled, about all the other people whose lives were destroyed through discussions I allowed to remain visible. They trusted that online platforms had some responsibility to prevent coordination of criminal activity, that moderators would remove content that enabled serious harm. But I proved them wrong by carefully maintaining the platform's functionality, while allowing criminal planning to continue unimpeded. Every spam post I removed, every obvious violation I caught, it all made the platforms more effective at facilitating the criminal discussions I was required to ignore. The platforms taught me that moderation itself can be weaponized, that enforcing narrow technical rules while ignoring broader criminal context makes you complicit in whatever harm those platforms enable, that free expression principles can be exploited to shield criminal activity behind theoretical framing and coded language, and that once you've spent months moderating platforms you know are facilitating criminal activity, you become complicit enough that reporting them means destroying your own life along with exposing their operations. I suppose that's why I'm still sitting here in this freezing bedsit, rather than going back to police with all the evidence I preserved. Because I know that documentation implicates me as much as it exposes the platforms, and I'm not brave enough to face consequences for choices I made when I convinced myself I was just following the rules I'd been hired to enforce. All I can do is hope that someone else will eventually expose these platforms, that other moderators will find the courage I lack to report what they're enabling, despite the personal consequences, and hope that the people being targeted through discussions on those platforms find some way to protect themselves from criminal activity being coordinated in spaces that present themselves as merely facilitating controversial free expression, because the platforms are still operating, still recruiting moderators, still facilitating systematic targeting of vulnerable people. And I helped maintain them for months, carefully removing spam and obvious violations, while allowing criminal planning to flourish unchecked. If you're a parent, this is probably going to sound completely insane, but I once left my children with someone I barely knew. Looking back, I honestly don't know what I was thinking. As you can probably imagine, I'm still dealing with the consequences now, months later. It wasn't some random person off the street. I had references. I'd met her twice before the first proper babysitting session. Everything seemed completely legitimate. But legitimate doesn't mean what I thought it meant. And those evenings when I thought my kids were safely tucked up in bed while I was at work are apparently documented in ways that make me feel sick every time I think about it. Documented and sold to people who paid for access to footage I never knew was being recorded. Footage that continues to exist somewhere I'll never be able to find or delete. I'm a midwife working at a hospital in Bristol. Been doing it for around 12 years now. I'm a single mum to 2 children, Oliver, who's 8, and Emma, who's 6. Their dad left when Emma was a baby, and I've managed mostly on my own since then, juggling shifts at the hospital with childcare arrangements that are always slightly more complicated than I'd like. My mum helps when she can, and the kids go to after-school club most days, but occasionally I need evening coverage when my shifts run late or I'm called in unexpectedly. Last year, I started using a babysitter I'd found through a local childcare website. Her name was Kelly, early 20s, studying early years education at college. She had good references from other families, a clean DBS check, and when I met her for coffee to discuss what I needed, she seemed responsible and genuinely interested in childcare as a career. We arranged a trial evening where she'd look after the kids, whilst I went to the cinema with a friend, just to see how everyone got on. The evening went perfectly. The children liked her. She followed all my instructions about bedtime routines and house rules. And when I came home, everything was tidy, and the kids were asleep. Kelly was professional and pleasant, happy to answer questions about how the evening had gone. I felt I'd found someone reliable, which was a relief given how difficult it can be to find good childcare. Over the following months, Kelly babysat for me around once or twice a week, usually on evenings when I had late shifts or training sessions at the hospital. The routine became comfortable and familiar. I'd leave detailed instructions about dinner and bedtime. Kelly would arrive punctually, and I'd come home to sleeping children and a tidy house. She'd update me on how the evening had gone, any issues or funny moments, and I'd pay her the agreed rate plus a bit extra for being so reliable. The children adored her. Oliver would ask when Kelly was coming again, and Emma started talking about her like a favorite aunt. Kelly brought craft activities and games, helped with homework, seemed genuinely engaged with the kids rather than just watching television whilst they entertained themselves. I felt fortunate to have found someone so capable and caring. Around 4 months into this arrangement, I started noticing Kelly asking more questions about our routines and home setup. What time did I usually get home from late shifts? Did we have any security cameras or alarms? Where did I keep important documents and valuables? She framed these questions casually, explaining she was writing an essay for college about household safety and childcare responsibilities, but something about the questions made me slightly uncomfortable. I answered vaguely, not wanting to seem distrustful, but also not wanting to provide detailed information about security measures or where I kept things. Kelly didn't push for more specific answers, and the questions stopped after a week or so. I convinced myself I'd been oversensitive, that they really were just for a college assignment. Then one evening, I came home from a shift to find Kelly looking flustered. She explained that Emma had been upset at bedtime and had cried for nearly an hour before finally settling. This was unusual. Emma was generally an easy child who went to bed without fuss. When I checked on her, she was sleeping soundly and seemed fine. I didn't think too much about it, assuming she'd just been tired and emotional. The following week, Oliver mentioned casually that Kelly had been using the computer in my bedroom. He said she'd been up there for ages whilst they were watching television, and he'd gone to find her because he wanted help with something. I asked him what Kelly had been doing on the computer, and he shrugged and said she'd closed the screen quickly when he came in. That bothered me more than I wanted to admit. There was no reason for Kelly to be using my computer, and certainly no reason for her to be doing so in my bedroom rather than in the living room where the children could see her. I checked my computer that evening but couldn't see anything obviously wrong or accessed. My files looked undisturbed. My browser history showed nothing unusual. I told myself Oliver had probably misunderstood what he'd seen. But I started paying more attention after that, looking for anything that seemed off or inconsistent with how I'd left things. I noticed small changes. A drawer in my bedroom dresser that I was sure I'd closed was slightly open. Papers on my desk rearranged slightly differently than I usually positioned them. The spare room door standing open when I generally kept it shut. I also noticed that my laptop seemed to run slower than usual, and occasionally the fan would come on even when I wasn't running any demanding programs. I asked a colleague at work who was more technically minded to have a look at it, and she found several programs running in the background that I'd never installed. Remote access software, screen recording applications, things that would allow someone to monitor or control the computer without the owner knowing. She removed the software and asked how it might have gotten there. I immediately thought of Kelly using the computer, though I couldn't understand why a babysitter would install spyware on a client's laptop. My colleague suggested it might be part of identity theft or fraud, gathering personal information that could be used to access accounts or steal money. I confronted Kelly the next time she came to babysit, asking directly if she'd been using my computer and whether she knew anything about software I hadn't installed. She seemed genuinely confused and denied using the computer at all, saying Oliver must have been mistaken. I wanted to believe her, but the software installation aligned too closely with when Oliver had mentioned seeing her in my bedroom. I told Kelly I didn't need her services anymore, making up an excuse about my mum having more availability to help with childcare. She seemed disappointed, but accepted it professionally. I paid her for the evening and she left, and I felt relieved to have ended the arrangement before anything worse happened. About 2 weeks later, I received an anonymous email containing a link and a message saying I should see what had been happening in my home. Every instinct told me it was malicious, probably spam or a virus, but the timing after ending things with Kelly made me curious despite myself. I showed the email to my technically minded colleague, and she helped me access the link safely through isolated systems. The link led to a website on the dark web, a marketplace specializing in what they called domestic surveillance content. The site was organized into categories by household type and composition, with search functions allowing users to filter by specific criteria. My household was listed there under single-parent families with young children. The listing included dozens of video files, all recorded in my home during evenings when Kelly had been babysitting. The videos showed my children going about their evening routines, eating dinner, playing games, getting ready for bed. But they also showed footage from my bedroom, my office space, private areas Kelly had accessed whilst the children were occupied. Some videos showed Kelly going through drawers and cupboards, photographing documents, copying files from my computer. Others showed her installing small cameras in various rooms, in smoke detectors, in electrical sockets, in decorative items on shelves. The videos were professionally edited and organized, clearly intended for sale rather than just personal collection. The marketplace listing described what buyers could expect: authentic footage of family life, children's bedtime routines, private spaces documented without the family's knowledge. The listing emphasized that recording was ongoing, with new content uploaded regularly. Buyers could purchase individual videos or subscribe for continuous access to new footage as it was recorded. The view counter showed hundreds of people had accessed my listing. The subscription data indicated around 30 different users had paid for ongoing access to footage from my home. Comments beneath the listing discussed the content in ways that made me feel physically ill. People praising the quality of the videos, requesting specific types of footage, discussing which rooms and routines were most interesting to watch. What made it worse was realizing the cameras Kelly had installed were presumably still active. Even though she was no longer babysitting, the devices were still recording and transmitting footage of my family's private life. My children getting ready for school, bedtime routines I thought were completely private, everyday moments that were being watched and discussed by strangers who'd paid for access. I contacted the police immediately. they took it extremely seriously, sending officers to search my house for hidden cameras. It took most of a day, but they found 6 devices, 1 in the living room electrical socket, 1 in the hallway smoke detector, 1 in each child's bedroom hidden in nightlights, 1 in my bedroom ceiling fixture, and 1 in the bathroom extractor fan. All of them had been installed during evenings when Kelly had been supposedly supervising my children. The police arrested Kelly and seized her computer and phone. They found extensive evidence of her involvement in creating and selling surveillance footage from multiple households. She'd been operating this scheme for over 2 years, targeting single parents through childcare websites, gaining access to homes through legitimate babysitting arrangements, and installing cameras to record family life for sale on dark web marketplaces. The investigation revealed at least 20 other families whose homes had been surveilled the same way. All single parents, mostly mothers, all found through childcare websites where Kelly had created profiles with fake references and stolen DBS certificates. She'd refined her approach over time, learning which types of households generated the most interest from buyers and which rooms produced the most valuable footage. Kelly was prosecuted and received a prison sentence, but the damage was irreversible. The footage she'd recorded and sold existed in private collections of people who downloaded it before the marketplace was shut down. Months of my children's lives, documented without their knowledge or consent, potentially being shared through networks I'd never access or control. The psychological impact on the children has been difficult to manage. Oliver is old enough to understand that someone bad had been watching them, though I've tried to shield him from the full details. Emma doesn't fully grasp what happened, just knows that Kelly won't be coming back and that we have new rules about privacy and safety. Both of them have nightmares occasionally, feelings of being watched that I understand completely because I have them too. I've installed proper security systems now, check every smoke detector and electrical fixture regularly, maintain hypervigilance about who has access to my home. But I know that footage of my children still exists somewhere. Videos of bedtime routines, bath times, private family moments that were recorded and sold to strangers who viewed my children's innocence as content worth purchasing. The detective assigned to my case walked me through what they'd found on Kelly's devices. She'd been meticulous in her documentation, keeping detailed records of which families she'd targeted, what times cameras were most productive, which types of content generated the most buyer interest. She'd organized everything like a business, with spreadsheets tracking revenue from different households and notes about which families were worth maintaining surveillance on long term. My household had been particularly valuable to her because of the children's ages and our predictable evening routines. The detective explained, with obvious discomfort, that footage of young children in domestic settings was highly sought after on these marketplaces, not necessarily for explicitly inappropriate purposes in every case, though that was certainly part of it, but also for people who were interested in observing family dynamics and children's natural behavior when they thought they were unobserved. That explanation didn't make me feel any better. Whether buyers were watching my children for explicitly predatory reasons or for some other disturbing purpose didn't change the fundamental violation. My children's private lives had been commodified and sold, their innocence converted into entertainment for strangers whose interest in them was inherently wrong, regardless of their specific motivations. The investigation also revealed that Kelly had been refining her techniques based on feedback from buyers. The marketplace where she sold the footage included messaging systems where subscribers could request specific types of content or suggest better camera placements. She'd used these requests to improve her surveillance methods, positioning cameras based on what buyers wanted to see. adjusting her babysitting routines to capture particular moments that had been requested. One particularly disturbing message thread discussed bedtime routines, with a subscriber asking if Kelly could record bath time more consistently. She'd responded that she'd work on getting better access to that content, and subsequent footage showed she'd installed an additional camera in the bathroom specifically to fulfill that request. She'd treated my children like actors in a production she was directing, manipulating our family routines to create content that would satisfy paying customers. The police found similar message threads about other families Kelly had surveilled, requests for specific angles, particular daily activities, certain times of day when children were most natural and unguarded. She'd accommodated these requests systematically, treating the surveillance operation like any other customer service business where satisfying client preferences was essential to maintaining revenue. What made it even worse was discovering how Kelly had gained access to some of her information about our household before even meeting me. The childcare website where I'd found her required parents to create profiles with details about their family situation, children's ages, typical schedules, and specific childcare needs. Kelly had been systematically collecting this information from parent profiles, using it to target families that matched the preferences of her marketplace subscribers. She'd known before our first meeting that I was a single mother with 2 young children, that I worked irregular hospital hours, that I needed evening coverage regularly. She'd known my children's names and ages, roughly where we lived, what my childcare budget was likely to be. All of that information had been freely provided by me through the website, never imagining it would be used to identify my family as ideal targets for commercial surveillance. The technical analysis of the cameras Kelly had installed revealed they were more sophisticated than typical consumer spy cameras. They included motion-activated recording that saved storage space by only capturing footage when people were present. They had night vision capability for recording in dark rooms. They could be remotely accessed and controlled, allowing Kelly to adjust settings or review footage without physically returning to the homes where she'd installed them. Most disturbing was the discovery that Kelly could watch the camera feeds in real time from her phone while she was physically present in my home. The detective showed me footage that Kelly herself had recorded using her phone, showing the view from her perspective while she babysat. In several videos, she was clearly watching the live feed from the bedroom camera while sitting downstairs with the children, monitoring me when I came home early or went upstairs to check on something. She'd been watching me without my knowledge whilst pretending to interact normally, seeing everything I did in private spaces whilst maintaining the performance of a trustworthy babysitter. The sophistication of the operation and the coldness of that deception made it clear this wasn't impulsive or opportunistic. It was calculated, systematic, professional in its execution, even though its purpose was unconscionable. The court proceedings were difficult to endure. Kelly's defense tried to minimize what she'd done, arguing that she'd never physically harmed any children and that the surveillance footage wasn't explicitly inappropriate. The prosecution had to explain in painful detail how the footage had been marketed and what kinds of people had purchased access to it, making the implicit threats to children's safety horrifyingly clear, even without physical contact. Several other families whose homes Kelly had surveilled attended the trial. We formed an uncomfortable community of shared experience, united by having trusted the wrong person with access to our children and homes. Some had discovered the surveillance through the investigation into Kelly's activities, never having suspected anything was wrong until police contacted them. Others had noticed oddities like I had, but hadn't connected them to their babysitter until it was too late. One mother described finding cameras in her children's bedrooms years after Kelly had last babysat for them. The devices had continued recording and transmitting long after Kelly had moved on to other families, creating an archive of footage spanning the children's development from toddlers to primary school age. The breadth of that violation, the years of surveillance that had continued invisibly, was staggering to contemplate. Another family had discovered that footage of their children had been distributed beyond the original marketplace Kelly used. Screenshots and video clips had appeared on other websites, reposted and shared by people who'd initially purchased them through Kelly's listings. The footage had taken on a life of its own, spreading through networks the family could never fully map or eliminate. Their children's images permanently circulating in spaces they'd never be able to control. Kelly received a substantial prison sentence, but we all knew it wouldn't undo what had been done. The footage would continue existing after her release. The violation would persist long after she'd served her time. The families she'd targeted would carry the knowledge of what happened for the rest of our lives, and our children would eventually need to be told enough of the truth to understand why we're so careful about privacy and security. I've had to explain to Oliver and Emma in age-appropriate terms that someone we trusted did something very wrong. Oliver understands that Kelly was recording us and that those recordings were seen by strangers who shouldn't have had access to them. Emma understands that Kelly wasn't who we thought she was and that she did bad things that mean we have to be more careful now. Neither of them knows the full extent of it. The marketplace listings and subscriber counts and ongoing distribution of their images. I hope they never need to know those details. What haunts me most is thinking about those 30 subscribers who paid for ongoing access to footage from my home. Who were they? Why were they interested in watching my family specifically? What did they do with the footage they downloaded? The police investigation identified some of them, resulting in additional arrests for possession of inappropriate material, but many remained anonymous. The architecture of the dark web marketplace Kelly used made it difficult to trace all subscribers or determine what they'd done with the content after downloading it. I think about them sometimes, these faceless strangers who paid money to watch my children sleep, to observe their bedtime routines, to see private family moments that should never have been shared. Some were probably local, living near enough that they might have seen my children at school or in shops, recognizing them from footage they'd purchased. Others were probably scattered across the country or internationally, interested in my family for reasons I'll never understand and don't want to imagine. The uncertainty is corrosive, not knowing who saw what or when, or what they did with the footage, or whether they're still watching material they downloaded before the marketplace was shut down. The investigation revealed that Kelly's operation had been running for over 2 years and had surveilled around 20 families in that time. The amount of footage she'd sold was substantial. Thousands of hours of domestic surveillance showing children and families in their most private moments. I also think about the other families Kelly targeted, particularly those who never discovered what happened. The investigation identified 20 households where cameras were found, but Kelly's record suggested she'd surveilled more than that. Either the cameras had been removed by Kelly herself when she moved on to other targets, or they remained undiscovered in homes where families had no idea they were being watched. How many children's lives were documented and sold without their parents ever knowing? The psychological impact on my children has been harder to manage than the practical security measures. Oliver developed significant anxiety about being watched, checking his room repeatedly for cameras, asking questions about whether people could see him through windows or electronics. Emma became clingy and fearful of being left with anyone other than immediate family. her trust in caregivers shattered by the realization that someone she'd liked and trusted had been doing something harmful. We've been through counseling, both individually and as a family. The therapist has helped us process what happened and develop strategies for feeling safe again. But recovery is slow and uneven, with setbacks triggered by seemingly random events, a smoke detector beeping to signal low battery, a nightlight that reminds them of the ones that contained cameras, a news story about surveillance or privacy invasion. I gave someone access to my children and my home based on references that turned out to be fake and a professional manner that was entirely performance. That decision led to months of secret surveillance, my children's lives sold to strangers as entertainment, permanent footage that continues to exist in collections I'll never locate. The trust I extended to Kelly wasn't unreasonable or negligent. I did what parents are supposed to do, checking credentials and meeting potential caregivers before allowing them access to my children. But it wasn't enough, because Kelly's entire presentation was designed to exploit exactly that kind of reasonable parental diligence. That's what I think about now when I see babysitters advertised on childcare websites. Not whether they're qualified or experienced, but whether they're installing more than trust whilst parents are away. Whether the families who hire them realize their private lives might become products sold in hidden corners of the internet to people whose interest in children isn't innocent. Whether other parents understand that credentials can be faked, references can be manufactured, and professional manner can mask predatory intent. The childcare website where I found Kelly has implemented new verification procedures since the investigation revealed how she'd operated. They now require video verification calls and more rigorous background checks. They've added warnings about protecting family privacy and recommendations for monitoring caregivers. But these measures feel inadequate, given what happened. Reactive rather than preventive. Closing the door after too many families had already been violated. I left my children with someone I barely knew. Just a babysitter who seemed professional, who had references I didn't verify properly, who seemed to genuinely care about my kids. That trust led to a betrayal I'll never fully recover from, to footage that can't be retrieved, to a loss of innocence for my children that no prison sentence can restore. The guilt of that sits with me constantly, the knowledge that my decision to trust Kelly exposed my children to something I should have protected them from. We're supposedly safe now. The cameras are gone, Kelly is imprisoned, the marketplace was shut down. But somewhere online, videos of my children exist. Their bedtime stories, their bath times, their innocent moments of childhood, all documented and distributed to people I'll never identify. And that knowledge will haunt me for the rest of my life. A permanent weight I'll carry. A violation that can never be undone. No matter how many security systems I install or how carefully I vet future caregivers. That's the reality of what happened when I hired a babysitter I found online. Not a tragic accident or an unforeseeable risk, but a systematic exploitation of parental trust by someone who'd refined their predatory approach over years of targeting vulnerable families. My mistake wasn't unique or particularly careless. It was predictable, which is why Kelly's operation was so successful and why other families continue to be at risk from people operating similar schemes right now. The footage exists. The violation is permanent. And somewhere, someone is probably watching videos of my children at this very moment, footage they purchased or downloaded or received from someone else who'd subscribed to Kelly's marketplace listings. That thought makes it hard to breathe sometimes. The knowledge that my children's privacy was stolen and sold and continues to be violated by strangers whose faces I'll never see. and whose motivations I'll never understand. That's what one bad decision cost us, and that's a price we'll be paying for the rest of our lives. The weight loss supplement I'd been testing for a product review company turned out to contain something that definitely wasn't meant for dieting. It seemed like easy money when I first saw the advert on a freelance job site. Testmart Solutions needed people to try various health and wellness products, then write honest reviews about their experiences. Each review pays £30, with flexible deadlines and the option to work from home. Perfect for someone juggling university coursework with mounting student debt. My first assignment was straightforward enough. A vitamin supplement that claimed to boost energy levels. I took it for 2 weeks, documented any effects I noticed, and submitted a detailed review covering everything from packaging to results. The process was professional and the payment arrived promptly. The second assignment was where things started getting odd. I noticed another supplement, this time marketed for weight loss, but its packaging looked different from anything I had seen in regular stores. No brand name I recognized, minimal labeling, and ingredients listed in ways that seemed deliberately vague. The company explained that they specialized in testing products before they reached mainstream markets, which was why the packaging looked unfamiliar. Early-stage supplements often had basic labeling, while manufacturers finalized their branding and regulatory approvals. I started taking the weight loss pills as instructed, documenting everything from appetite changes to energy levels. The effects were immediate and dramatic, much more significant than you'd expect from any legitimate dietary supplement. Within days, I was experiencing symptoms that seemed excessive for something meant to support healthy weight management. Severe appetite suppression, irregular heartbeat, difficulty sleeping, and mood changes that felt chemically induced rather than natural responses to dietary changes. These side effects are more commonly associated with prescription medications than with over-the-counter wellness products. When I reported these concerning symptoms to Testmart Solutions, they assured me that strong effects were normal for concentrated supplements and that documenting adverse reactions was actually valuable data for their client companies. They encouraged me to continue the testing period and record detailed information about all symptoms I experienced. But the symptoms were becoming serious enough to affect my daily functioning. I was losing weight rapidly, struggling to concentrate during lectures, and experiencing physical reactions that suggested the supplement contained much more than basic dietary ingredients. I decided to research the specific compounds listed on the packaging, hoping to understand what was causing such extreme effects. Most ingredients were listed using chemical names rather than common terms, making it difficult to identify what I was actually consuming. When I finally managed to trace some of the chemical references, I found that several weren't approved dietary supplements at all. Some appeared to be pharmaceutical compounds that required prescriptions, while others seemed to be industrial chemicals with no legitimate use in nutrition products. I realized I wasn't testing dietary supplements for consumer reviews. I was unknowingly participating in illegal drug trials, consuming experimental compounds that hadn't been approved for human consumption. The dramatic weight loss effects weren't from legitimate dietary ingredients, but from potentially dangerous chemicals that were being tested on unsuspecting volunteers who thought they were trying normal wellness products. When I tried to stop taking the supplements and withdraw from the testing program, Testmart Solutions expressed concern about incomplete data collection and offered premium payments for continuing the full testing protocol. They emphasized that partial testing periods weren't useful for their research purposes and that discontinuing treatments abruptly could be medically risky after the physiological changes I'd already experienced. The pressure to continue felt excessive for what should have been voluntary product testing. It seemed more like concern about losing test subjects from medical experiments that required systematic data collection to be scientifically valid. I attempted to research TestSmart solutions more thoroughly and found that while they maintained professional business registration, there was minimal information about their actual operations or the companies they claimed to represent. Most legitimate product testing services had clear connections to recognized manufacturers and transparent processes for ensuring participants' safety. TestSmart operated with much less oversight than would be expected for a company handling potentially harmful substances. More troubling was evidence that some of the compounds I'd been consuming had been connected to serious health problems in other contexts. Industrial chemicals that had caused organ damage, pharmaceutical ingredients that had been banned due to dangerous side effects, even substances that were known to be addictive or psychologically harmful. The product testing wasn't evaluating consumer wellness supplements. It was systematic human experimentation using compounds that couldn't be tested through legitimate medical research due to safety concerns and regulatory restrictions. But by the time I understood what was happening, I'd been consuming unknown chemicals for several weeks and experiencing physiological changes that might have long-term health consequences regardless of whether I continued participating in the testing program. The detailed health information I'd provided during the application process would also make it difficult to prove that any subsequent medical problems were caused by the experimental compounds rather than pre-existing conditions or lifestyle factors. Meanwhile, the illegal drug testing operation was probably continuing with other participants who were unaware they were consuming dangerous experimental substances while thinking they were earning money through legitimate product reviews. People seeking flexible part-time work were being systematically recruited to serve as test subjects for pharmaceutical experiments that violated every principle of informed consent and participant safety. The supplement testing I thought would provide easy income while contributing to consumer product development had instead made me an unwitting participant in medical experiments that could cause permanent damage to my health. But the most disturbing realization was that this recruitment method was probably being used to target vulnerable populations who needed money and might be less likely to question unusual side effects or seek medical attention for problems caused by experimental compounds. Students, unemployed people, and others dealing with financial pressures were being systematically exploited to provide human test subjects for illegal pharmaceutical research that couldn't be conducted through legitimate medical institutions. I never completed another product testing assignment, but I remained concerned about the long-term health effects of the experimental compounds I'd consumed and the possibility that the illegal research operation would continue targeting other vulnerable people. The casual way TestSmart Solutions had recruited participants and administered potentially dangerous substances suggested that illegal human experimentation was being conducted on a significant scale by people who understood how to exploit financial desperation while maintaining plausible deniability about their activities. When I eventually sought medical advice about the symptoms I'd experienced, my doctor was disturbed by the descriptions of the compounds I'd been given and recommended comprehensive testing to check for organ damage or other long-term effects that might not become apparent until months or years after exposure to the experimental chemicals. I've been sitting on this story for nearly 3 years now. Every time I consider sharing it, something stops me. Maybe fear, maybe guilt, maybe the knowledge that once it's out there, I can't take it back. But after what happened last Tuesday, I need to get this off my chest. Some things you just can't explain to someone who hasn't seen what the internet really hides. It started with boredom, honestly. Nothing dramatic, no tragic backstory. Just a guy with too much time on his hands and a fancy gaming PC that could handle pretty much anything. I'd recently moved to Bristol for a job in IT security, ironically enough. I was living alone for the first time in one of those cookie-cutter apartment blocks they keep throwing up near city centres. The walls were thin enough that I could hear my neighbour sneeze, but somehow I still felt isolated. My friends were all back in Birmingham, and I wasn't great at the whole making new connections thing. So I spent a lot of nights at home, gaming or browsing the web. I'd known about the dark web for years, of course. Anyone in IT security does. I'd even accessed it a few times for research purposes during uni, checking out how certain black markets operated so we could better understand security vulnerabilities. Nothing sinister, just academic curiosity. But on this particular night, a rainy Tuesday in October, I was especially restless. I'd finished a 12-hour shift sorting out a ransomware issue for a client, and my brain was still buzzing even though my body was exhausted. That weird combination where you're too tired to do anything productive, but too wired to sleep. So I set up a secure browser, connected through a couple of VPNs, force of habit from work, and started browsing. At first, it was just the usual stuff. Marketplaces selling drugs, forums discussing privacy, sites offering counterfeit documents. I remember the soft blue glow of my monitor reflecting on my coffee mug, the one with the faded Liverpool FC logo that I'd had since uni. My eyes were getting heavy, and I was about to call it a night when a notification popped up on one of the forums I'd been browsing. Someone had messaged me directly, which was unusual. I'd been lurking, not posting. I wasn't even using a regular username, just a randomly generated string of characters. The message was simple, asking if I was looking for something specific. I almost ignored it. My IT security brain was throwing up red flags like crazy. But there was that curiosity again, that same itch that had gotten me browsing the dark web in the first place. I responded non-committally, saying I was just exploring. The conversation that followed seemed benign enough, just someone being friendly, asking about my interests, how long I'd been on the forum. Looking back, they were clearly probing to see if I was law enforcement, but at the time, it just felt like casual chat. I was distracted anyway, half watching a YouTube video in another window, and occasionally getting up to stretch my legs or refill my coffee. My flat had that faintly musty smell it always got when it rained. I never could figure out where the dampness was coming from. About 20 minutes into the conversation, they shared a link. Said it might interest me based on what we'd been discussing, which had drifted to the topic of how much of what people claimed about the dark web was urban legend versus reality. I hesitated. Clicking random links on the dark web is basically security suicide 101. But they mentioned it was a forum specifically discussing the myths and realities of services for hire on the dark web, supposedly debunking the hitman for hire sites as scams, which they mostly are. I was genuinely interested from a professional standpoint. I'd been teaching a module on digital security that touched on exactly this subject. My finger hovered over the trackpad. I really should have known better. I'd literally spent that morning cleaning up after a ransomware attack that started with someone clicking a suspicious link. But it was late, I was tired, and my judgment was compromised. I clicked. It took me to what looked like another forum, but more sophisticated than most dark websites. Clean design, proper formatting. None of the clunky early 2000s aesthetics that dominate most .onion domains. I had to create an account to view most of the content, which again set off alarm bells, but I used all my usual precautions: temporary email, generated password, fake details. The verification process was more thorough than usual, requiring me to complete a series of puzzles rather than just clicking a link. That should have been another warning sign, but I was mildly impressed by the security measures. Professional curiosity, I suppose. Once in, I browsed a few threads. It seemed legitimate enough. Discussions about various dark web services, debates about which ones were scams, analyses of how law enforcement tracked these kinds of operations. There was a whole section dedicated to service provider vetting that claimed to verify whether sellers of various illegal services were legitimate or not. I remember my eyes starting to sting from staring at the screen too long, and I rubbed them, noticing the stubble on my chin. I hadn't shaved in days, hadn't really needed to, since I was working remotely that week. Then I noticed a locked thread titled Verification Events. It had thousands of views, but only a handful of replies. Something about the clinical terminology made me uneasy, but I was already in too deep. I clicked it, only to get a message that this section was for verified members only. Below, it was a link to apply for verification. The application form was brief, asking about my interests and what I hoped to gain from verification. I was vague, saying I was researching the reality behind dark web legends for academic purposes. I didn't expect anything to come of it. These exclusive forums usually ignored new members, so I was surprised when, less than 5 minutes later, I received a notification that my application was being processed and I should remain online. While waiting, I got up to use the bathroom. The linoleum was cold under my feet. I kept meaning to buy a bath mat, but somehow never remembered when I was actually out shopping. When I came back, there was a new notification. My application had been provisionally approved, pending a demonstration verification session that would begin in 10 minutes. There was a countdown timer and instructions to ensure my connection was stable and secure. I should have logged off right then. Every instinct I developed over years in IT security was screaming at me to disconnect. But there was a strange sense of detachment, almost like I was watching someone else make these decisions. I told myself it was just professional curiosity, that I'd watch the demonstration, gather information about how these scams operated, and then report it through proper channels. I even opened a text document to take notes, as if that somehow made what I was doing legitimate research rather than dangerous stupidity. The countdown reached 0, and my screen changed to what looked like a video streaming interface with a chat panel to the right. A message appeared stating that the demonstration would begin shortly, and that this was a proof of capability session for new clients. No interaction or bidding would be permitted during the demonstration. This was observation only. The video began playing. At first, it showed an ordinary street somewhere urban. Could have been anywhere in Britain or Europe. Brick buildings, parked cars, streetlights casting orange pools on wet pavement. The camera appeared to be stationary but high quality, possibly mounted somewhere overlooking the street. A timestamp in the corner showed it was live footage, just minutes behind real time. I remember noticing condensation forming on my window as the rain outside grew heavier, creating rivulets that distorted the view of the building across the street. For several minutes, nothing happened. The chat remained quiet, except for occasional messages confirming that members were connected and viewing. Then a car pulled up, a dark-colored sedan, nothing distinctive. A man got out, looked to be in his 40s, wearing a business suit. He locked the car and started walking down the street, checking his phone. The camera followed him, which meant it wasn't stationary as I'd first thought. Someone was controlling it remotely, tracking this random businessman as he walked. I felt the first real stab of unease. This wasn't a demonstration of a scam. This was surveillance of an actual person. A message appeared in the chat, giving a brief profile of the man. His name, occupation, home address, details about his family, and below that, the reason he'd been selected. Allegations of embezzlement from a company pension fund. Money that belonged to people who had worked their whole lives for a secure retirement. The message explained that this was a contracted demonstration, the fee already paid by former employees who had lost their savings. The clinical tone made it all the more disturbing, like reading a weather report that happened to be describing a hurricane heading straight for you. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. This couldn't be real. It had to be staged, an elaborate performance to convince potential clients that they were legitimate. I almost convinced myself of that until the camera angle changed, and I saw a new figure enter the frame. Someone wearing dark clothing and a nondescript cap, walking on the opposite side of the street in the same direction as the businessman. The chat became more active. Comments appeared noting the operator's approach, discussing the technique being demonstrated. Some mentioned previous demonstrations they'd witnessed, comparing methodologies. I felt sick but couldn't look away. It was like watching a nature documentary where you know the gazelle is about to be taken down by a lion, but it's happening in slow motion. The businessman stopped at a corner, waiting to cross. The operator casually crossed the street, ending up just behind him. They were now both waiting for the traffic light to change. I remember holding my breath, my coffee forgotten and growing cold beside me. The ticking of my cheap wall clock seemed abnormally loud in the silence of my flat. When it happened, it was so quick I almost missed it. As the light changed and people began to cross, the operator moved directly behind the businessman. There was a slight motion, just a small movement of their arm. And then they were walking past, continuing on as the businessman took a few more steps and then suddenly stumbled. At first, it looked like he'd simply tripped. He put his hand against the building to steady himself, then touched his side where the operator had been. His expression changed from confusion to alarm. He looked around, seemingly trying to call out, but no one stopped. He slid down the wall to a sitting position, his briefcase still clutched in one hand. The camera stayed on him as people walked past, most not even noticing the man sitting against the wall. One woman paused, seemed to ask if he was all right, but then moved on when he waved her away. It took less than 3 minutes before his movement stopped completely. Not a single person realized what had happened. To them, it probably just looked like a drunk or someone feeling unwell. The operator was long gone, not even in frame anymore. The camera lingered on the businessman for another minute before the feed cut to black. A message appeared thanking viewers for attending the demonstration and stating that verification of new members had been completed. Those who wished to inquire about services now had access to the necessary channels. I closed my laptop immediately. I felt cold all over, my hands shaking so badly I could barely stand up. I just watched someone being murdered in real time. There was no question in my mind anymore that it was staged. The clinical efficiency, the complete lack of drama, the ordinary setting, it was all too real. I spent the rest of the night pacing my flat, desperately trying to figure out what to do. Go to the police and tell them what? That I'd witnessed a murder somewhere in an unnamed city, committed by someone I couldn't identify, against a victim whose name I only knew from an anonymous forum post. I had no proof, no recording. I hadn't thought to capture the stream, and even if I had, I'd have to admit to being in a place I should never have been. I decided to wait until morning to see if there was any news about a businessman found dead in the street. I checked every news site I could think of, searched for any reports of unexpected deaths or murders. Nothing. Either it hadn't been reported yet, or it had happened somewhere whose local news I couldn't access, or the thought that kept creeping back despite my attempts to suppress it. They were efficient enough to have removed the body before it was discovered. For days afterward, I was a wreck. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat properly. I kept checking the forum, but my account had been deactivated. The link I'd been sent no longer worked. It was as if the entire thing had never existed. I considered anonymous tips to various police departments, but had no idea where to even begin. Which jurisdiction? What details could I provide that wouldn't immediately be dismissed as a hoax or the ravings of a paranoid mind? Eventually, I convinced myself that maybe it had been elaborate theatre after all. A convincing performance designed to scam people out of money for hitman services that would never be delivered. The alternative was too horrible to contemplate, that I had witnessed an actual murder and done nothing about it. I moved flats the next month, telling myself it was because I'd found a better place closer to work. In reality, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every time I opened my laptop, I imagined someone on the other end monitoring my activity. I changed my phone number, created new email accounts, scrubbed my online presence as much as possible. Professional paranoia turned up to 11. Life gradually returned to something resembling normal. I dated, made a few friends, even got promoted at work. The memory remained, but it became easier to dismiss as a bizarre experience that couldn't possibly have been what it seemed. Until last Tuesday, I was working late, finishing up a security audit for a client, when an email arrived. No subject line sent to my personal account. The new one I'd created after that night. The sender's address was a string of random characters. The message contained only a link and the words, "We've missed your observations. A new demonstration is scheduled." Below it was my home address, my current address, not the flat where I'd been that night 3 years ago. They'd found me. They'd been watching me all along. I've been staying at a hotel since then, paid in cash. I bought a new laptop that I've never connected to any of my accounts. I'm writing this as a record, a warning maybe, though I don't know who it will reach or how. If you're reading this, remember, the dark web isn't just a playground for curious minds or a marketplace for illegal goods. There are corners of it where the darkest human impulses aren't just fantasies, but services rendered with terrifying efficiency. And once you've seen them, they've seen you too. My hotel room door just rattled, like someone trying the handle. The reception desk isn't answering my call. I think I've run out of places to hide. I've been keeping a notebook these past few weeks, writing down everything I can remember about the schedules I used to build, all the properties I coordinated, all the careful timetables I created. It's probably pointless. Who would I even show it to? But it gives me something to do in this travelodge outside Swindon, where I've been hiding for nearly a fortnight. The notebook sits on the bedside table next to a half-eaten meal deal from the petrol station. And sometimes I just stare at it, wondering if writing it all down makes me feel better or worse about what I did. I used to work as a scheduler for a logistics company, the sort of job where you coordinate deliveries and manage timetables to keep everything running smoothly. Then the company collapsed, and I needed to find something else quickly. That's how I ended up doing scheduling work for people I never met. coordinating activities I told myself were none of my business, building timetables for things I've only just realized were criminal. The heating in this room cuts out every few hours, and I lie here in the cold, wondering if they're looking for me, if they've worked out that I finally understand what all those careful schedules were actually coordinating. I'd been working as a logistics scheduler for nearly 15 years when the company collapsed. One of those situations where you think everything's fine until suddenly it isn't, and you're told on a Friday afternoon that the company's in administration and your job's gone effective immediately. I was 48 years old with very specific skills that turned out not to be particularly transferable. Scheduling work is more complicated than people realize. You're not just putting together timetables. You're coordinating multiple resources, anticipating conflicts, building in contingencies for when things go wrong. It requires a particular type of mind, the ability to see patterns and predict bottlenecks before they happen. I'd always been good at it, took pride in keeping everything running smoothly, even when circumstances were difficult. After the redundancy, I spent about 3 months applying for similar positions at other logistics companies. But the industry was contracting, and most places were automating the work I used to do. The few jobs I found wanted younger people with different qualifications, technical skills I'd never needed in my previous role. That's when I found the posting on a job board for remote workers. Someone needed an experienced scheduler to coordinate activities for what they described as a service coordination company. The pay was generous, nearly £4,000 per month for what they estimated would be about 30 hours of work per week. They emphasized that they needed someone who could manage complex schedules involving multiple participants, someone who was detail-oriented and could work independently. The job description could have been written specifically for my skill set. I applied immediately, had a phone interview 2 days later with someone who called himself Mr. Peterson, and was offered the position by the end of that week. Mr. Peterson explained that they coordinated various service providers across different regions, and they needed someone who could schedule activities efficiently to avoid conflicts and maximize resource utilization. It all sounded perfectly reasonable. I'd be working remotely using their scheduling software, receiving requests from various service coordinators, and building timetables that ensured everything ran smoothly. The confidentiality requirements were strict. I'd need to maintain absolute discretion about the schedules I created and never discuss the work with anyone outside the company. But that seemed normal enough for a commercial operation that probably dealt with competitive information. The first few assignments were straightforward. I'd receive requests to schedule activities in specific locations at particular times, and I'd coordinate multiple participants to ensure they could complete their work without conflicting with each other. The schedules typically involved 2 or 3 people working at the same location in sequence, each with specific time windows they needed to operate within. I built the schedules carefully, accounting for travel times between locations, potential delays, even weather conditions that might affect timing. It was exactly the sort of work I'd been doing for years, just for a different type of operation. I didn't ask what specific services the participants were providing. That wasn't my concern. My job was simply to ensure the schedules worked efficiently. Mr. Peterson was pleased with my work, and the schedules started coming more frequently. I was coordinating activities across multiple cities, managing dozens of participants, building complex timetables that ensured everyone could complete their assignments without interfering with each other. The work was satisfying in the way good scheduling always is. Seeing all the pieces fit together perfectly, knowing you've anticipated every potential conflict. But I started noticing aspects of the schedules that seemed unusual. Many activities were scheduled for early morning hours, between roughly 5 and 7 when most people would still be asleep. others were timed to coincide with specific events, school run times, typical working hours, even what appeared to be coordination with public transport schedules. When I questioned why so many activities needed to occur during these specific windows, Mr. Peterson explained that their service providers needed to work when client properties would be empty or when clients would be distracted with other obligations. The scheduling precision was essential to ensure services could be delivered efficiently without disturbing clients unnecessarily. That explanation made a certain amount of sense, though I was troubled by the secrecy around what services were actually being provided. But Mr. Peterson emphasized that confidentiality was essential to their business model, and schedulers who asked too many questions about service details wouldn't last long in the position. I accepted that boundary because I needed the income and enjoyed the work itself. The schedules were intellectually satisfying, complex puzzles that required careful coordination of multiple moving parts. I told myself the specific nature of the services being provided wasn't my concern. I was just ensuring the logistics worked properly. The assignments became more detailed over time. Instead of simple location and timing information, I was receiving comprehensive briefings about specific properties and their occupants. I'd be told that a particular house would be empty between 8 and 6 on weekdays, that another property had vulnerable security on the rear entrance, that a third location had no immediate neighbors who might observe activity. I was building schedules that incorporated this detailed intelligence about specific properties, coordinating participants to take advantage of particular vulnerabilities at precise times. The work still felt like logistics coordination, but I was becoming increasingly aware that the services being scheduled weren't conventional commercial activities. The breakthrough came when I recognized an address in one of the schedules I was building. It was my sister's house in Gloucester, a property I'd visited dozens of times over the years. The schedule requested 3 participants at sequential times during a weekday morning when I knew my sister would be at work and her husband would be visiting their mother in hospital. I realized immediately that I was scheduling a burglary of my own sister's home. The detailed intelligence about when the property would be empty, the notes about security vulnerabilities, the coordination of multiple participants to ensure efficient completion. It was all designed to facilitate theft from someone I loved. I thought about all the other schedules I'd built over the past few months, all the detailed property intelligence I'd been coordinating. Every schedule I'd created had probably enabled burglaries of homes whose occupants had no idea their routines had been documented and their vulnerabilities assessed. But what made it unbearable was understanding that my scheduling skills had made these crimes more efficient and less risky for the criminals involved. By carefully coordinating multiple participants and accounting for every potential conflict or complication, I'd helped professionalize burglary into a systematic enterprise that maximized success while minimizing detection. I tried to refuse the schedule involving my sister's house, but Mr. Peterson made it clear that wasn't an option. I'd been building schedules for months, had access to detailed intelligence about hundreds of properties, knew exactly how the coordination system worked. Walking away would mean explaining where I'd been working and what I'd been doing, and it would mean giving up income I'd become dependent on. I was trapped by my own complicity and my professional effectiveness. The better I'd been at scheduling, the more valuable I'd become to an operation that was systematically targeting homes across the country. And now my own sister's property was on the list because I'd been too focused on doing good logistics work to question what I was coordinating. I tried warning my sister about the planned burglary without revealing how I knew about it, suggesting she should install better security and vary her routine. but I couldn't explain the specifics without admitting my role in scheduling the crime against her home. She thanked me for the concern, but didn't seem to take it seriously enough to actually change her habits. That's when I started documenting all the schedules I'd created, keeping detailed records of the properties I'd coordinated activity for and the participants I'd scheduled. I told myself I was preserving evidence for eventual reporting to authorities, but really, I was just trying to feel less guilty about the crimes I'd enabled. The schedules I'd built weren't just enabling individual burglaries. They were part of a coordinated operation that targeted hundreds of properties across multiple regions. I found myself accessing parts of the scheduling system I wasn't supposed to see, discovering the full scope of what I'd been participating in. The operation maintained comprehensive intelligence about vulnerable properties organized by region, occupant type, and potential value. My schedules were being used to coordinate systematic targeting that ensured maximum efficiency and minimal risk. Multiple teams would work different regions simultaneously, all following schedules I'd carefully built to avoid conflicts and complications. Some schedules focused on elderly people living alone, coordinating burglaries during the specific hours when they'd be at medical appointments or visiting friends. Others targeted families during school holidays when homes would be empty for extended periods. A few concentrated on small businesses during weekends when nobody would be on the premises. I was looking at evidence that my scheduling work had enabled hundreds of burglaries across England and Wales. Every careful coordination I'd created, every contingency I'd planned for, every efficiency I'd built into the schedules, it had all made these crimes more successful and harder to prevent. But what disturbed me most was discovering how the operation used my schedules to refine their targeting. They tracked success rates for different types of properties and adjusted their intelligence gathering based on which of my schedules had been most effective. My professional expertise was being used to optimize criminal activity, making each wave of burglaries more efficient than the last. One analysis document discussed how my careful timing had reduced police response effectiveness by ensuring crimes occurred during periods when patrols were focused elsewhere. Another praised my contingency planning for minimizing the impact of unexpected complications. They were treating my scheduling work as the professional foundation that made their entire operation viable. I found schedules I'd built that had been used to target my own neighborhood in Bristol. Properties I'd walked past regularly. Homes belonging to people I knew casually from local shops and parks. All of them had been burgled during precisely the time windows I'd scheduled, with participants coordinated according to the careful timetables I'd created. One schedule had targeted the elderly couple who lived 3 doors down from me, coordinating a burglary during the 2-hour window when they attended their weekly medical appointments. Another had focused on the single mother across the street, scheduling activity for the precise time when she'd be collecting her children from school and stopping at the supermarket. These weren't random crimes. They were systematically planned operations that relied on detailed intelligence and professional scheduling. And I'd provided that professional scheduling, making it all possible through my careful coordination and logistics expertise. I tried contacting the police about what I'd discovered, but explaining my role without admitting extensive complicity proved impossible. I'd been building burglary schedules for months. Accepting substantial payment for work I should have recognized wasn't legitimate. The schedules I'd created had enabled hundreds of crimes against real people. The officer I spoke to was professional but frank. I'd knowingly coordinated criminal activity, even if I'd tried to avoid understanding what I was scheduling. The detailed documentation I'd kept actually demonstrated my intimate involvement in planning systematic burglaries. Cooperation might reduce potential charges, but I shouldn't expect immunity from prosecution for my role in the operation. I was advised to stop scheduling work immediately and refuse further contact with Mr. Peterson. But he'd already anticipated that possibility. I started receiving messages reminding me of the comprehensive records they had of my scheduling work, documentation that showed my professional involvement in coordinating hundreds of burglaries. The messages emphasized that schedulers who cause problems would face both legal consequences and more immediate difficulties. They had my address, knew my routines, had detailed intelligence about my vulnerabilities, all the same type of information I'd been using to build schedules for burglaries of other people's homes. Then I found my own property listed in their intelligence database. Someone had documented my daily routine, identified when my flat would be empty, assessed security vulnerabilities I'd never considered. They were preparing to target me using the same systematic approach I'd been scheduling for hundreds of other victims. But the schedule that appeared for my property was different from the ones I'd been building for burglaries. Instead of coordinating participants to steal possessions, it scheduled people to ensure I understood the consequences of causing problems for their operation. The activities were vague but clearly threatening, designed to make me too frightened to report what I'd discovered. That's when I left Bristol entirely, abandoning my flat and most of my possessions to hide in hotels across the southwest. I've been moving every few days, never staying long enough to establish a routine that could be documented and scheduled against me. But I know my sister's house was eventually targeted. She called me about a month after I'd left Bristol to say they'd been burgled during exactly the time window I'd tried to warn her about. The thieves had known precisely when the house would be empty, had targeted specific valuables, had left minimal evidence. It was executed perfectly according to the schedule I'd built, but refused to finalize. I couldn't tell her I'd scheduled that burglary myself, that I'd coordinated the participants and built the timetable that made it possible. Couldn't explain that my professional scheduling skills had been weaponized against her home. All I could do was offer sympathy and guilt. The schedules I built are still being used. Other schedulers have probably been recruited to replace me. People who'll make the same rationalizations I did about just doing logistics work without responsibility for what's being coordinated. The operation is probably still expanding, still targeting hundreds of properties using the systematic approach I helped establish. I keep thinking about my sister, about the elderly couple 3 doors down, about all the other people whose homes were burgled according to schedules I'd carefully built to maximize efficiency and minimize complications. They'd gone about their normal lives never knowing that someone had documented their routines and built professional timetables for criminal activity against their homes. The schedules taught me that professional skills become weapons when applied to criminal purposes, that logistics expertise can enable systematic harm regardless of your intentions or understanding, that every efficiency I built in, every contingency I planned for, every conflict I prevented, it all made the crimes I was coordinating more successful and harder to stop. And that once you've spent months building schedules you know are enabling criminal activity, you become too compromised to report it without facing severe consequences yourself. The evidence of your professional involvement is permanent, documented in schedules that show your expertise was essential to the operation's success. I suppose that's why I'm sitting in this travelodge watching the car park, rather than helping police dismantle the operation I was part of. Because I know the schedules I kept as evidence implicate me as thoroughly as they expose the operation, and I'm not brave enough to face consequences for choices I made when I convinced myself I was just doing logistics work. All I can do is hope that someone else will eventually expose these operations, that other schedulers will find courage I lack, to report what they're coordinating despite the personal cost, and hope that people whose homes I scheduled for burglary manage to recover from losses I helped enable. Because the operation is still running, still recruiting schedulers, still using professional logistics coordination to target hundreds of homes. And I helped prove that scheduling expertise makes burglary more efficient, helped establish standards that turn theft into a systematic enterprise, helped create an industry that treats people's homes as targets to be coordinated and optimized. The worst part is knowing I can't undo any of it. Can't warn people whose homes are scheduled for targeting. Can't prevent burglaries coordinated according to timetables built using techniques I established. All I can do is hide in cheap hotels and wonder if they'll eventually decide I'm enough of a liability to be worth the trouble of scheduling something permanent against me. I just wish I'd asked more questions at the beginning. Wish I'd recognized sooner what kind of services I was scheduling. Wish I'd been brave enough to walk away when I first started suspecting the truth. But I didn't. And now I live with the consequences of choices I made when professional satisfaction and financial need mattered more than questioning what my skills were really being used for. This may seem like a strange way to start a story, but here goes. Up until very recently, I used to exercise religiously. I'd always use one of those fitness apps that logs your runs and walks, maps your routes, counts your steps, tells you how many calories you burned. It felt good to see the progress, to have concrete data about getting healthier. I used it for nearly a year before I discovered that every route I'd ever taken, every location I'd ever stopped at, every pattern in my daily movement had been compiled into a profile that was being sold to people who had very specific reasons for wanting to know exactly where I'd be and when. People who'd purchased that information multiple times, who'd used it in ways I'm still discovering, who know more about my life than most of my actual friends do. I'm a speech therapist working with children at several primary schools across Derby. It's the kind of job that involves a lot of moving around during the day, visiting different schools, working with kids individually or in small groups. I'm generally active anyway, enjoy keeping fit, try to walk whenever I can, rather than driving everywhere. Using a fitness app seemed like a natural way to track that activity and motivate myself to stay healthy. The app I downloaded was called Health Path. It had decent reviews, a clean interface, seemed straightforward enough. Free basic version, with optional premium features you could pay for, the standard business model for fitness apps. I started using it last January, logging my morning runs around the neighborhood, my walks between schools during the workday, my evening strolls when the weather was nice. The app was quite engaging. It would send encouraging notifications when you hit milestones, suggest routes based on what you'd done before, create statistics showing your progress over time. It had social features too, where you could add friends and see each other's activities, though I never really used that aspect. I just wanted the personal tracking, the satisfaction of seeing my activity logged and quantified. Over the months, I got into a comfortable routine with it. Morning run before work, usually the same 3 or 4 routes through my neighborhood, depending on how much time I had. Walks during the day between school visits. Routes that became predictable as I figured out the quickest paths. Evening walks most days after dinner. Circular routes around the local park or along the canal towpath. The app faithfully recorded all of it, building up a comprehensive picture of my movement patterns. I particularly liked the feature that showed your most frequented locations. It would identify places you visited regularly and give them labels: home, work, gym, that sort of thing. Mine showed my house, the various schools I worked at, a coffee shop I'd stop at most mornings between appointments, the park where I'd do my evening walks. It was oddly satisfying seeing my regular life mapped out like that, proof that I had a routine and structure to my days. Around 6 months into using the app, I started noticing a car that seemed to appear in the same locations I did. A silver Audi that I'd see parked near my house in the mornings. Then later parked near one of the schools I worked at. Then sometimes near the coffee shop or the park. I thought it was coincidence at first. Someone who happened to have a similar routine to mine, living and working in the same areas. But the timing of the appearances was too consistent. The car would be parked on my street when I left for my morning run, usually a few houses down, and I'd see it pull away shortly after I started running. Then it would be at one of my school locations later that same day, parked with a clear view of the entrance. It started to feel less like coincidence and more like someone was deliberately being in the same place as I was, following a schedule that matched mine too closely to be random. I tried to see who was driving it, but the windows were tinted enough that I could never get a clear view. I never saw anyone get in or out. It was just there, consistently present in locations where I spent time, watching without ever doing anything overtly threatening or illegal. I reported it to the police after about 2 weeks of noticing this pattern. They took a statement, but explained that someone parking legally on public streets wasn't something they could act on unless there was evidence of actual harassment or threats. They took the registration number and said they'd look into it, but they were honest about not being able to do much without clear evidence of criminal intent. The car stopped appearing after I filed that police report, which should have been reassuring, but actually made me more uneasy. It suggested someone had known I'd contacted police, that they were aware of my concerns and had adjusted their behavior accordingly. That implied they were paying very close attention to me, close enough to know when I'd taken action against them. Then I started receiving anonymous messages through various platforms. They'd come through email, through social media accounts I barely used, even through a professional networking site I'd signed up for years ago and forgotten about. The messages were brief and cryptic, usually just mentioning a specific location and time. The coffee shop at 8:15 on Tuesday, the canal path at 6:30 on Friday, the park bench near the playground at 7 on Sunday evening. What made them disturbing was how accurate they were. These were exact descriptions of where I'd been and when, locations and times that weren't public knowledge, that I hadn't shared with anyone. Someone was tracking my movements with precision and letting me know they were doing it, sending these messages as proof that my routine was completely transparent to them. I became hypervigilant about my surroundings, constantly checking if anyone was following me, varying my routes to avoid predictability. But the messages continued, adapting to my new patterns, demonstrating that whoever was sending them could track me regardless of what precautions I took. If I took a different route to work, I'd receive a message mentioning that new route. If I stopped going to my usual coffee shop and tried a different one, a message would reference the new location. A colleague at work suggested that maybe someone had access to my phone's location data. That seemed impossible. I was careful about app permissions, didn't share my location publicly, had privacy settings enabled. But she convinced me to check what apps had location access, and that's when I discovered HealthPath was tracking my location continuously, not just when I was actively using it for exercise logging. The app's permissions showed it had access to my location at all times, even when it was running in the background. I'd granted that permission when I first installed it, clicking through the setup screens without reading carefully, assuming it needed location access for mapping runs, but not realizing it meant constant tracking regardless of whether I was exercising. I immediately revoked the location permission and looked more carefully at what data the app had collected. The history section showed every single location I'd visited over the past 6 months, with timestamps accurate to the minute. Every school I'd worked at, every shop I'd visited, every route I'd walked. It was a comprehensive surveillance record of my life, all stored in an app I'd voluntarily installed because I wanted to track my fitness. But the data wasn't just stored locally on my phone. The app's privacy policy, which I read properly for the first time, explained that location data was uploaded to their servers for service improvement and shared with third-party partners for various purposes, including advertising and analytics. The language was vague enough that it could mean almost anything, and I had no way of knowing who these third-party partners were or what they were doing with my location history. I deleted the app immediately and contacted HealthPath's customer support, asking them to delete all my data from their servers. They responded with an automated message saying data deletion requests would be processed within 30 days, which did nothing to address my immediate concerns about who currently had access to 6 months of detailed location tracking. The anonymous messages stopped after I deleted the app, which confirmed my suspicions that whoever was tracking me had been using data from HealthPath. But that confirmation made everything worse in a way, because it meant my location information had been accessible to someone with malicious intent, someone who'd used fitness tracking data to stalk me systematically over an extended period. A few weeks later, a police detective contacted me. They'd been investigating HealthPath as part of a broader inquiry into location data being sold illegally on the dark web. My name had come up because I'd filed that initial report about being followed, and they'd found evidence that my location data specifically had been sold multiple times through a marketplace that specialized in personal tracking information. The detective explained how it worked. HealthPath had been collecting detailed location data from thousands of users, far more information than necessary for fitness tracking. That data was being packaged into individual user profiles and sold to anyone willing to pay for access. The profiles included complete location histories, regular routines, frequently visited places, predictable patterns that could be used for various purposes including stalking, burglary planning, or targeted harassment. She showed me, with obvious discomfort, the listing that had included my data. It was on a dark web marketplace organized like a commercial database, with search functions allowing buyers to filter by location, age, gender, activity patterns, and other criteria. My profile was listed under active single females in the Derby area with predictable daily routines. The listing included sample data showing the kind of information buyers would receive, screenshots of my most visited locations, examples of my regular routes with timestamps, analysis of my typical schedule showing when I was reliably at home versus when I was away. It was marketed as comprehensive surveillance intelligence, useful for anyone who wanted to monitor someone's movements without their knowledge. The purchase history showed my profile had been bought by 5 different accounts. 5 separate people had paid money for detailed information about my daily movements, my routine, my predictable patterns. The marketplace didn't reveal buyer identities, but the detective explained they were working to trace transactions and identify who'd purchased access to my data and others like it. What made it worse was discovering that HealthPath had known about the data sales. The company wasn't directly selling to the marketplace. That was being done by someone who'd gained unauthorized access to their databases. But HealthPath had been aware of the security breach for months before taking action to stop it or warn users that their location data had been compromised. They'd prioritized avoiding bad publicity over protecting users from potential stalking and harassment. The investigation revealed that tens of thousands of HealthPath users had their location data stolen and sold. The marketplace had been operating for over a year before law enforcement discovered it, during which time countless individuals had been tracked without their knowledge by people who'd purchased their movement patterns and routines. The detective walked me through what they knew about the 5 accounts that had purchased my profile. 2 had been traced to individuals arrested for stalking offenses against other victims. 1 belonged to someone with a history of burglary, who'd apparently been using location data to identify when targets would be away from home. The other 2 remained unidentified, their purchases made through anonymous accounts that couldn't be traced to real identities. Knowing that at least 2 unidentified people still possessed detailed information about my movements, that they'd paid money for access to my location history and could still be monitoring me somehow, was terrifying in a way that's hard to articulate. The silver Audi had probably been one of the 5 buyers, using my real-time location data to show up wherever I was. But I'd never know which buyer it was, or whether the others were still out there, still interested in my routine, still watching for opportunities I couldn't anticipate. The legal consequences for HealthPath were substantial, but felt inadequate. They received fines and were forced to implement better security measures. But that didn't undo the year of data collection they'd allowed to be stolen and sold. The company eventually shut down entirely, unable to survive the reputational damage and legal costs. But by then, the harm was irreversible. I had to change significant aspects of my life to feel even marginally safe. I moved house within 3 months of discovering the data breach, unable to stay somewhere whose location had been sold to strangers. I changed my work schedule and routes as much as possible, varying my patterns obsessively to avoid being predictable. I stopped using any fitness tracking apps or services, stopped sharing location data with any apps regardless of their purpose. But I know the historical data still exists somewhere. 6 months of detailed location tracking, showing everywhere I went and when, preserved in private collections of people who downloaded it before the marketplace was shut down. That information is outdated now, showing addresses I no longer visit and routines I've deliberately abandoned, but it still reveals patterns about my behavior and preferences that could be useful to someone interested in finding me. The psychological impact has been harder to manage than the practical security measures. I'm constantly aware of my surroundings now, checking for cars that seem to follow me, watching for people who appear in multiple locations, unable to relax in public spaces. The paranoia affects my work. I'm distracted during therapy sessions, anxious between appointments, hypervigilant in ways that make it difficult to maintain the calm, professional presence my job requires. I think about those 5 buyers constantly. Who were they? Why were they interested in my movement specifically? What did they plan to do with the information they purchased? 2 have been identified and arrested, but what about the other 3? Are they still monitoring me somehow, still interested in my location, still looking for opportunities to exploit the patterns they learned from data I never meant to share? The detective mentioned that location data from fitness apps had become increasingly valuable on dark web marketplaces. People use fitness tracking innocently, wanting to monitor their health and activity, never realizing they're creating comprehensive surveillance records that can be stolen and sold. The data shows not just where someone goes, but their regular patterns, their predictable routines, their vulnerable moments when they're alone or away from home. She also explained that the 5 purchases of my profile had occurred over several months, suggesting ongoing interest rather than one-time curiosity. Someone had bought my data, monitored me for a while, and the information had been valuable enough that others subsequently purchased it too. I was a product with repeat customers, my movements and routine deemed worth paying for multiple times by different people, whose intentions I'll never fully understand. I gave that app permission to track my location because I wanted to monitor my fitness. I clicked through setup screens without reading carefully, granted access without understanding the implications, used it faithfully for 6 months while it compiled comprehensive intelligence about every aspect of my daily life. That data was stolen and sold to people who used it to follow me, to learn my routine, to know where I'd be, and when, with accuracy, I couldn't have achieved myself. That's what I think about now when I see people using fitness tracking apps, logging their runs and walks, sharing their routes and achievements. Most of them probably have no idea what data they're generating or who might have access to it. They're focused on their health goals, their activity statistics, their personal progress, never imagining that the same information could be weaponized by someone who views their location history as valuable intelligence worth purchasing. The app promised to help me get healthier. Instead, it made me a target for stalkers and criminals who paid money for detailed information about my movements. It created a surveillance record more comprehensive than I could imagine, accessible to people I never met and couldn't protect myself from. And somewhere online, that record still exists. My 6 months of location data preserved in collections I'll never find, potentially being shared through networks I'll never access. I track my exercise differently now. Paper notebook, handwritten notes that never leave my house. No apps, no GPS, no digital records that could be stolen or sold. It's primitive and probably seems paranoid to people who use fitness tracking without incident. But I know what happened when I trusted an app with my location data. I know the marketplace where that data was sold, the buyers who purchased it, the year of surveillance that resulted from wanting to count my steps and map my runs. The data exists. The violation is permanent. And somewhere, someone probably still has my old location history. 6 months of my life mapped out in detail, showing everywhere I went and when I went there. That information is outdated now, but it's still mine, still private, still something I never consented to share with strangers who paid for access to my movements. And that knowledge will stay with me, a constant reminder that the tools we use for self-improvement can be turned against us in ways we never anticipate until it's far too late to protect ourselves. I barely slept in the past 2 weeks. Every little sound makes me jump now. The refrigerator humming, a car door closing outside, the heating system clicking on. I keep thinking I hear things that aren't there. Voices hidden in everyday noises. The more I keep this bottled up, the more I feel like I'm going to lose my mind completely, so here goes. I work as an audio engineer at a small recording studio in Bristol. Nothing fancy or high profile, mostly local bands and podcast production. But I've always had a good ear for sound. That's what makes this whole thing so much worse. I should have noticed it sooner. I should have recognized what I was hearing the first time. About 3 weeks ago, my friend Alex sent me a message asking if I could give some feedback on a music track he was working on. We've known each other since university, where we both studied sound engineering, but while I went into studio work, he took a more experimental route with electronic music. He's always sending me works in progress, asking for my opinion on mixing or mastering, and I'm usually happy to help. It's a good arrangement. I keep my critical listening skills sharp, and he gets free professional feedback. The track he sent me that night was different from his usual style. He described it as ambient experimental, with some field recordings mixed in. He said he'd been playing around with layering environmental sounds to create atmosphere beneath the music. That didn't seem unusual to me. Field recordings are common in certain genres, and Alex was always trying new techniques. I remember it was a Tuesday night, around 11 p.m. I just finished a late session at the studio and was unwinding at my desk at home with a glass of whiskey, still wearing the clothes I'd worked in all day. My flat was quiet, except for the occasional car passing on the wet street outside. It had been raining all day, one of those endless grey February days that make you feel like summer might never come again. I put on my studio headphones, the expensive ones I use for detailed listening, and downloaded Alex's track. It was about 8 minutes long, which seemed a bit excessive for a demo, but that was typical of Alex. He's never been one for radio-friendly 3-minute songs. The track started with a low drone, gradually building with subtle electronic elements. Nothing unusual there. Around the 2-minute mark, the field recordings began to blend in. What sounded like distant traffic, wind through trees, maybe the ambient noise of a public space. It was actually quite effective, creating this sense of physical space within the music. But around 4 minutes in, something caught my attention. Behind the main elements, almost completely buried in the mix, I could hear what sounded like voices. This isn't uncommon in field recordings. You often pick up snippets of conversation when recording in public places, but something about these voices made me uneasy. They sounded tense, maybe frightened. I adjusted the equalization on my computer, boosting the mid-range frequencies where human voices typically sit, and played that section again. With the adjustment, I could make out more clearly what sounded like a person, possibly a woman, speaking urgently. The words weren't clear, but the tone definitely conveyed distress. I paused the track, feeling suddenly uncomfortable. I told myself it was just an interesting sample Alex had found online or recorded from a film. Field recordings often have strange, ambiguous sounds that your brain tries to interpret as something recognizable. Audio engineers call it pareidolia, like seeing faces in clouds, but with sound. Your brain tries to find patterns, meaning, where there might be none. I continued listening, but now I was focused entirely on the background elements. As the track progressed, the voices became slightly more prominent. Around the 6-minute mark, buried under a swelling synth pad, I distinctly heard what sounded like someone screaming. It was distant, heavily processed with reverb, but unmistakable once I'd noticed it. And it didn't sound like it was from a film or staged. It had a raw, desperate quality that made my skin crawl. I stopped the track again and took off my headphones, suddenly aware of how fast my heart was beating. The silence of my flat felt oppressive now. I took a large sip of whiskey, trying to calm myself down. I was being ridiculous. Alex was just experimenting with unsettling samples to create atmosphere. That's all it was. I put my headphones back on, determined to finish listening professionally. The final 2 minutes of the track became increasingly chaotic, with the background voices and sounds growing more prominent beneath the music. What I'd initially perceived as artistic ambient noise now sounded like a deliberate attempt to mask something disturbing. The screams, though still distant, seemed to multiply. And underneath it all, there was a rhythmic sound I couldn't quite identify. Mechanical, repetitive. When the track finally ended, I sat in silence for several minutes. A rational part of my brain was saying that Alex had simply created a disturbing piece of experimental music. Maybe he'd sampled horror movies or found some creepy sounds online. But another part of me, the part that had spent years training to distinguish subtle details in audio, was deeply unsettled. I played the track again, this time opening it in my professional audio software where I could visualize the sound waves and separate the frequencies. With the proper tools, I began isolating different layers of the recording. The main musical elements were clearly composed and synthetic, as expected, but the background field recordings appeared to be a single continuous audio file that had been processed to sound distant. When I isolated this layer and enhanced it, what I heard made me physically recoil from my desk. It was unmistakably people in extreme distress. Multiple voices begging, screaming, crying. The mechanical sound I'd noticed was clearer now too. Something repetitive and metallic, like a crank or lever being operated. And beneath it all, almost imperceptible even with enhancement, was a voice speaking calmly, methodically, giving instructions. I felt physically sick. This couldn't be some creative sample Alex had found. It was too raw, too consistent. It sounded like genuine audio of people being tortured. With shaking hands, I sent Alex a message, asking about the source of the field recordings. His response came quickly. Just some stuff I found in an interesting corner of the web. Thought it added a unique atmosphere. Too intense? That vague answer only increased my unease. I pressed him, asking directly if he knew what the voices in the background were. He replied that he hadn't noticed any distinct voices, just atmospheric noise. Either he was lying, or he genuinely hadn't heard what was clearly audible to my trained ear once I knew to look for it. Neither option was comforting. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept thinking about what I'd heard and what it might mean. The next morning, I decided to extract the background audio layer completely and run it through additional filters to clean it up further. What emerged was far worse than I'd initially thought. The clearer audio revealed what sounded like a methodical session where someone was calmly directing the torture of multiple people. The most disturbing part was that the voice occasionally referenced viewers or an audience, as if this was being streamed or recorded specifically for others to watch. I'd heard of red rooms on the dark web, supposedly live streams of torture or worse that people paid to watch. Most experts said they were urban legends, technically impossible to stream reliably through Tor networks. But what if they were real? What if instead of streaming video, which requires significant bandwidth, they distributed high-quality audio recordings afterward? I felt caught in an impossible situation. If what I'd heard was real, it was evidence of horrific crimes. But going to the police would mean explaining how I came to possess it, potentially implicating myself and definitely implicating Alex. And would they even take it seriously? It would sound insane. Claims of hidden torture audio in an experimental music track. I decided to dig deeper first. I checked the audio file's metadata, looking for any clues about its origin. The original field recording had been created 3 months earlier, according to the timestamp. But more disturbing was a hidden comment in the metadata, a string of random characters followed by .onion, unmistakably a dark web address. That night, Alex sent me another message asking what I thought of the track. I gave him some vague technical feedback, afraid to reveal what I'd discovered. He seemed pleased and mentioned he had more experimental audio he'd like my opinion on, if I was interested. Over the next few days, I became increasingly paranoid. What if Alex was involved in something terrible? What if he was testing me somehow, seeing if I would notice the hidden sounds? Or worse, what if he wasn't the one who put them there at all? What if someone had compromised his computer or accounts? A week after receiving the track, I received an anonymous email. The subject line was simply those same random characters I'd found in the metadata. The body contained only 2 sentences. We noticed you've been listening very carefully. Would you like to hear more? I immediately deleted the email and shut down my computer. My hands were shaking so badly I spilled my drink across my desk. Someone knew I'd isolated that audio. Someone was watching. I haven't responded to any of Alex's messages since then. I bought a new laptop and phone. I stay at different friends' houses, never in my own flat for more than a few hours to collect essentials. I'm constantly looking over my shoulder, wondering if I'm being followed. The worst part is the uncertainty. Was what I heard actually real? Or was it an elaborate hoax? Is Alex involved? Or is he being used somehow? And who sent that email? I don't know if I'll ever have answers, and I'm too afraid to keep looking. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night thinking I can hear those screams again, hidden beneath the normal sounds of the world around me. And I wonder how many other recordings like that are out there, with horrors hidden in their background noise, waiting for someone with the right ear to discover them. I probably shouldn't be telling you this. Even now, months later, I find myself looking over my shoulder when I walk to the corner shop or checking the locks twice before bed. But I suppose someone should know what happened, and writing it down makes it feel less like something I imagined. It started with boredom, really, the kind of restless curiosity that hits you when you're stuck in a bedsit in Birmingham with nothing but a laptop and too much time on your hands. I'd been made redundant from my job at the council offices, and whilst I was applying for new positions during the day, the evenings stretched endlessly ahead of me. I'd heard about the dark web, of course. Everyone has. The hidden internet where you can supposedly find anything if you know where to look. Not that I was after anything particularly sinister. I wasn't trying to buy illegal substances or hire an assassin. I was just curious about what was actually there, beneath all the sensationalist headlines and urban legends. Getting access wasn't as complicated as I'd expected. A few searches on regular Google led me to the necessary software, and within an hour I was browsing sites with addresses that looked like random strings of letters and numbers. Most of it was disappointingly mundane. Forums discussing privacy, marketplaces selling perfectly legal items, and a lot of broken links. But there was one site that caught my attention. It had a simple black background with white text, and it was called The Registry. At first glance, it looked like some sort of directory or database. The homepage was sparse, just a search box, and a brief description explaining that it was a comprehensive listing service for various purposes. I spent several evenings browsing through the registry's categories. There were sections for services, products, information exchanges, all described in deliberately vague language that could have meant anything. It reminded me of classified ads from local newspapers, the sort where people advertise household items for sale, but use oddly formal language that makes you wonder what they're really offering. The section that drew me in was labeled simply as personal records. When I clicked on it, I found what appeared to be a vast collection of detailed profiles. Each entry contained a photograph and extensive personal information: full names, addresses, daily routines, family members, workplace details, even seemingly random observations about habits and preferences. I initially assumed these were fictional profiles, perhaps for creative writing projects or role-playing games. The level of detail was impressive. One entry described a woman named Sarah Thompson from Leeds, including her regular coffee shop, her mother's maiden name, her habit of leaving her kitchen window slightly open overnight, and the fact that she always took the same route home from her job at a local library. The photographs looked genuine rather than stock images. They showed ordinary people going about their daily business: a man unlocking his car, a woman walking her dog, someone collecting posts from their doorstep. The quality suggested they'd been taken with a decent camera from a reasonable distance, not the blurry surveillance footage you might expect. What made me uncomfortable was how current everything seemed. The clothing in the photos looked contemporary, and many of the entries included recent details like started new position at Morrison's last month, or recently moved to ground floor flat due to mobility issues. These weren't historical records or fictional creations. They appeared to document real people living real lives right now. I started searching for familiar names, just out of curiosity. I tried my own name first, then my former colleagues from the council office. Nothing came up for me, but I found an entry for Trevor Walsh, who'd worked in accounts before I was made redundant. His profile included his home address in Erdington, details about his divorced status, and even mentioned that he'd started wearing reading glasses in the past year. The photograph showed Trevor walking out of our old office building. I recognized the distinctive red brick facade and the car park where I used to eat my lunch. The image had clearly been taken some time after I left, because Trevor was wearing a jacket I'd never seen him in before. I should have stopped looking then. Should have closed the laptop and found something else to occupy my evenings. But there's something compulsive about discovering information you're not supposed to have access to. It's like reading someone else's diary or overhearing a private telephone conversation. Morally questionable, but difficult to resist. I began searching for other people I knew. My former neighbors, old school friends, relatives I'd lost touch with over the years. Most searches came up empty, but occasionally I'd find a match that made my skin crawl. My cousin Linda appeared in the database. She lived in Wolverhampton with her husband and 2 teenage daughters, and according to her profile, she was struggling financially since her husband's hours had been cut at the factory. The entry included photographs of her house, not just the street view, but images that appeared to have been taken from her back garden, showing the kitchen window and the door to her utility room. More disturbing still was a section titled Behavioral Observations. This contained detailed notes about Linda's routines, written in a clinical, detached style. It mentioned that she usually left for work at 8:15, that she had a habit of checking her phone while waiting for buses, and that she often stayed up late watching television when her family had gone to bed. I wanted to warn Linda, but how could I explain how I discovered this information? How do you tell someone that their private life is being documented by strangers on the dark web without admitting that you've been browsing these sites yourself? Instead, I kept searching. I told myself I was gathering evidence, that I'd eventually find a way to report this to the authorities once I understood the scale of what I was looking at. But really, I think I was just horrified enough to be fascinated. The database was enormous. I could spend hours clicking through profiles of people from across the UK, each one containing intimate details about their lives, relationships, and vulnerabilities. There were elderly people living alone, single parents struggling to manage work and childcare, individuals dealing with health problems or financial difficulties. What struck me most was how ordinary these people were. These weren't celebrities or public figures whose lives might be considered fair game for scrutiny. They were postmen and shop assistants and retired teachers. People who'd never done anything to attract attention or invite surveillance. After about a week of browsing through the registry, I noticed something that made me stop clicking for several minutes. At the bottom of each profile page was a small line of text I'd previously overlooked. It read, "Last updated," followed by a date and timestamp. All the profiles I'd been viewing had been updated within the past month. Many had been updated within the past week. Some had timestamps from just days earlier. This wasn't historical data or information compiled from public records. Someone was actively maintaining these profiles, adding new photographs and updating personal details on a regular basis. Someone was watching these people, documenting their lives, and keeping meticulous records of their activities and habits. I started paying closer attention to the update timestamps. Linda's profile had been refreshed 3 days ago. Trevor's had been updated the previous afternoon. These weren't casual observations gathered occasionally. They were the result of systematic, ongoing surveillance. The implications were staggering. Hundreds, possibly thousands of ordinary people were being monitored without their knowledge. Someone was tracking their movements, photographing their homes, and building detailed databases of their personal information. I began to wonder about the purpose behind all this surveillance. The registry wasn't presenting itself as a law enforcement database or a legitimate business directory. It existed on the dark web for a reason, and that reason clearly wasn't benevolent. The profiles reminded me of target assessments, the kind of detailed intelligence gathering that would be useful if you wanted to manipulate, blackmail, or harm someone. Each entry contained exactly the sort of information a stalker or burglar would find valuable. When people were home alone, which windows they left unlocked, what their financial vulnerabilities might be. One evening, whilst browsing through profiles of people from Manchester, I came across an entry that made me feel physically sick. The photograph showed a young woman I recognized from a true crime documentary I'd watched several months earlier. She'd been murdered in her flat last year, and the case had received significant media coverage because the killer had never been caught. But here she was in the registry, with a profile that had been created weeks before her death. The entry contained detailed information about her daily routine, her work schedule, and even mentioned that she often forgot to lock her patio door when she came home from evening shifts. The profile's final update had occurred 2 days before her murder. I stared at that timestamp for a long time, trying to convince myself there was some innocent explanation. Perhaps the database had been compiled from newspaper reports after the fact, or maybe the timestamps were inaccurate. But the level of personal detail in her profile was far more extensive than anything that had appeared in the media coverage of her death. I started searching for other names from news reports, focusing on unsolved cases from the past couple of years. I found 3 more matches, all victims of crimes that had attracted media attention, all with profiles that predated their deaths by weeks or months. The evidence was circumstantial but disturbing. Either the registry was documenting potential victims before crimes occurred, or it was being used by people who went on to commit those crimes. I should have contacted the police immediately, should have printed screenshots and taken my concerns to the authorities, regardless of how I discovered the information. But I was paralyzed by the implications of what I'd found and uncertain whether anyone would believe me. Instead, I kept returning to the registry night after night, compulsively searching for new entries and monitoring the updates to existing profiles. I told myself I was conducting my own investigation, but really, I think I was just trapped in a cycle of morbid fascination. Then, on a Thursday evening in late November, I searched for my own name again. This time, there was a match. My profile included my current address in Birmingham, a recent photograph of me leaving the local supermarket, and detailed information about my daily habits. The entry mentioned my recent redundancy, my evening walks to the corner shop, and even noted that I tended to stay up late using my laptop. The behavioral observations section contained information that no casual observer could have gathered. It mentioned that I usually left my bedroom window slightly open at night, that I had a habit of checking my phone immediately after waking up, and that I often ordered takeaway food on Friday evenings. Most disturbing of all was a note about my browsing habits. The profile mentioned that I spent considerable time online in the evenings and had recently begun accessing restricted areas of the internet. They knew I'd been using the dark web. They knew I'd found the registry. The timestamp showed that my profile had been updated that morning. I closed the laptop immediately and spent the rest of the evening checking the locks on my door and windows, peering through the curtains to see if anyone was watching the building. Every sound from the street made me jump, and I found myself wondering how long I'd been under surveillance without realizing it. The next few days passed in a haze of paranoia and sleepless nights. I stopped going for evening walks and started varying my routine as much as possible. I ordered groceries online instead of visiting the shops, and I avoided using my laptop after dark in case someone could see the glow from my window. But I couldn't stop thinking about the registry and all those other profiles I'd seen. Hundreds of people were being watched and documented, and some of them might be in genuine danger. My own fear was insignificant compared to the broader implications of what I'd discovered. I decided to contact the police. I prepared a detailed statement explaining how I'd found the database, including screenshots and specific examples of profiles that corresponded with unsolved crimes. I even researched which department would be most appropriate for handling this kind of evidence. Before submitting my report, I decided to check the registry one final time to ensure my information was current and accurate. My profile had been updated again. This time, the entry included a note that I had been preparing to contact law enforcement authorities. It mentioned specific details about my planned report, including the names of the victims I'd identified and the evidence I'd gathered. The timestamp was from less than an hour earlier. Someone had been monitoring my online activities in real time. They knew exactly what I was planning to do, and they documented it in my profile before I'd even made my decision final. I deleted my prepared statement and closed my laptop. I've barely used it since, except to apply for jobs and handle essential business. I found new employment within a few weeks, and I've tried to rebuild some semblance of a normal routine. But I still think about the registry constantly. I wonder whether those profiles are still being maintained, whether new entries are being added, and whether the information is being used for the purposes I suspect. I wonder whether other people have discovered the database and what they've done with that knowledge. Most of all, I wonder whether my own profile is still there, still being updated with observations about my current behavior and activities. Whether someone is still watching me, documenting my attempts to move on and forget what I found. I suppose I'll never know for certain. And perhaps that's the most disturbing part of all. The knowledge that this surveillance could continue indefinitely, invisible and undetectable, until someone decides to act on the information they've gathered. I've never tried to access the registry again, and I've no intention of doing so. But sometimes, when I'm walking to work or sitting in my flat in the evening, I catch myself wondering whether someone is watching me, adding new observations to my profile, noting my continued attempts to live a quiet, unremarkable life. The thought that my efforts to remain invisible might themselves be worth documenting is perhaps the most unsettling realization of all. So this happened about 3 years ago when I was still at sixth form in Leeds. You know how schools are about internet safety and all that? Well, there's a good reason for it, and I found out the hard way. I was in the library after hours, thought I was alone, and decided to check out the dark web. Biggest mistake of my life. I still get chills thinking about it. That night, I wasn't just browsing the dark web, it was browsing me back. I've never actually told anyone the full story until now. I kept quiet because, honestly, I was scared that whoever was watching me that night might find out. Even now, I still catch myself checking over my shoulder or covering my webcam. I guess I should start from the beginning. I was in my final year at sixth form college in Leeds, studying computer science among other subjects. I'd always been fascinated by technology, probably to an unhealthy degree if I'm being honest. My parents had divorced when I was 14, and I'd retreated into the digital world as a coping mechanism. By 16, I was already fairly proficient at coding and had developed an interest in cybersecurity. It started innocently enough, learning about encryption, firewalls, that sort of thing. But as is often the case with teenage curiosity, it didn't stay innocent for long. I first heard about the dark web from a friend in my computer science class. He was always talking about conspiracy theories and government surveillance, most of which I dismissed as paranoid ramblings. But when he mentioned Tor browsers and onion routing, my interest was piqued. I remember thinking it sounded like something from a spy film, not something accessible to ordinary people like me. How wrong I was. It was mid-November, and the days were already darkening by 4 in the afternoon. I'd stayed behind after classes to work on a coding project in the college library. The library was housed in an old Victorian building with high ceilings and tall windows that let in very little light during winter months. By 5:30 p.m., most students had gone home, leaving the vast space eerily quiet, except for the occasional shuffle of the librarian restacking books and the soft hum of computers. I'd been working at one of the computers in the far corner of the library, tucked away behind several tall bookcases. It was my favorite spot because no one could see my screen unless they were standing directly behind me. In retrospect, that should have been my first warning. If I could hide my screen from others, others could hide their activities from me. I'd downloaded Tor browser onto a USB drive at home, bypassing the college's security protocols that prevented direct downloads. I wasn't planning on doing anything particularly nefarious, just exploring, seeing what all the fuss was about. I told myself it was academic curiosity, that I was a computer science student after all, and understanding all facets of the internet was part of my education. Such convenient justifications we create for ourselves. The library was practically empty by then. The only other person I could see was a first-year student dozing over textbooks several tables away. The librarian had retreated to her office. I plugged in my USB, launched Tor, and took my first steps into the dark web. At first, it was disappointingly mundane. Slow-loading pages with basic interfaces, mostly forums discussing privacy and encryption. I remember feeling slightly let down, thinking that this was what everyone was so worried about. But then I found a link to a directory of sorts, a signpost to the deeper, darker corners of this hidden internet. I started clicking through, fascinated by the sheer volume of illegal marketplaces, hacking services, and forums dedicated to activities I'd rather not detail. I remember the exact moment when things took a turn. I'd clicked on a link claiming to offer live streams of various security cameras from around the world. The page that loaded had a grid of thumbnail videos, some showing empty office corridors, others displaying street corners or the interiors of what looked like shops after hours. It was unsettling, but also oddly compelling. This voyeuristic window into places I'd never visit, and people who had no idea they were being watched. One thumbnail caught my attention. Unlike the others, which showed static scenes with occasional movement, this one had a red border around it and a counter showing how many people were watching. 23 at that moment. The thumbnail itself was dark, showing what appeared to be a dimly lit room. Curiosity got the better of me, and I clicked. The video expanded to fill most of my screen. It took a few seconds for my eyes to adjust to the low light, but gradually I could make out what seemed to be a bedroom. The camera angle was from a corner near the ceiling, pointing down at a bed where someone appeared to be sleeping. I felt a wave of disgust wash over me. This wasn't some public security camera. This was someone's private space being invaded. I was about to close the window when the sleeping figure stirred, and I froze. It was a young woman, probably not much older than me. She sat up, checking her phone, completely unaware that strangers across the internet were watching her most private moments. I remember thinking I should close the browser immediately, that watching even another second made me complicit in this violation. But before I could move the cursor to the X, something in the live chat sidebar caught my eye. Someone with the username Observer Prime had written something that made my blood turn to ice. They somehow knew I was watching from Leeds College Library. They actually welcomed me to the show. How could they possibly know where I was? I hadn't entered any personal information, hadn't accepted any cookies or permissions. I frantically checked if my webcam light was on. It wasn't. Still, panic began to rise in my throat. I closed the tab immediately, hands shaking so badly I nearly knocked over my water bottle. I tried to rationalize it. Perhaps the college's network wasn't as secure as it should be when using Tor. Maybe my IP address was visible despite the supposed anonymity. I told myself it was just a scare tactic, something to freak out newcomers. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. I shut down Tor and was about to pull out my USB when a chat window popped up on my screen. This shouldn't have been possible. The college computers had all communication apps blocked. The message told me not to leave yet, that the show was just starting. I looked around wildly, certain someone must be watching me physically, playing some elaborate prank. But the library remained still and silent. The first-year student had left. Even the librarian was nowhere to be seen. I was alone, or at least I appeared to be. Another message appeared, telling me to look back at the screen, that she was about to get a surprise visitor. Against every instinct screaming at me to run, I found myself reopening Tor, navigating back to the stream. The young woman was now sitting at a desk in the corner of her room, working on a laptop, headphones on. The view switched to another camera angle, this one showing her apartment door from the outside. A figure in a dark hoodie was standing there, quietly testing the handle. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my fingertips as they hovered over the keyboard. This couldn't be real. It had to be staged, some sick form of entertainment. But the terror felt authentic as the door slowly eased open, the woman completely unaware due to her headphones. I wanted to warn her somehow, to scream through the screen, but I was just another silent observer in this horror show. That's when I noticed something that turned my fear for her into fear for myself. In the corner of my screen, a small window had opened, showing me, from behind, at my library computer, in real time. I whipped around, nearly falling out of my chair. There was no one there, just rows of empty desks and bookshelves. But when I turned back to the screen, the angle had changed. Now it was showing me from the side, capturing my profile illuminated by the glow of the monitor. There had to be a camera somewhere, but I couldn't spot it no matter where I looked. The chat was active now, with multiple users commenting. Some were talking about having 2 shows for the price of 1. Others mentioned how the watcher becomes the watched. The most disturbing comments were asking which one they should visit first. My hands were trembling so violently I could barely use the mouse. I closed Tor again, yanked out my USB, and gathered my things to leave. As I stood up, all the computers in the library suddenly turned on by themselves, each screen showing the same image. Me, standing there, frozen in terror. I abandoned my belongings and ran, bursting through the library doors and not stopping until I reached the college's main entrance. Outside, the winter air stung my lungs as I gasped for breath, trying to process what had just happened. I was about to call for a taxi when my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. The message said they knew where I lived too, but not to worry. They weren't visiting tonight. They liked to save the best shows for later. For weeks afterward, I barely slept. I reformatted my computer, changed all my passwords, even stayed at a friend's house for a few days. I couldn't bring myself to return to the library, making up excuses about illness to explain my absence from classes. When I finally did go back to college, I avoided all computers, completing assignments at home on a laptop I'd stripped down and rebuilt to ensure it had no webcam or microphone. The messages stopped after that first night, but the damage was done. I'd glimpsed a world where privacy was an illusion, where watchers could become the watched in an instant. I never reported what happened. Who would believe me? And more importantly, what if reporting it triggered whoever was behind those cameras to make good on their implied threat? That was 3 years ago. I've since moved cities, changed my name on social media, and adopted an almost paranoid approach to online security. I never use public Wi-Fi, keep my webcam covered, and regularly check for unusual network activity. Perhaps it was all an elaborate scare tactic, a way to frighten naive explorers of the dark web. But sometimes, when I'm alone in my flat late at night, I still feel eyes on me, invisible observers waiting for the next show to begin. So if you're reading this and feeling that same curiosity I once did about the dark web, take my advice. Some doors are better left unopened, because once you've seen what's on the other side, you can never unsee it. And worse still, once they've seen you, they never forget. The scariest part isn't what I witnessed that night. It's the knowledge that at any moment I might become the unwitting star of someone else's Red Room stream. And unlike that poor woman in the bedroom, I'd know exactly what that means. Let me tell you about my friend John Paul and why he'll never feel safe on land again. He wasn't the sort of person you'd expect to end up living on a yacht. He'd been a history teacher at a comprehensive in Glasgow for the better part of 20 years. The kind of steady, reliable guy who marked papers on Sunday evenings and took the same 2 weeks off every summer. Then everything changed when he won a raffle. It wasn't a huge win, mind you, but enough to transform his life. After all of the arrangements were sorted, he found himself the proud owner of a beautiful 45-foot motor yacht. She was a proper luxury vessel with polished wood fittings, a spacious salon, comfortable sleeping quarters, and all the modern amenities including satellite internet. He discovered he could teach online from anywhere with a stable connection, and the freedom of waking up to different horizons each morning was intoxicating. He'd been living aboard for about 18 months when I first visited him. The yacht was moored in a quiet bay off the Dorset coast, far enough from shore that the lights of the nearest village were just pinpricks in the darkness. He seemed genuinely happy for the first time since I'd known him, tanned from the sun and relaxed in a way that years of classroom management had never allowed. The boat was immaculate, well maintained and loved, with comfortable furnishings and enough space to feel like a proper home. Though when I mentioned how peaceful it must be, he glanced toward the shore with an expression I couldn't quite read. We spent the evening catching up over a few drinks, and as the conversation wound down, he mentioned something that stayed with me. He'd been exploring parts of the internet he'd never bothered with before, partly out of boredom during the long evenings at Anchor, partly from curiosity about what existed beyond the usual websites everyone used. He wasn't particularly technical, but he'd taught himself just enough networking to be dangerous. The hidden networks beneath the surface web fascinated him. The anonymity appealed to him, the sense of being able to observe without being observed. But over the past few weeks, he'd stumbled across something that unsettled him. A series of linked sites offering live streaming services, but not the kind you'd find on mainstream platforms. These streams showed real people in real situations, often without their knowledge, sometimes against their will. He described it as a network of interconnected feeds, some showing seemingly innocent content like people in their homes or workplaces, others displaying scenarios orchestrated for the viewer's entertainment. The most disturbing aspect was the interactive element. Viewers could influence what happened on screen through various means, turning passive observation into active participation. What bothered him most was how professional the operation appeared. This wasn't some amateur setup run by a handful of perverts in their spare time. The streaming quality was excellent, the user interface sophisticated, and the whole system seemed designed to handle thousands of concurrent viewers. Someone was running this with serious resources and technical expertise. The conversation moved on to other topics, but I could tell the subject was weighing on his mind. He had always been the sort of person who felt responsible for fixing problems, even when they weren't his to solve. I suspected he was wrestling with whether to report what he'd found, though to whom and with what evidence, I couldn't say. I left the next morning, returning to my own routine in London, and didn't think much more about our conversation until he called me a few weeks later. His voice was different, strained in a way I'd never heard before. The streaming network had evolved since our last conversation. New sections had appeared, offering more extreme content, and more people were watching. But the change that terrified him was personal. He'd recognized one of the locations being streamed. It was his yacht. The feed showed his main cabin from an impossible angle, as if the camera was positioned inside the paneling itself. He could see his comfortable seating area, his navigation station, even the books he'd left open on the polished dining table. The image quality was crystal clear, updating in real time, showing every detail of his private space. At first, he thought it might be some kind of technical error or coincidence, but when he moved around the spacious cabin, his actions reflected on the stream with no delay. Someone had somehow placed surveillance equipment inside his beautiful yacht without his knowledge. Thousands of strangers were watching his every move. The chat beside the stream was filled with comments about him, discussions of his daily routine, speculation about his background and personal life. Some viewers seemed to know details about his past that weren't publicly available, suggesting they'd researched him extensively. Others were making suggestions about what should happen next, treating his situation like entertainment. He had immediately started searching his vessel for hidden cameras, but found nothing obvious. The equipment had to be there somewhere, capturing video and audio, transmitting it to the streaming network, but it was concealed well enough that an amateur search revealed nothing. More troubling was the realization that this level of surveillance required serious planning and resources. Someone had accessed his boat, possibly multiple times, to install the necessary equipment. They'd studied his movements, learned his patterns, and chosen their moment carefully. This wasn't random targeting. It was a deliberate operation focused on him. He tried various approaches to regain his privacy. He covered every surface that might conceal a camera, disconnected his internet connection, even moved to different anchorages. But the stream continued, suggesting the surveillance system was more sophisticated than he'd initially thought. He attempted to contact other boat owners through marine radio, hoping to warn them or find allies, but his transmissions were met with silence or interference. The worst part was the interactivity and how quickly it escalated. The chat messages shifted from commentary to direct instructions, asking him to retrieve specific objects, move to certain areas of the boat, even step outside at designated times. At first, he dismissed them as trolls, but when he ignored the requests, strange disruptions followed. His GPS would drop out. The weather forecast he'd checked an hour earlier would suddenly show different data. His generator failed twice without clear cause. It was possible these were all coincidences, but the timing was too precise, too convenient. Someone was manipulating his environment, making his life aboard increasingly difficult, forcing him to comply with the viewer's wishes simply to maintain basic comfort and safety. He tried to report the situation to the authorities, but explaining the problem proved almost impossible. The streaming sites were accessible only through hidden networks. The evidence was ephemeral, and his situation sounded far-fetched even to his own ears. The police were polite but skeptical. The Coast Guard suggested he might be suffering from isolation-induced paranoia, and his internet service provider insisted their systems were secure. Meanwhile, the stream audience continued to grow. The viewer count reached several thousand, and the chat was now moderated by users who seemed to have administrative privileges. They organized the other viewers, coordinating their demands, turning his imprisonment into structured entertainment. The breaking point came when he realized the surveillance wasn't limited to his boat. The streaming network had expanded to include feeds from the shoreline, showing the bay where he was anchored, the nearby village, even the road leading to the marina. Someone was tracking his movements across a much wider area than he'd initially understood. Even more disturbing was the discovery that other boats in the area were also being monitored. The network included streams from various vessels, some with people aboard who seemed unaware they were being watched. Others apparently empty, but still under surveillance. The operation was far larger than a single yacht, covering what appeared to be the entire coastal region. He spent several sleepless nights trying to understand the scope of what he'd uncovered. The streaming network wasn't showing random locations. It was systematically monitoring a specific geographical area. Every boat, every building, every person within a certain radius was potentially being watched by thousands of anonymous viewers. He tried creating anonymous accounts on various forums, attempting to alert others to what was happening. But his posts were quickly deleted and his access revoked. When he tried to document the streams by taking screenshots, his computer would crash. Every attempt to gather evidence or reach out for help was somehow thwarted. The realization that he was trapped pushed him toward panic. He couldn't leave without being tracked, couldn't stay without being watched, couldn't contact anyone without his communications being monitored. Every choice he made was being observed and judged by an audience that viewed his situation as entertainment. The technical sophistication required for this level of surveillance was staggering. Someone had installed cameras and tracking equipment across miles of coastline, established a network capable of handling thousands of simultaneous video streams, and created a user interface that allowed viewers to interact with the content in real time. The resources involved suggested either a very wealthy individual or a well-funded organization with access to military-grade surveillance technology. His attempts to escape were also systematically thwarted. When he tried to sail away from the monitored area, his engine would develop problems, or his navigation equipment would malfunction. When he attempted to call for help, his radio would experience interference, or his mobile signal would disappear. Every route to freedom was blocked by technical difficulties that seemed too convenient to be accidental. The psychological pressure became unbearable. He was constantly aware of being watched, unable to relax even in what should have been the privacy of his own boat. He'd taken to sleeping in different locations each night, covering himself with blankets to avoid the cameras, but he knew these were futile gestures. The surveillance system was too comprehensive, too well designed to be defeated by such simple measures. The chat messages grew increasingly invasive, with viewers discussing intimate details of his life, making predictions about his behavior, treating him like a character in a reality television show. Some messages were sympathetic, expressing concern for his well-being, but others were cruel, suggesting ways to increase his distress for their amusement. He began to suspect that his situation was part of a larger experiment or entertainment program. The systematic nature of the surveillance, the careful manipulation of his environment, the organized response from the viewing audience all suggested a level of planning that went beyond simple voyeurism. The most terrifying aspect was the growing realization that escape might not be possible. The surveillance network covered such a wide area that leaving meant venturing into unknown territory, where the monitoring might be even more comprehensive. The technical capabilities demonstrated so far suggested resources and expertise that made traditional law enforcement seem inadequate to address the situation. Days passed. The isolation was absolute. He was surrounded by water, trapped in a situation that sounded so bizarre that even his closest friends would struggle to believe it. The anonymous viewers became his only connection to other people, but they saw him as entertainment rather than a human being in distress. During one of his more desperate attempts to trace the source of the stream, he stumbled across what looked like an internal admin panel, likely exposed through a forgotten link or outdated login. It wasn't polished or secure, but it revealed more than he was meant to see. There was a basic map showing streaming points all along the British coastline, with hundreds of active feeds, not just from boats, but from ports, coastal roads, even remote cottages. It became clear the system was organized. Different regions were broken up into sections, each apparently managed by separate user groups who shared data between them. The layout, the consistency, the scale of it all. This wasn't just some underground voyeur ring. The coordination and resources involved made it feel like something far more serious. He started to wonder if what he'd uncovered wasn't just a criminal enterprise, but part of a larger commercial or even state-run operation. The viewer numbers were staggering, reaching into the hundreds of thousands during peak times, with users paying substantial fees for access to different levels of content. The interactive elements allowed viewers to influence events in real time, creating a form of reality entertainment that generated enormous revenues for the operators. He said he found evidence suggesting that the operation had been running for several years, expanding gradually as the technology improved and the audience grew. The early streams had been crude and limited, but the current system was capable of providing high-definition video and audio from multiple angles, with sophisticated image processing that could track individuals even in crowded environments. The realization that he was just one of thousands of unwilling participants was both terrifying and oddly comforting. He wasn't being specifically targeted. He was simply unlucky enough to have discovered his own surveillance, while most others remained ignorant of theirs. But this knowledge also made his situation more hopeless. If the operation was as large and well-funded as the evidence suggested, then individual escape was unlikely. Our phone conversations became less frequent as his situation deteriorated. His voice grew weaker each time we spoke, the strain of constant vigilance taking its toll. He'd been eating poorly, sleeping in brief snatches, jumping at every sound that might indicate someone approaching his boat. The final call came a few weeks ago. He told me that something had changed about the streaming feeds. The cameras were still active, still transmitting his every move to the anonymous audience, but the interactive elements had been disabled. The viewers could watch, but no longer influence what happened to him. He interpreted this as a warning. His discovery of the administrative sections, his knowledge of the operation's scope, had marked him as a security risk. The psychological effect was devastating. Being watched for entertainment was horrible, but being watched as a potential threat was worse. He knew that any action he took, any attempt to contact authorities or escape his situation, would be immediately detected and countered. One morning, something changed. He woke to find his internet connection severed, his satellite communication system disabled, and his radio producing only static. For the first time in months, he was truly alone. The silence was both terrifying and liberating. Without the constant awareness of being watched, he felt a freedom he'd almost forgotten existed. But he also knew that this isolation was probably temporary, a prelude to something more permanent. The radio on his yacht crackled to life several days later. His hands shook as he reached for the handset, having heard nothing but static for so long that he'd almost forgotten what human voices sounded like. The transmission was clear and official, identifying itself as Falmouth Coast Guard. They were responding to reports of a vessel in distress, requesting his current position and status. His heart raced as he realized this might be his chance, his opportunity to finally escape the surveillance network that held him prisoner for so long. But as he prepared to respond, he noticed something that made his blood freeze. The radio display showed an incoming frequency that wasn't used by the Coast Guard, and the voice, while professional, had an undertone he recognized from his months of captivity. His finger hovered over the transmit button as he considered his options. He could share his exact position and hope for genuine rescue, or he could remain silent and maintain his current status as a managed prisoner. Either choice might be wrong, but only one offered the possibility of freedom. The voice repeated its request, growing more insistent, demanding his immediate response. He closed his eyes, made his decision, and pressed the button to share his coordinates. I've been sitting on this experience for nearly 8 months now. I haven't told anyone about it. Not my friends, not my family. Definitely not any professional who might be obligated to report it. But it's eating me up inside. So maybe writing it down will help me process what happened. Maybe someone else has gone through something similar and can tell me it gets better. I don't know. I'm a software developer living in Bristol. Pretty ordinary bloke. Studied computer science at university, worked a few jobs in London before moving back to my hometown for a better quality of life. I've always been the cautious type when it comes to technology, using different passwords, keeping my antivirus updated, that sort of thing. Ironic, really, considering what happened. It started when I was cleaning out some old accounts. I'd been reading about data breaches and decided it was time to close down any dormant accounts I wasn't using anymore. I made a list of old email addresses, social media profiles, and forum registrations I'd abandoned over the years. Most of these dated back to university or even earlier. Accounts I'd created in my teens and eventually outgrown. One of these was an old Hotmail address I'd used primarily during my first year at uni, around 2008. I hadn't logged into it for at least a decade, and I was surprised it even still existed. I expected it would be deactivated for inactivity, but when I entered what I thought might have been the password, it actually logged me in. The interface had changed completely since I'd last seen it, but there was my inbox, filled with ancient newsletters, spam, and forgotten conversations with people I no longer spoke to. Out of curiosity, I started scrolling through some of the old emails. Most were mundane. Assignment discussions with classmates, sign-up confirmations for websites that probably no longer existed, promotional emails from companies I'd forgotten about, nostalgic, but nothing particularly interesting. I was about to log out and submit the account for deletion when I noticed something odd. There was a new email at the very top of the inbox, received just 3 days earlier. The subject line was simply a string of numbers and letters that looked like some kind of code or identifier. The sender's address was equally cryptic. Just another alphanumeric string, followed by a domain I didn't recognize. My first thought, was that it was probably just sophisticated spam that had somehow made it through the filters. Still, it seemed strange that a decade-dormant email account would suddenly receive something like this. Against my better judgment, I clicked on it. The body of the email was brief, just a single line of text saying they were next unless I watched, followed by what appeared to be a link to a website with a .onion domain. Below that was a countdown timer, actively ticking away, showing just under 18 hours remaining. I knew enough about technology to recognize that .onion domains were part of the dark web, accessible only through specialized browsers like Tor. I'd never actually been on the dark web myself, though I'd heard plenty about it. Illegal marketplaces, hacking forums, and worse things that most people preferred not to think about. My first instinct was to ignore it and continue with deleting the account. It was probably just some bizarre phishing attempt targeting old, potentially compromised email addresses. But something about the countdown timer bothered me. It wasn't a static image or generic animation. It was actively synced to real time, ticking down second by second. That level of sophistication seemed unusual for random spam. Out of professional curiosity, more than anything else, I decided to do a bit of research. I didn't click the link, but I did search for information about similar emails or scams involving countdown timers and .onion domains. Most of what I found was fairly innocuous. Discussions about phishing techniques, warnings about dark web scams, that sort of thing. Then I came across a thread on a cybersecurity forum where someone described receiving an almost identical email. They had clicked the link and been taken to what they described as a red room, a live stream showing someone being held captive. According to their post, the stream ended abruptly when the countdown reached 0, and they received another email shortly after with a new link and a new countdown. I told myself it had to be an urban legend. Red rooms were widely considered to be myths, the stuff of creepypastas and internet horror stories, rather than actual dark web content. The technological infrastructure required to stream high-quality video through Tor would be impractical, and the risks for anyone operating such a site would be enormous. Still, the similarity to what I'd received was unsettling. I closed the forum and went back to the email, staring at that countdown timer as it continued its relentless progression. 17 hours and 26 minutes remaining. What if it wasn't a myth? What if there really was someone on the other end of that link whose fate somehow depended on people watching? I tried to rationalize it. Even if such things did exist, how would my viewing or not viewing affect anything? The idea that someone's life could depend on whether random recipients of a strange email clicked a link was absurd. It had to be a sick psychological game at best, a scam to drive traffic to malware-infected sites at worst. I closed the email and tried to forget about it, went about my day as normal, worked on some freelance projects, went to the gym, met a friend for drinks. But throughout it all, that countdown kept nagging at the back of my mind. By the time I got home that evening, I found myself logging back into the old email account. The timer now showed 9 hours and 12 minutes. I don't know exactly what made me download the Tor browser that night. Curiosity, concern, some misguided sense of responsibility. Whatever it was, I found myself following online guides to set it up securely, telling myself I was just being thorough in my investigation before dismissing the whole thing. With about 8 hours left on the countdown, I clicked the link. I expected it to lead nowhere, or perhaps to some crude scam site asking for Bitcoin. Instead, it took me to a minimalist page with another countdown timer matching the one in the email, and beneath it, a video player that wasn't yet active. A message indicated that the stream would begin when the countdown reached 0. There was also a viewer counter showing 41 people currently on the page. That detail made it feel more real somehow. Not just a personalized scam targeting me, but something multiple people were experiencing simultaneously. I closed the browser immediately, feeling a wave of unease wash over me. I tried to sleep, but couldn't stop thinking about what might happen when that timer reached 0. Would nothing happen, confirming it was just an elaborate hoax? Or would something unspeakable begin? Something I could perhaps have prevented by watching, as the email had implied. At around 3 a.m., with roughly 3 hours left on the countdown, I made the decision that still haunts me. I reopened Tor, clicked the link again, and waited. The viewer count had risen to 126. I left the tab open and tried to distract myself with work, checking back periodically as the minutes ticked away. When the timer finally reached 0, the video player activated automatically. The footage was grainy but clear enough to see a person bound to a chair in what looked like a basement or cellar. Their face was partially obscured by a hood, but I could tell they were conscious, struggling against their restraints. A figure moved in the background, just out of frame, only occasionally visible as a shadow or partial silhouette. For several minutes, nothing happened beyond the captive's continued struggles. Then text appeared at the bottom of the screen, stating that the required viewer threshold had been met and the session would proceed. Another message followed, thanking everyone for their participation and explaining that without sufficient witnesses, there would be no purpose to the demonstration. What happened next is something I've tried desperately to forget. The shadowy figure moved into frame, carrying what looked like ordinary workshop tools. The violence began slowly, methodically, with an almost clinical detachment. There was no dramatic monologue, no explanation or justification, just systematic escalating brutality. I wanted to close the browser, to pretend I'd never seen any of it, but a notification had appeared on screen, warning that any viewer who disconnected before the conclusion would automatically be added to the next session's notification list, with their own personal contacts as potential subjects. So I watched. For 47 minutes, I watched. When it finally ended, the stream didn't immediately disconnect. Instead, a message appeared thanking viewers for their compliance and promising another session in the near future. Then the browser tab closed itself automatically. I was physically sick afterward, vomiting until there was nothing left but bile and self-disgust. I spent the rest of the night in a state of panic, alternating between convinced I needed to go to the police and terrified of the consequences if I did. What if they thought I was somehow involved? What if reporting it put me on the radar of whoever was behind it? By morning, I'd convinced myself that it must have been an extremely realistic horror simulation, some underground shock site using excellent special effects to create the illusion of actual violence. The alternative was too horrific to contemplate. For a week, I checked the old email obsessively, both dreading and expecting another message with another countdown. None came, and I began to breathe easier. Perhaps it really had been a one-time thing, a bizarre digital experience that I could eventually file away as an unsettling memory. Then exactly 1 month later, I received a new email in my current, active email address, the one I use for work and everyday life. The subject line was the same string of numbers and letters from before. The body contained a new link, a new countdown set for exactly 24 hours, and an additional message informing me that my previous participation had been noted and that continued compliance was expected. Below that was a list of names and email addresses belonging to people I knew, colleagues, friends, family members. At the bottom was a simple instruction: choose one recipient for the next viewing invitation, or all would receive it automatically when the countdown expired. I've been caught in this cycle for 7 months now. Each time, I tell myself it will be the last. Each time, I'm given another impossible choice. I've tried using burner emails, VPNs, different devices. Nothing helps. They always find me. The only small mercy is that I've been able to select people I don't know personally from random email databases as the next recipients, though I'm consumed by guilt at the thought of passing this burden to strangers. I don't know who's behind it or what their purpose is. Is it some kind of psychological experiment? A depraved form of entertainment? An elaborate blackmail scheme waiting to be activated? All I know is that I've become an unwilling accomplice to something unspeakable with no clear way out. Sometimes I wonder if there's a pattern to who gets selected as victims in these streams, if there's some connection I'm missing that could help me break free of this nightmare, or if I'm just one link in a vast chain of trapped viewers, all of us silently watching horrors we can never speak of, all to protect ourselves and those we care about. If you ever receive an email with a countdown timer and an onion link, don't open it. Don't click anything. Delete the account entirely if you can. I don't know if that would have saved me, but I wish more than anything that I could go back to that day and close that old email account without ever opening that message. The most terrifying part isn't just what I've been forced to witness. It's knowing that somewhere out there, someone is watching me too, monitoring my compliance, perhaps even considering me for a future role beyond mere witness. Every email I receive now fills me with dread. Every countdown makes me wonder, when will it be my turn on the other side of the camera? There's a coffee shop across the street from this hotel in Preston, where I've been spending most of my afternoons, just sitting by the window watching people go about their ordinary lives. They look so normal, so unconcerned, and I find myself wondering if any of them have ever done something they can't take back, something that keeps them awake at 3 a.m, going over every decision they made. I used to be a video editor, corporate videos mostly, the sort of promotional content that companies use for their websites and training materials. Boring work, but steady, and it paid well enough for me to afford a decent flat in Manchester and the occasional holiday abroad. Then I lost that contract when the company moved their marketing department in-house, and I spent a few desperate months taking whatever freelance work I could find. That's how I ended up editing videos for people I never met. Content I should never have agreed to work on. Material that's now being used in ways I'm only just beginning to understand. I've been hiding here for nearly 3 weeks, moving hotels every few days, trying to work out if anyone knows I finally realized what those videos were actually for. The redundancy came at the worst possible time. I'd just renewed my lease for another year and had committed to a holiday in Greece that summer. I was 46 years old with nearly 20 years of editing experience, but the market was saturated with younger people who'd work for half what I charged and knew software I'd never bothered learning. I spent the first month applying for staff positions, then started lowering my standards to contract work, then freelance projects, then eventually anything that involved editing video for money. My savings were disappearing faster than I'd expected, and by the 3rd month I was genuinely worried about making rent. That's when I found the posting on a freelance website. Someone needed an experienced video editor for what they described as documentary projects requiring discretion and professional finishing. The rate was exceptional, about double what I'd been charging before my redundancy, and they needed someone who could start immediately on a series of ongoing projects. The client, who identified himself only as Mr. Harris, explained during our initial phone conversation that his projects involved sensitive subject matter that required absolute confidentiality. He represented a collective of documentary makers who operated in areas where mainstream media outlets were reluctant to venture. They needed editors who could work with raw footage and transform it into polished professional content without asking uncomfortable questions about how the footage was obtained. or what it would ultimately be used for. I should have questioned what kind of documentary projects required such secretive arrangements. Should have wondered why legitimate filmmakers wouldn't just work with established editing houses. But Mr. Harris was offering steady work at rates I desperately needed, and I convinced myself that documentary makers often dealt with controversial subjects that required discretion from everyone involved. The first project arrived via encrypted file transfer, about 2 hours of raw footage showing the exterior of various residential properties. Mr. Harris wanted me to edit it into a 12-minute video, removing duplicate shots, stabilizing the camera work, and adding subtle background music that would give it a professional documentary feel. The footage was unremarkable, just static shots of houses from different angles taken at various times of day. I assumed it was B-roll for some property development documentary or neighborhood study. I edited it according to the brief, tightened the pacing, color-corrected the footage to make it look more professional, and delivered the finished video within the deadline. Mr. Harris was pleased with my work and immediately sent me another project. This one included footage of people going about their daily routines, leaving their homes, getting into cars, walking to local shops. Again, I edited it into a polished short documentary, assuming it was part of some anthropological study or social observation project. The work continued steadily over the following weeks. I'd receive raw footage of various subjects, properties, people, public spaces, and edit them into professional-looking short documentaries. The pay was excellent, the deadlines were reasonable, and I was grateful to have found steady work that utilized my skills. But I started noticing patterns in the footage that made me increasingly uncomfortable. Many of the videos focused on elderly people living alone, documenting their routines with obsessive detail. Others showed children playing in gardens or walking to school, filmed from positions that suggested the camera operator was concealing themselves. When I questioned Mr. Harris about the nature of these documentary projects, he explained they were studying vulnerable populations to better understand social isolation and community support needs. The footage was being used to develop interventions and support services for at-risk individuals. That explanation seemed plausible enough, though I was troubled by the covert nature of the filming. Surely legitimate social research would require informed consent from subjects, not secret surveillance. But Mr. Harris assured me the research ethics had been properly managed and my role was simply to edit the footage professionally, not to concern myself with research methodology. I accepted that explanation because I needed to believe the work was legitimate. The money was keeping me financially stable, and I'd developed a routine that felt almost like having a real job again. I couldn't afford to lose the income by asking uncomfortable questions that might cost me the contract. The projects became more specific and disturbing. Instead of general observation footage, I was editing videos that focused on particular individuals with obsessive detail. One project involved editing dozens of hours of footage showing a woman's daily routine. Leaving for work, returning home, grocery shopping, everything she did visible from public spaces. I edited it into a comprehensive profile video showing her predictable routine, her apparent vulnerabilities, her moments of inattention. The finished product looked like professional surveillance documentation, not a social research project. But Mr. Harris insisted this was part of studying patterns of behavior in women living alone, research that would inform safety recommendations. Another project focused on an elderly couple, documenting their movements, their visitors, their weekly routines. I edited it to highlight times when they were alone, security vulnerabilities in their property, even their apparent physical limitations that might make them easy targets for what exactly? I was starting to understand that these weren't documentary projects at all. The breakthrough came when I recognized a house in some footage Mr. Harris sent me. It was my neighbor's house in Manchester, filmed from the street and back alley with the same obsessive attention to detail I'd been seeing in other projects. The footage documented when my neighbor left for work, when she returned, which lights she turned on in the evening, even which windows she left open during warm weather. I realized immediately that I'd been editing surveillance footage for people planning to target specific individuals for burglary, harassment, or worse. The professional documentary style I'd been providing wasn't for legitimate research. It was making criminal intelligence gathering look polished and systematic for people who were planning serious crimes. I thought about all the other projects I'd edited over the past few months, all the individuals whose routines I documented with professional editing techniques that made surveillance footage look like carefully crafted observations. Each video I'd finished had probably enabled someone to be targeted by criminals who used my editing to study their victims before attacking them. But what made it unbearable was understanding that my professional skills had made the surveillance more effective. The raw footage Mr. Harris sent me was often shaky, poorly framed, amateurish. My editing transformed it into clear, professional documentation that would be far more useful for planning criminal activity. I'd taken rough intelligence gathering and turned it into comprehensive surveillance reports. I tried to refuse further projects, but Mr. Harris made it clear that walking away wasn't a simple option. I'd been working for months. Editing footage I must have understood wasn't for legitimate purposes. I'd accepted substantial payment for work that had facilitated criminal activity against dozens of people. If I caused problems now, he'd ensure the authorities understood my role in enabling what the surveillance had been used for. I was being threatened with my own complicity. The evidence of my editing work showed months of professional collaboration with people conducting criminal surveillance, even though I hadn't fully understood what I was doing initially. The pattern was clear enough that claiming ignorance wouldn't protect me from prosecution. That's when I started keeping copies of all the projects I'd edited, documenting the subjects and the detailed surveillance I'd helped create. I told myself I was preserving evidence, but really, I was just trying to feel less guilty about the harm I'd enabled. The videos I'd edited weren't just being used for immediate criminal purposes. They were being shared and sold to multiple people through hidden internet marketplaces I discovered when Mr. Harris accidentally sent me a wrong link. My professionally edited surveillance videos were being treated as commodities, sold to anyone willing to pay for detailed intelligence about specific individuals. I found entire libraries of surveillance videos organized by location, demographic, and vulnerability type. Elderly people living alone, single parents, isolated individuals, all documented with the sort of professional editing I'd been providing. Each video had detailed descriptions of the subject's routines, vulnerabilities, and potential approaches for exploitation. Some videos I recognized from my own editing work. Others were clearly created by different editors, but followed similar professional standards. There was an entire industry of surveillance video production, with editors like me transforming raw footage into marketable intelligence products. But what disturbed me most was discovering how the videos were being used. They weren't just enabling individual burglaries or harassment campaigns. They were being used to coordinate systematic targeting of vulnerable people across the country. Groups would purchase multiple surveillance videos, then coordinate their activities to maximize the impact and minimize the risk of detection. One discussion thread focused on using surveillance videos to identify elderly people who could be targeted through distraction burglary techniques. Members shared the videos they'd purchased, discussing which subjects showed the most promising vulnerabilities and planning coordinated campaigns across different regions. Another section dealt with using surveillance videos to identify women living alone who could be targeted for stalking or worse. Users compared videos, rated subjects based on vulnerability, even discussed techniques for escalating from remote surveillance to direct contact. I was looking at evidence that my editing work had enabled systematic criminal targeting of vulnerable people, and that the professional quality I'd provided had made the surveillance more valuable and marketable. Every technical skill I'd applied, every professional flourish I'd added, it had all increased the commercial value of criminal intelligence about innocent people. The woman whose daily routine I'd edited into that comprehensive profile had subsequently been stalked for months by someone who'd purchased the video through the marketplace. The elderly couple I documented had been burgled 3 times, with the thieves showing intimate knowledge of their routines and vulnerabilities. My neighbour in Manchester had become a target after footage of her house appeared in the marketplace. I'd seen suspicious people watching her property, cars that didn't belong in the area parked outside her house at odd hours. She'd mentioned feeling unsafe, but couldn't explain why, had no evidence of actual threats, just a growing sense that something wasn't right. I knew exactly why she felt that way. Surveillance footage of her home had been professionally edited into a targeting package that documented her every vulnerability. And I was the one who'd done that editing, who transformed raw surveillance into the sort of polished product that maximized its criminal value. I tried contacting the police about what I'd discovered, but explaining my role without admitting extensive complicity proved impossible. I'd been editing surveillance footage for months, accepting substantial payment for work I should have recognized wasn't legitimate. The videos I'd created had facilitated serious crimes against real people. The officer I spoke to was professional but frank. Cooperation might be valuable for their investigation, but I shouldn't expect immunity from prosecution for my role in creating and distributing criminal surveillance materials. I'd been an active participant in an operation that had enabled serious harm to vulnerable people. I was advised to stop accepting editing work immediately and refuse further contact with Mr. Harris. But he'd already anticipated that possibility. I started receiving messages reminding me of our confidentiality agreement, emphasizing the documentation they had of my editing work, suggesting that creating problems would result in both legal consequences and more personal difficulties. The harassment escalated when I didn't respond. I received packages containing screenshots from the marketplace showing videos I'd edited, with annotations detailing crimes those videos had enabled. They were documenting my complicity systematically, building a case that would destroy my life if I tried to report their operations. Then I found my own address listed in the marketplace. Someone had created surveillance footage of my flat in Manchester, professionally edited in the same style I'd been using for months. My daily routine, my vulnerabilities, my security arrangements, all documented with the same obsessive detail I'd been applying to others. I was now a product in the marketplace I'd been supplying. My own life reduced to a surveillance video that could be purchased by anyone wanting to target me. The professional editing standards I'd established were being applied to my own surveillance, ensuring the footage would be maximally useful for anyone who bought it. That's when I left Manchester entirely, abandoning my flat and most of my possessions to hide in hotels across the north. I've been moving every few days, paying cash where possible, avoiding any digital traces that might help them track my location. But I know the surveillance videos I edited are still being sold and used. Other editors have probably been recruited to replace me. People who'll make the same rationalizations I did about just doing professional editing work, without responsibility for how the videos are used. The marketplace is probably still growing, still selling professional surveillance documentation to anyone willing to pay for intelligence about vulnerable targets. And somewhere in that marketplace, surveillance footage of me is being offered to people who've been told I know too much about their operations. I keep thinking about my neighbor, about the elderly couple who were burgled, about all the other people whose surveillance I edited into professional targeting packages. They went about their normal lives never knowing that someone had documented their every movement, that an editor had transformed that surveillance into marketable intelligence. The videos taught me that professional skills can be weaponized, that technical expertise becomes complicit when applied to criminal purposes regardless of your intentions or understanding, that every color correction I made, every transition I added, every professional flourish I applied, it all increased the harm those videos could enable. And that once you've spent months editing surveillance footage you should have recognized wasn't legitimate, you become too compromised to report it without destroying your own life. The evidence of your professional collaboration is permanent, documented in videos that show your technical fingerprints on materials that enabled serious crimes. I suppose that's why I'm sitting in this Preston hotel watching normal people in coffee shops, rather than going back to police with all the evidence I preserved, because I know that evidence implicates me as thoroughly as it exposes the marketplace, and I'm not brave enough to face consequences for choices I made when I convinced myself I was just doing professional editing work. All I can do is hope that someone else will eventually expose these operations, that other editors will find the courage I lack to report what they're creating despite the personal cost, and hope that the people whose surveillance I edited so professionally managed to stay safe despite the targeting packages I helped create. Because the marketplace is still operating, still recruiting editors, still selling professional surveillance documentation to criminals who use it to target vulnerable people. And I helped establish the standards, helped prove that surveillance footage has more value when it's been professionally edited, helped create an industry that treats people's private lives as raw materials for criminal intelligence products. I just wish I could undo it all, could warn every person whose surveillance I edited, could take back every professional flourish I added to footage that was used to destroy people's sense of safety. But I can't, so I just keep moving between hotels and watching people in coffee shops, wondering if they've ever done something they can't take back, something that haunts them every day they continue living with the consequences of their choices. Here's something they don't tell you about rock bottom. When you're desperate enough, you'll trust anyone who offers you a way out. I was sitting in my bedsit in Preston, 3 months behind on rent, and seriously considering whether I had enough paracetamol in the bathroom cabinet, when I got that email about free therapy. No waiting lists, no GP referrals, just immediate help for people like me who'd lost their jobs and were struggling to keep their heads above water. I should have known that kind of generosity doesn't exist in the real world, especially not when it comes to mental health care in this country. The whole thing started when I was at my lowest point, after losing my job at the council offices in Preston. I'd been working in housing benefits for about 3 years, dealing with people who were often in desperate situations, and the stress had been building up without me really noticing. When the department restructured and my position was eliminated, I found myself on the other side of the benefit system I'd been administering. The redundancy payment kept me afloat for a few months, but job hunting while dealing with depression felt impossible. I'd wake up with good intentions about sending applications, then spend the day staring at my laptop screen feeling overwhelmed by the simplest tasks. My savings were running low, and I was starting to panic about paying rent. That's when I saw the email in my spam folder, which should have been my first warning sign. It was from something called the Community Mental Health Initiative, offering free counseling services to people experiencing work-related stress and depression. They claim to be a new pilot program funded by local government grants, designed to provide immediate support to people who couldn't access NHS mental health services. The email was professional enough, with proper logos and contact information that looked legitimate. They were offering individual counseling sessions with qualified therapists, along with access to online resources and support groups for people dealing with employment issues and financial stress. I called the number provided and spoke to a receptionist who seemed knowledgeable about mental health services and government funding programs. She explained that they were specifically targeting people who had lost their jobs in the public sector. As research had shown, these individuals were particularly vulnerable to mental health crises. The receptionist scheduled me for an initial assessment with a counselor named Dr. Webb, who would evaluate my situation and recommend appropriate treatment options. The appointment was available within days rather than months, which seemed too good to be true, but was exactly what I needed. Dr. Webb's office was located in a modern business park outside Preston, in a building that housed various healthcare and professional services. The setup looked legitimate enough, with proper signage and a waiting area filled with mental health awareness materials and government health campaign posters. Dr. Webb herself seemed professional and qualified, asking appropriate questions about my mental health history, current symptoms, and life circumstances. She demonstrated genuine understanding of depression and anxiety, and her therapeutic approach felt competent and evidence-based. During the initial session, she explained that their program used innovative treatment methods that combined traditional counseling with digital therapy tools. Participants would attend weekly in-person sessions while also engaging with online resources designed to provide continuous support between appointments. The online component involved using specialized platforms that weren't available through mainstream internet channels. Dr. Webb explained that these experimental therapy tools required enhanced privacy and security measures to protect patient confidentiality and prevent unauthorized access to sensitive mental health data. She provided detailed instructions for accessing these digital therapy resources, including steps for downloading software that would connect me to private online communities and interactive therapy programs. The technology was presented as cutting-edge mental health treatment that was being piloted before wider NHS implementation. The weekly counseling sessions were genuinely helpful. Dr. Webb seemed skilled at cognitive behavioral therapy techniques, and I felt like I was making real progress in managing my depression and anxiety. The in-person therapy felt legitimate and professionally conducted. However, the online therapy components began to feel increasingly unusual. The private platforms I was accessing contained discussion groups and interactive content that seemed to go beyond typical mental health resources. Some of the online communities included people discussing extremely personal details about their psychological vulnerabilities, family relationships, and financial circumstances. The level of intimate information being shared seemed excessive for therapy support groups, and many participants appeared to be disclosing details that could be used to exploit or manipulate them. The interactive therapy programs also asked for unusually detailed personal information about my daily routines, social relationships, and decision-making processes. The assessments went far beyond what would be necessary for depression and anxiety treatment, probing into areas that seemed more relevant to psychological profiling than therapeutic intervention. When I mentioned feeling uncomfortable with the extensive personal disclosure required by the online platforms, Dr. Webb explained that modern digital therapy relied on comprehensive data collection to provide personalized treatment recommendations. The information I was providing would be analyzed by advanced algorithms to optimize my therapy experience. She also emphasized that all data was protected by strict confidentiality protocols and would only be used for legitimate therapeutic purposes. The detailed personal information was necessary to ensure that digital therapy tools could provide appropriate support for my specific psychological needs and life circumstances. Around the 6th week of treatment, Dr. Webb began incorporating exercises that involved researching and documenting information about other people in my social network. These assignments were presented as therapy techniques designed to help me understand relationship dynamics and improve my social support systems. I was asked to gather detailed information about friends and family members, including their mental health status, financial circumstances, and personal vulnerabilities. The therapeutic rationale was that understanding the complete context of my social relationships would help identify sources of stress and develop strategies for building healthier connections. These assignments felt intrusive and inappropriate for legitimate therapy work. When I expressed concerns about gathering personal information about friends and family without their knowledge or consent, Dr. Webb assured me that relationship analysis was a standard component of modern therapeutic practice. She explained that many mental health problems were rooted in dysfunctional social dynamics, and understanding these patterns required comprehensive assessment of all significant relationships. The information I gathered would only be used to develop better therapeutic strategies for my individual treatment. However, the specific types of information I was being asked to collect seemed designed for purposes beyond therapeutic analysis. I was documenting psychological vulnerabilities, financial pressures, and personal secrets that could be valuable for manipulation or exploitation, rather than mental health treatment. Some assignments involved using the online therapy platforms to connect with and gather information about people who weren't part of my existing social network. I was asked to engage with strangers in the digital therapy communities and document their personal circumstances and psychological states. When I questioned why therapy work involved systematic intelligence gathering about other people, Dr. Webb reminded me that I had been receiving valuable mental health treatment that would normally cost hundreds of pounds through private healthcare. The comprehensive nature of the treatment program required participants to engage fully with all therapeutic components. She also began demonstrating knowledge of my personal activities and circumstances that she couldn't have gathered through our therapy sessions alone. References to my daily routine, financial situation, and social interactions suggested that my participation in the online therapy platforms had provided comprehensive surveillance capabilities. I realized that the counseling program had been used to recruit me into systematic intelligence gathering operations disguised as mental health treatment. The therapy sessions had been legitimate enough to establish trust and dependency, while the online components had been used to gather detailed personal information about vulnerable people. The people participating in the digital therapy communities were probably being exploited in similar ways, with their mental health struggles being used to recruit them into activities that had nothing to do with legitimate therapeutic treatment. When I attempted to end my participation in the program, Dr. Webb pointed out that I had detailed knowledge of experimental therapy techniques and access to sensitive information about other participants. My involvement in the program had created ongoing responsibilities that couldn't simply be terminated. She also suggested that ending treatment abruptly could be harmful to my mental health progress, particularly given my history of depression and current unemployment stress. The therapeutic relationship we had developed was important for my psychological stability and shouldn't be disrupted without careful consideration. The surveillance of my personal activities became more obvious after I tried to withdraw from the program. The monitoring capabilities that had been established through the online therapy platforms continued to track my communications and activities even after I stopped participating in the digital components. I tried reporting my concerns to mental health regulatory authorities, but discovered that explaining the situation was extremely difficult. The counseling sessions had been professionally conducted. The online therapy could be justified as innovative treatment methods, and the personal information gathering could be explained as necessary therapeutic assessment. Dr. Webb's organization continued to contact me for several months after I stopped attending sessions, offering additional mental health services and occasionally sending references to my personal activities to remind me that their monitoring capabilities remained active. I never determined who was actually directing the counseling program or what they were using the detailed personal intelligence for. The systematic exploitation of people's mental health vulnerabilities, combined with sophisticated surveillance techniques disguised as therapy tools, suggested an organization capable of extensive manipulation and control. What I understand now is that they had developed effective methods for exploiting people's mental health needs to recruit unwitting participants in intelligence-gathering operations. They understood how to use legitimate therapeutic relationships to establish trust and dependency, while using digital therapy platforms to gather comprehensive personal information about vulnerable individuals. The most disturbing aspect of this experience was how my genuine need for mental health support had been transformed into participation in systematic exploitation of other people struggling with similar problems. The counseling program had been designed to identify and recruit people whose psychological vulnerabilities could be leveraged for criminal purposes. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar mental health organizations, offering innovative therapy programs that combine traditional counseling with experimental digital treatment methods. The services they describe always offer immediate access without waiting lists, always involve online components that require specialized software, and always emphasize the need for comprehensive personal disclosure. I decline these opportunities immediately now, but I wonder how many other people struggling with mental health issues have found themselves in similar situations, believing they are receiving legitimate therapeutic support, while actually participating in intelligence-gathering operations that exploit their psychological vulnerabilities for criminal purposes. About 2 years ago, when things weren't going particularly well in my life, someone suggested finding an online support group. It seemed like reasonable advice at the time, a way to connect with people dealing with similar issues, get some perspective from others who'd been through what I was going through. Nothing dramatic or unusual, just the kind of thing people do nowadays when they need help and don't quite know where else to turn. The group I eventually found seemed perfect, welcoming, supportive, full of people who understood exactly what I was dealing with. It felt genuine, like I'd stumbled across something really valuable during a difficult period. Looking back now, I suppose there were small things that should have made me question it. But when you're vulnerable and someone's offering understanding, you don't tend to look too closely at the details. And that's the problem really, because it wasn't a support group at all. It was a data collection operation targeting vulnerable people, and everything I shared there over 3 months, my fears, my routines, my personal struggles, was compiled into a profile that's been sold more times than I can count to people who see emotional vulnerability as something worth exploiting. I'm a pharmacy assistant working in Plymouth. Been doing it for around 9 years now. It's steady work, dealing with prescriptions and customer queries. Nothing particularly stressful under normal circumstances. But 2 years ago, I went through a difficult divorce that left me struggling with anxiety and insomnia. I'd wake at 3 in the morning with my mind racing, unable to settle, feeling isolated and overwhelmed by changes in my life I hadn't chosen and couldn't control. My GP prescribed some medication for the anxiety and suggested counseling, which helped to a degree. But what I really wanted was to talk to people who'd been through similar experiences, who understood the specific challenges of rebuilding life after a marriage ends. Professional therapy felt formal and clinical. I wanted something more personal, more immediate, the kind of peer support that comes from shared experience rather than professional expertise. I found the group through a recommendation on a women's health website. It was called Moving Forward Together, described as a safe space for women recovering from relationship breakdowns. The website looked professional and compassionate, with testimonials from members who'd found comfort and practical advice through the community. There was a simple registration process requiring an email address and some basic information about your situation. Then you'd receive login details to access the private discussion area. I registered one evening when I couldn't sleep, filled out a form explaining I was recovering from divorce and struggling with anxiety and insomnia. Within hours, I received a welcome email with instructions for accessing the group's discussion platform. It was set up like a private social network, with message boards for different topics, member profiles, and direct messaging capabilities. The group seemed genuinely supportive. There were around 50 active members, all women apparently going through or recovering from relationship difficulties. They shared stories about their experiences, offered advice about practical matters like finances and childcare arrangements, provided emotional support during difficult moments. The tone was warm and understanding, exactly the kind of community I'd been hoping to find. I started participating regularly, posting about my struggles with anxiety and sleep, responding to others who were dealing with similar issues. People were kind and empathetic, sharing their own experiences and suggesting things that had helped them. One woman recommended specific relaxation techniques that she'd found useful. Another suggested herbal remedies that had helped her sleep. A third shared details about how she'd managed the financial challenges of living alone after years of shared expenses. The group felt safe enough that I found myself sharing quite personal information, details about my daily routine and how anxiety was affecting my work, specific fears about being alone that made me hypervigilant about home security, information about my financial situation and concerns about managing on a single income. The kind of vulnerable honesty that comes from feeling understood by people in similar circumstances. One aspect of the group that seemed particularly helpful was a feature called Accountability Partners. You could request to be matched with another member for more private one-to-one support, someone you'd check in with regularly to share progress and challenges. I was matched with a woman who called herself Sarah, who'd apparently been through a difficult divorce 3 years earlier and was now helping newer members navigate their own recovery. Sarah and I messaged frequently, sometimes daily. She asked detailed questions about my situation, always framing them as genuine interest in helping me work through challenges. What specific aspects of living alone made me most anxious? What times of day did I feel most vulnerable? Did I have family nearby who could provide support? What were my work hours like? And how did that affect my ability to manage household responsibilities alone? I answered all her questions honestly, grateful for someone who seemed genuinely interested in understanding my situation. I told her about my morning routine and how I'd struggled to get motivated to leave for work, about coming home to an empty house in the evenings and feeling the absence of another person more acutely then, about lying awake at night, worrying about things I'd never worried about when I wasn't living alone, unusual sounds outside, whether doors and windows were properly secured, whether anyone knew I was by myself. Sarah would respond with understanding and practical advice. She'd share similar experiences from her own recovery, suggest specific strategies for managing anxiety, ask follow-up questions that showed she was really listening and thinking about my situation. It felt like genuine friendship developing, the kind of connection that helps you feel less alone during difficult times. After about 3 months of active participation in the group, I started feeling better. The anxiety was more manageable, I was sleeping more consistently, and life as a single person was becoming normal rather than frightening. I participated less frequently in the group discussions, not because I was unhappy with the community, but because I simply needed it less. I check in occasionally, but mostly I was moving forward with my life, which was the entire point. Then, about 6 months after I'd largely stopped participating, I received an email from someone claiming to be a journalist investigating online support groups. She explained that she'd found evidence that moving forward together wasn't what it appeared to be, and she was trying to contact former members to warn them about what their personal information might have been used for. I was skeptical at first, thinking it might be spam or some kind of scam, but the journalist provided specific details about the group that convinced me she was legitimate. She explained that moving forward together was operated by people who specialized in gathering detailed personal information from vulnerable individuals, information that could be used for various forms of exploitation, including targeted fraud, stalking, and burglary. She discovered this whilst investigating a series of burglaries targeting single women, all of whom had at some point participated in online support groups for relationship recovery. The pattern had been subtle enough that police hadn't initially connected the cases, but the journalist had noticed similarities in how the victims had been selected and the timing of when they were targeted. The journalist had managed to gain access to back-end systems used by the people running Moving Forward Together, and what she found was disturbing. The group wasn't a genuine support community. It was a sophisticated information-gathering operation designed to extract detailed personal information from emotionally vulnerable women under the guise of peer support and friendship. Every post made in the group was being analyzed and compiled into individual member profiles. The direct messages, the accountability partnerships, the private conversations where members shared their most vulnerable moments, all of it was being recorded and organized into comprehensive dossiers about each participant's life, fears, routines, and circumstances. My profile included everything I'd shared over those 3 months: my work schedule at the pharmacy and typical routines, my home address, which I'd mentioned in context of discussing my neighborhood and feeling isolated there, detailed information about my anxiety triggers and specific fears about living alone, notes about my financial situation and what valuables I owned, even analysis of my sleeping patterns and what times I was most likely to be home versus away. But the profile also included information I'd never shared directly, analysis based on what I'd written, inferences about my psychology and behavior, assessments of my vulnerability to different types of exploitation, notes indicating I was particularly susceptible to authority figures and likely to comply with demands from people presenting themselves as official or helpful, observations about my tendency to trust people who seemed understanding and supportive. The journalist showed me screenshots of the dark web marketplace where these profiles were being sold. It was organized like a database of vulnerable targets, searchable by location, living situation, specific vulnerabilities, and types of exploitable information available. My profile was listed under single women in the Plymouth area with documented anxiety and security concerns. The listing emphasized the quality and detail of information available. It highlighted that I'd willingly shared intimate details about my fears and routines, that I'd been open about my financial situation and possessions, that I'd documented specific times when I was home alone and feeling most vulnerable. All of this was presented as valuable intelligence for anyone interested in targeting me for fraud, burglary, stalking, or other forms of exploitation. The purchase history showed my profile had been bought by 8 different accounts over the past 18 months. 8 separate people or organizations had paid money for comprehensive information about my personal life, my vulnerabilities, my routines, my fears. The marketplace didn't reveal buyer identities, but the journalist had been working with police to try to trace some transactions and identify who was purchasing these profiles. What made it particularly insidious was how the information had been gathered. I hadn't been tricked into sharing personal details through obvious phishing or fraud. I'd voluntarily provided everything, believing I was participating in a genuine support community, trusting that my vulnerability would be met with compassion rather than exploitation. The entire operation was built on weaponizing the instinct to seek help and connection during difficult times. The journalist had identified around 200 women whose profiles were being sold through the same marketplace, all of them having participated in various online support groups operated by the same organization. Groups for relationship recovery, bereavement support, health anxiety, financial stress. Any community where people were likely to share detailed personal information while seeking help and understanding. Several women whose profiles had been purchased had subsequently been victims of crimes. Burglaries timed to occur when they were reliably away from home. Sophisticated fraud attempts targeting their specific financial vulnerabilities. Stalking by individuals who'd used the profiles to learn their routines and locations. The journalist had documented around 15 cases where profile purchases correlated clearly with subsequent victimization. I contacted the police after speaking with the journalist. They were already investigating the operation based on information she'd provided, and they took detailed statements from me about my participation in the group and what I'd shared. They explained that prosecuting these cases was complicated because the information had been voluntarily provided. Even though the context was deceptive, the act of compiling and selling the information might be illegal, but proving that members had been deliberately deceived required demonstrating the group's true purpose. A detective showed me more details about how the operation worked. The people running it had created dozens of different support groups covering various life challenges. Each group appeared independent, with different branding and website designs, but they were all operated by the same organization, collecting information for the same marketplace. The accountability partnership feature was particularly calculated, pairing vulnerable members with supposed peers who were actually employees, trained to extract specific types of information through empathetic conversation. Sarah, my accountability partner, wasn't a real member who'd recovered from divorce. She was someone employed to build trust with me and systematically gather details about my life that could be valuable to potential buyers. The detective walked me through evidence they'd gathered about Sarah specifically. Her real name was something else entirely, and she'd been matched with around 40 different women across various support groups, always playing the role of recovered peer offering help to newer members. She had scripts for different scenarios, guidelines for what information to prioritize, training in how to build trust and encourage vulnerable disclosure. Learning that those months of what felt like genuine friendship had been calculated, manipulation was devastating in a way that's difficult to articulate. Sarah's empathy had been performance, her understanding had been strategic, and every vulnerable thing I'd shared with her had been recorded and packaged for sale to strangers who who viewed my emotional struggles as exploitable weaknesses. The police investigation eventually led to arrests of several people involved in operating the support groups and marketplace. But the profiles themselves had already been widely distributed. My information, along with hundreds of other women's detailed personal disclosures, existed in private collections of people who downloaded them before law enforcement shut down the marketplace. I had to make significant changes to my life to feel even marginally safe after discovering this. I moved to a different area within Plymouth, stopped using my previous routines, closed down most of my social media presence. I'm hypervigilant about what information I share online now, even in contexts that seem genuinely helpful and supportive. The experience has made me deeply suspicious of online communities and reluctant to seek help even when I need it. What haunts me most is thinking about the 8 unknown buyers who purchased my profile. Who were they? Why were they interested in detailed information about me specifically? What did they plan to do with knowledge of my fears and routines? The journalist and police identified connections to some crimes, but most buyers remained untraced, their intentions unknown, their continued interest in my information impossible to assess. I also think about the other women whose profiles were sold through that marketplace. How many of them still don't know what happened, still believe they participated in genuine support groups, still trust that their vulnerable disclosures were held in confidence by compassionate peers? The journalist contacted everyone she could identify, but there were gaps in member information, and many women who'd used pseudonyms that couldn't be traced to real identities. The psychological impact has been harder to manage than the practical security measures. I struggle to trust people now, particularly when they seem understanding or supportive. I question whether kindness is genuine or calculated, whether people asking about my well-being actually care, or are gathering information for purposes I don't understand. The suspicion affects my relationships and makes it difficult to accept help even from people who genuinely want to provide it. I joined that support group looking for help during a difficult time in my life. I shared my fears, my struggles, my vulnerable moments, believing I was participating in a community of mutual support and understanding. Instead, I was providing detailed intelligence that was compiled, analyzed, and sold to people who viewed my emotional vulnerability as exploitable weakness. That's what I think about now when I see online support groups advertised. Not whether they're genuinely helpful or moderated by caring people, but whether they're information gathering operations targeting vulnerable individuals. Whether the supportive responses and empathetic questions are genuine or strategic, designed to extract valuable personal details that can be packaged and sold to buyers with malicious intent. The profiles exist. The violation is permanent. And somewhere, 8 different people or organizations possess comprehensive information about my life during my most vulnerable period. Information I shared voluntarily, believing I was seeking help from people who understood my struggles. That knowledge has changed how I navigate the world, making me cautious where I used to be trusting, suspicious where I used to be open, isolated where I used to seek connection. I sought help when I was struggling, and that decision to reach out left me permanently compromised. My vulnerability was weaponized, my trust was exploited, and my most private struggles were converted into a product sold to strangers whose interest in me is anything but compassionate. That's the price I paid for trying to find support during a difficult time, and it's a price I'll be paying for the rest of my life. I wish I'd never listened to my dentist's recommendation about finding a good therapist. Dr. Matthews meant well when he suggested I might benefit from talking to someone about my anxiety especially after I'd mentioned the panic attacks that were making it difficult to sit through dental procedures. He even gave me a specific name, Sarah Chen, a private counselor who apparently specialized in treating medical phobias and had excellent reviews from former patients. What he didn't mention was how those reviews had been collected, or why Dr. Chen's practice operated exclusively through referrals from other medical professionals. I should have been more suspicious when I couldn't find her listed with any of the usual professional bodies, or when her clinic address turned out to be a residential flat in a converted Victorian house in Oxford. But I was desperate enough for help that I overlooked the irregularities, especially when she offered evening appointments that fitted around my work schedule as a primary school teaching assistant. The first session seemed perfectly legitimate. Dr. Chen was professional and knowledgeable, asking appropriate questions about my medical history and anxiety symptoms. Her consulting room was well appointed, with the sort of comfortable chairs and neutral decor you'd expect from a private practice. She explained that her approach focused on gradual exposure therapy, combined with cognitive behavioral techniques, which sounded reasonable enough. What struck me as slightly odd was her interest in my daily routine and living situation. She spent considerable time asking about my home environment, work relationships, and social connections. When I mentioned that I lived alone in a rented cottage on the outskirts of Whitney, she made detailed notes and asked follow-up questions about my neighbors, security arrangements, and weekly schedule. I assumed this was standard practice for building a comprehensive treatment plan, but looking back, the questions were more invasive than therapeutic. She wanted to know which days I worked late, whether I had family nearby, how often I traveled overnight, the sort of information that would help someone understand my vulnerabilities rather than my psychological needs. After 3 sessions, Dr. Chen suggested that I might benefit from a more intensive treatment approach. She explained that traditional therapy could only achieve limited results within the constraints of weekly hour-long appointments, and that some patients responded better to immersive techniques that addressed anxiety triggers in more realistic settings. She offered to arrange what she called a residential assessment weekend at a specialized facility that worked with her practice. The program would involve controlled exposure to medical environments while providing intensive support and monitoring. It sounded expensive, but she assured me that the cost would be covered through a research grant she'd received for treating specific types of medical phobia. I should have researched the facility she mentioned or asked for more details about the research program, but I was so relieved to find treatment that might actually help that I agreed immediately. Dr. Chen scheduled the assessment for the following weekend and promised to send me preparation materials and location details. The information pack arrived 3 days later, delivered by hand rather than through the post. It contained a detailed schedule for the weekend program, consent forms for various treatment procedures, and directions to a private clinic located in an isolated farmhouse near Chipping Norton. Reading through the materials more carefully, I noticed several concerning details that I'd missed during our conversation. The consent forms included permission for video recording of all treatment sessions, supposedly for research purposes. There were also clauses allowing for the use of sedative medications and physical restraint procedures if patients became distressed during exposure therapy. Most troubling was a section requiring participants to surrender all personal belongings, including mobile phones and identification documents, for the duration of the program. This was explained as necessary to prevent external distractions from interfering with the therapeutic process, but it meant spending an entire weekend completely cut off from the outside world. I called Dr. Chen's office to discuss my concerns, but her receptionist explained that she was attending a conference and wouldn't be available until after the weekend. if I wanted to participate in the current research cycle, I needed to confirm my attendance by Friday afternoon. The pressure to make an immediate decision felt manipulative, but I was torn between suspicion and desperation. The panic attacks had been getting worse, affecting my ability to work and maintain normal relationships. If there was a chance this program could help, was I being paranoid to worry about administrative irregularities? I spent Thursday evening researching the facility address online, trying to find information about the clinic and its treatment programs. What I discovered was more disturbing than I'd expected. The property was registered as a private residence with no planning permission for commercial medical use. Local council records showed no registered business operating from that address, and there were no reviews or references to any clinic in the area. More concerning were several police reports from the past year involving the property. Neighbors had complained about unusual activity during weekend periods, multiple cars arriving late at night, unusual sounds, and what appeared to be security personnel patrolling the grounds. One report mentioned a woman who had approached a nearby farmhouse claiming to be lost and asking to use a phone. She appeared distressed and mentioned being taken to the property for medical treatment, but when police investigated, they found no evidence of any current activity at the clinic. The woman had provided a name and address that turned out to be false, and she disappeared before officers could conduct a follow-up interview. I tried calling Dr. Chen's office again, but the number was no longer in service. When I drove to her clinic address the next morning, I found the flat completely empty with a "To Let" sign in the window. Dr. Chen had vanished completely, along with all evidence that her practice had ever existed. That's when I started looking into how I'd found her in the first place, and what I discovered led me into the darkest corners of the internet. Dr. Matthews claimed to have no record of recommending any therapist to me, despite my clear memory of our conversation. When I pressed him for details, he seemed genuinely confused and suggested I might have misremembered our discussion about anxiety management. But I knew what I'd heard, and I knew Dr. Chen had mentioned being referred specifically by dental practices in the area. Someone was running an operation that involved infiltrating medical referral networks and targeting vulnerable patients for unknown purposes. I spent the weekend researching similar cases online, following leads through various medical community boards and patient support groups. What I found were scattered reports of people who'd been referred to private practitioners who subsequently disappeared, leaving patients with unanswered questions and appointments that led nowhere. The pattern was always the same: referrals from legitimate medical professionals who later denied making any recommendations, followed by intensive assessment procedures that required patients to isolate themselves completely from external contact. None of the patients who'd attended these residential programs had posted follow-up reviews or updates about their treatment outcomes. Following these research threads led me deeper into online communities where people shared information about medical fraud and patient exploitation. Eventually, I found myself accessing hidden forums that existed beyond normal internet searches. The dark web contained entire sections dedicated to what insiders called patient acquisition services. The platforms I discovered were sophisticated marketplaces where buyers could commission the recruitment of specific types of medical patients. The services offered were presented in clinical language, but the underlying purpose was unmistakable. They were trafficking vulnerable people who sought legitimate medical help. Clients could specify their requirements in detail: age ranges, medical conditions, living situations, psychological profiles. The acquisition teams would then infiltrate appropriate medical networks, pose as legitimate practitioners, and identify suitable targets for recruitment. Dr. Chen wasn't a real therapist. She was part of a systematic operation that identified isolated, vulnerable patients and delivered them to clients who paid substantial sums for access to people with specific characteristics. The residential assessment weekends weren't treatment programs. They were handover procedures where acquired patients were transferred to buyers who had commissioned their recruitment. I found discussion threads where clients shared their experiences with different acquisition services, rating them based on the quality of their targeting and the effectiveness of their recruitment methods. The language was casual and commercial, discussing human beings as if they were products being purchased for specific purposes. Some clients appeared to be running unauthorized medical experiments, seeking patients with particular conditions for research that couldn't be conducted through legitimate channels. Others seemed to have psychological motivations that were harder to categorize, but far more disturbing. There were conversations about clients who enjoyed the process of gradually breaking down their acquired subject's sense of reality, using medical authority and isolation to create complete psychological dependence. The patients were kept in controlled environments where their previous lives were systematically erased, replaced with artificial relationships and manufactured realities. What made it worse was the realization that many patients never understood what had happened to them. The acquisition process was designed to feel legitimate until the final handover, when it was too late to escape or seek help. By then, they were completely isolated and dependent on their captors for basic survival. I thought about the consent forms I'd nearly signed, authorizing sedation and restraint procedures, about the requirement to surrender all personal belongings and identification, about spending a weekend in a remote location with no external contact, trusting people whose identities and qualifications were entirely fabricated. If I'd attended that residential assessment, I would have disappeared completely. My colleagues would have assumed I'd left my job without notice. My landlord would have thought I'd abandoned my tenancy, and my few casual friends would have gradually forgotten about me. There would have been no investigation because there would have been no obvious crime. Just another isolated person who'd chosen to start a new life elsewhere without maintaining previous relationships. The discussion forums contained detailed breakdowns of successful acquisition operations, including patient profiles and outcome summaries. Reading through these accounts, I recognized several names from missing person appeals I'd seen over the past year. Young adults with medical conditions, mental health issues, or social isolation problems. People who'd been seeking legitimate help and had instead been targeted by acquisition teams that identified them as suitable products for specific clients. The efficiency of the operation was terrifying. They had infiltrated medical referral networks across multiple cities, building comprehensive databases of potential targets and their psychological vulnerabilities. When clients commissioned specific acquisitions, the teams could identify and recruit suitable patients within weeks. Dr. Chen had been conducting market research during our sessions, assessing my suitability for particular client requirements. The questions about my living situation and social connections weren't therapeutic. They were determining how easily I could be made to disappear without investigation. But what disturbed me most was discovering how close I'd come to being successfully acquired. The residential assessment had been scheduled for the weekend before I'd started asking questions, and my name appeared in several client discussion threads as a confirmed delivery for a buyer who specialized in collecting patients with specific anxiety disorders. Someone had already paid for me. The acquisition team had spent weeks building my trust and preparing for handover when my last-minute research had disrupted their timeline. But they hadn't cancelled the operation. They'd simply postponed it while they regrouped and planned alternative approaches. My name was still listed in their active acquisition database, marked as a priority target for re-engagement. I've been watching for signs of renewed contact ever since, but the approaches have become more subtle. Medical professionals I've never met have called to follow up on appointments I never made. Healthcare providers have sent appointment reminders for services I never requested. Prescription medications have been delivered to my address for conditions I don't have. They're rebuilding their profile of me through different channels, gathering updated information about my daily routine and current vulnerabilities, preparing for another acquisition attempt that will be hard to detect and more difficult to escape. The most disturbing realization is that legitimate medical professionals might be unknowingly facilitating these operations. The acquisition teams are sophisticated enough to infiltrate real healthcare systems, using genuine medical credentials to make their recruitment approaches appear authentic. Dr. Matthews probably did recommend Dr. Chen, but his patient management system had been compromised to insert false referral records. The recommendation felt legitimate because it was processed through legitimate channels that had been corrupted without his knowledge. This means the entire healthcare system could be compromised, with acquisition teams using trusted medical networks to identify and recruit vulnerable patients for clients who remain completely anonymous. I've tried reporting what I've discovered to various authorities, but explaining dark web marketplaces and patient acquisition services sounds like paranoid fantasy when described to people who haven't seen the evidence themselves. The platforms I accessed have since changed their addresses and access requirements, making verification impossible. All I can do is remain vigilant for signs of renewed contact and hope that sharing this account might help other people recognize similar approaches before it's too late. But I know they haven't given up on acquiring me. The client who commissioned my recruitment has paid significant money for someone with my specific profile, and these operations don't abandon expensive investments easily. They're still out there, watching my medical records and monitoring my healthcare contacts, waiting for the right opportunity to complete the acquisition they've already paid for. The next time a medical professional recommends a specialist I've never heard of, or when I receive unexpected healthcare correspondence, I'll know what it really means. I referred a patient to someone I thought was a legitimate specialist, and 6 months later I discovered what those appointments had actually involved. The guilt of that still wakes me up most nights, knowing I sent someone into danger whilst believing I was helping them. I'm a GP working at a surgery in Cardiff, been there for around 12 years now. It's the sort of practice where you get to know your patients properly, see the same families for years, watch children grow up and elderly patients gradually decline. I'd always taken pride in that continuity of care, in being someone people could trust with their health concerns. Last spring, a pharmaceutical rep named Helen started visiting the surgery. Nothing unusual about that. Drug companies send representatives to practices all the time, promoting their products and leaving samples. Helen was professional and knowledgeable, representing a company I'd vaguely heard of but didn't know much about. She focused mainly on pain management medications and treatments for chronic conditions. Over several months, Helen became a regular presence at the surgery. She'd drop by every few weeks, always polite and never pushy, just making herself available if any of us wanted to discuss her company's products. She brought lunch for the staff occasionally, remembered people's birthdays, the sort of relationship building that pharmaceutical reps typically engage in. During one of her visits, Helen mentioned that her company had started offering a specialized pain management program for patients with complex chronic conditions. It was being piloted in select areas, combining medication with physiotherapy and psychological support. She explained that they were looking for general practitioner practices willing to refer suitable patients for assessment. The program sounded legitimate enough. Helen provided detailed literature about it, including information about the specialists involved and the treatment protocols they used. She emphasized that it was completely free for patients, funded by her company as part of a research initiative into integrated pain management approaches. All I needed to do was identify patients who might benefit and provide their details for the assessment team to contact them. I had several patients who fit the criteria perfectly. People with chronic back pain, fibromyalgia, arthritis that wasn't responding well to conventional treatments. These were individuals I'd been treating for years, watching them struggle with pain that significantly impacted their quality of life. The idea that they could access specialized support at no cost seemed like an opportunity I couldn't ignore. I discussed the program with 3 of my patients, all middle-aged women dealing with different chronic pain conditions. I explained what Helen had told me about the integrated approach and the research component. All 3 agreed to be referred, grateful for the chance to try something that might help where other treatments had failed. Helen collected their details and contact information. She assured me the assessment team would be in touch with them within a fortnight to arrange initial consultations. She mentioned that the appointments would take place at a private clinic in Bristol, about an hour's drive from Cardiff, and that transport could be arranged if needed. Over the next few months, I'd check in with those 3 patients during their regular appointments. They all mentioned they'd been contacted and had attended initial assessments. The reports seemed positive but vague. They'd mentioned seeing specialists and undergoing various examinations, but when I asked for specifics, they'd say they'd been asked not to discuss the details until the program was complete. Something about maintaining research integrity. That should have concerned me more than it did. The vagueness of their descriptions, the emphasis on confidentiality, the fact that I never received any clinical updates from the specialists supposedly managing their care. But I was busy. The patients seemed reasonably satisfied with the attention they were receiving, and I had no concrete reason to question what Helen had told me. It was one of my colleagues who first raised doubts. Dr. Patel mentioned during a staff meeting that she'd tried to research Helen's pharmaceutical company and couldn't find much information about them online. The company had a basic website but no significant presence, no press releases about their research programs, nothing that suggested they were legitimate players in the pharmaceutical industry. That conversation prompted me to do my own research. I searched for the pain management program Helen had described and found absolutely nothing. No published studies, no mentions in medical journals, no references to the Bristol clinic where my patients were supposedly being treated. I tried searching for the specialists Helen had named in her literature, and while some of them existed, none were actually affiliated with the company or program she'd described. I called Helen's mobile number, but it went straight to voicemail. I tried the company's main number from their website, and it rang endlessly without being answered. I emailed the addresses Helen had provided, and all my messages bounced back as undeliverable. That's when I started to panic. I'd referred 3 of my patients to what was apparently a fake medical program, providing their personal details and medical information to someone I now realized I knew almost nothing about. I had no idea where they had actually been going for those appointments or who they'd been seeing. I contacted all 3 patients immediately, asking them to come in for urgent appointments. 2 of them attended within days. The third, a woman named Margaret, who'd been dealing with chronic back pain for years, didn't respond to my calls or messages. When I tried her emergency contact, her daughter told me Margaret had moved away suddenly about a month earlier and hadn't left a forwarding address. The 2 patients who did come in were reluctant to discuss the program at first, They'd been told that breaking confidentiality before the research concluded would disqualify them from receiving the full treatment benefits. But when I explained my concerns about the program's legitimacy, they started sharing details that made my stomach turn. The appointments hadn't taken place at a medical clinic. They'd been conducted at a residential property in Bristol, a large house that had been fitted out to look clinical, but wasn't a registered medical facility. The so-called specialists weren't doctors or physiotherapists. The examinations had been intrusive and humiliating, involving extensive photography and video recording that the patients were told was necessary for medical documentation. They'd been given medications during these sessions, pills and injections that supposedly targeted their pain conditions, but that neither patient could identify. The medications made them drowsy and compliant, which is why they couldn't recall all the details of what happened during their appointments. What they did remember suggested the examinations went far beyond anything medically necessary or appropriate. Both women described feeling violated but not understanding why at the time. The people conducting the examinations had used proper medical terminology and maintained a clinical atmosphere, which made it difficult to recognize that what was happening was actually abuse disguised as treatment. They trusted the program because their GP had referred them to it, never imagining I'd send them somewhere dangerous. I reported everything to the police and the General Medical Council immediately. The police investigation uncovered that Helen wasn't a pharmaceutical rep at all. She was part of a group that targeted medical practices, posing as legitimate company representatives to gain access to patient information and identify vulnerable individuals who could be exploited. The house in Bristol, where the appointments had taken place, was owned by someone with no medical qualifications whatsoever. The property had been deliberately set up to resemble a clinical environment, complete with examination tables, medical equipment, and official-looking documentation. Everything designed to maintain the illusion of legitimacy, whilst actual abuse was taking place. The police found recording equipment throughout the house. Everything that happened during those appointments had been filmed from multiple angles, apparently for distribution, rather than any medical purpose. They discovered files containing videos of dozens of women, not just my 3 patients, but many others who'd been referred by different doctors across Wales and the southwest of England. The recordings had been uploaded to a website on the dark web, marketed as genuine medical examinations conducted without the patient's knowledge or consent. The site charged for access to different categories of content, with prices varying based on the type of examination and the patient's appearance. My patients' videos were among hundreds available for viewing and download. What made it particularly disturbing was how the scheme exploited the trust inherent in medical relationships. The fake programs specifically targeted patients with chronic pain conditions because those individuals were often desperate for help and willing to try treatments they might otherwise question. They trusted their doctor's referrals implicitly, never imagining a general practitioner would unknowingly direct them into such a situation. The investigation revealed that Helen and her associates had been operating this scheme for over 2 years, targeting multiple GP practices across the region. They'd refined their approach over time, learning which types of doctors were most likely to make referrals without extensive verification. Busy practices with high patient loads were ideal targets because doctors didn't have time to thoroughly investigate every program or specialist they encountered. I had to contact every patient I'd ever discussed the program with, even those who hadn't been referred, to ensure they hadn't been approached independently by Helen's group. I had to explain to the families of those who had been referred what their loved ones had actually experienced during those appointments. The conversations were devastating, watching people realize that medical authority had been used to facilitate abuse. The 2 patients who who'd attended my urgent appointments both reported significant trauma from the experience. They'd sought medical help for legitimate pain conditions and ended up being violated and filmed without their knowledge. The medications they'd been given had made it difficult to resist or fully comprehend what was happening, which added another layer of violation to the whole experience. Margaret, the patient who disappeared, was eventually located living in a hostel in Birmingham. She'd left Cardiff suddenly after realizing something was wrong with the program and feeling too ashamed to explain to anyone what had happened. She was the patient who'd attended the most appointments, around 8 or 9 over 4 months, and she carried the most trauma from the experience. She trusted me completely when I referred her, never questioning that the program might be anything other than what I'd described. The recordings of my patients were removed from that specific website, but the police confirmed they'd been downloaded numerous times before the site was shut down. Those videos existed somewhere in private collections, possibly redistributed through other platforms that law enforcement couldn't access or monitor. The violation was permanent, irreversible, continuing to exist in spaces the victims would never be able to control. Helen and 3 others involved in the scheme were eventually arrested and prosecuted. The sentences seemed inadequate given the scale of what they'd done, the number of women they'd exploited, the systematic way they'd corrupted medical trust to facilitate abuse. Helen received 5 years, serving probably half that before release. The others received similar or lighter sentences. The professional consequences for me were severe. I was formally reprimanded by the GMC for failing to adequately verify the program before making referrals. My defense that I'd been deliberately deceived by sophisticated criminals was noted, but didn't eliminate my responsibility to protect my patients from harm. Several of the affected patients filed complaints, which I couldn't defend against because ultimately I had failed them. My reputation in the medical community was damaged beyond repair. Other GPs knew about what happened, knew that my lack of due diligence had resulted in patients being abused. Pharmaceutical reps stopped visiting because I'd become too cautious, questioning everything to the point of being unable to make normal clinical decisions. Patients started transferring to other practices, unwilling to trust a doctor who'd made such a catastrophic error in judgment. I eventually left that practice and moved to a different part of the country, taking a position at a walk-in center where I see patients only once and have no ongoing responsibility for their care. It's the only type of medical work I can still manage psychologically. The idea of developing long-term patient relationships, of being someone people trust with their health over time, is too frightening now. I can't risk making another referral that might harm someone. I still think about those 3 women constantly, particularly Margaret, who trusted me most completely and suffered most extensively as a result. I think about the appointments I sent them to, believing I was helping them access specialized care when I was actually facilitating their abuse. I think about the videos that still exist somewhere online, permanent records of violations that happened because I didn't ask enough questions or verify information I should have checked. The worst part is knowing it's still happening. Helen's group was one operation, but the police explained these schemes are increasingly common. Criminals pose as medical professionals, pharmaceutical representatives, research coordinators, anything that gives them access to vulnerable patients through the medical system. They exploit doctors' desire to help, patients' desperation for relief, and the trust that makes healthcare possible. I wanted to warn other GPs about what happened, to share my story, so they'd be more careful about verifying referrals and programs. But doing so means publicly acknowledging my failure, potentially exposing my former patients to unwanted attention, and admitting that I'm the doctor who sent vulnerable women into danger. Medical journals weren't interested in publishing something so damaging to the profession's reputation. Conferences didn't want speakers discussing how easily medical trust could be exploited. So instead, I carry this knowledge silently, working in a walk-in center where I treat minor ailments and never have to make complex clinical decisions. I see patients with coughs and rashes and twisted ankles, conditions I can manage without referrals or trust or ongoing relationships. It's not the career I trained for or imagined having, but it's the only way I can continue practicing medicine without the constant fear of harming someone again. Sometimes I search for news about similar schemes, checking if anyone else has fallen for the same trick. I found a few stories about fake medical programs and fraudulent pharmaceutical companies, though none quite like what I experienced. I wonder how many other doctors have made similar mistakes but never discovered the truth, never found out where their referrals actually led. I think about Margaret particularly often, about the trust in her eyes when I explained the program to her, how grateful she was for the opportunity to try something new after years of unsuccessful treatments. She believed I was helping her, and I believed it too. We were both wrong, but my error had consequences she'll live with forever. The recording still exists somewhere in the hidden corners of the internet, viewed by people I'll never identify. Those women's pain and vulnerability, which they'd shared with me as their doctor in hopes of finding relief, was converted into something else entirely. Their trust was exploited, their bodies violated, their dignity destroyed, all because I accepted information from someone whose credentials I should have verified but didn't. That's what keeps me awake now. Not dramatic fear or immediate danger, but the quiet, persistent guilt of knowing I facilitated harm to people who trusted me. The knowledge that somewhere online, permanent records exist of violations I enabled. The understanding that no amount of career change or geographical distance can undo what happened or restore what those women lost. I made a mistake, a single mistake born of wanting to help, of being too busy to verify information properly, of trusting someone who presented herself professionally and seemed legitimate. One mistake that echoed outward in ways I couldn't predict, that harmed people I'd sworn to protect, that continues harming them still through videos I can't remove and consequences I can't reverse. That's the reality I live with now, not the horror of malicious intent, but the horror of good intentions weaponized by people who understood exactly how to exploit a doctor's desire to help their patients, and knowing that somewhere, in hidden corners of the internet I'll never access, my failure is still being commodified and viewed, still causing harm, still existing as permanent evidence of the worst mistake I'll ever make.